Chapter 101. 100. The pieces that jumped out of the chessboard. Qingzhou, Momin. Since the head of the family, Lu Chaoga, is not there, the only elder Lu Dongli is now the only elder in charge of the Momin. It's just that elder Dongli spends at least half a year in retreat, and he doesn't know where he hides in Momin, imposes at least 10 forbidden retreats. And maybe 3 ecstasy arrays, so everyone can't find it. To her figure. The head of the sect traveled far away, the elders retreated, and the current affairs of the Mo sect were all handled by the number 1 boy under Lu Chaoga's seat, the first horse boy, and the senior elder brother of the Mo sect, He Ting. It's just that, little Momin, with only a few members, really has nothing to do. At present, the most important thing for Momin is the basic education of the junior sister, Xiaoqiu. Some time ago, Luo Bing was in charge of this matter, but the headmaster has not returned recently, and he went down the mountain with a female great cultivator, which made Luo Bing smell something unusual. After many days of massage, her sizable breasts really showed signs of secondary development. Although the effect is not very big, it is also insignificant. She has observed that Jiang Xinyan is half a caddy with herself. However, the temperament and style of the two are very different. She is pure lust, and Jiang Xinyan is fan heir of Bingshan Yujie. Moreover, Jiang Xinyan is very tall, and some men just like such tall people. Based on his brothel education before going up the mountain, Luo Bing, who was supposed to be an Oiran, understood men's preferences very well. She knew very well that men were big pigs' hooves, and they both loved to pull Liang's house into the water and persuaded prostitutes to follow Liang. When she was a child, she heard many sisters talking about some guests. Before sitting on the bed, while drinking, she was full of mouthfuls, benevolent, righteous and moral, and advised them to change careers as soon as possible. But after drinking and eating, as soon as his butt touched the bed, he was more energetic than anyone else. It seems that if you don't come a few more times in this limited time, the silver tails handed over by yourself will not be able to return to the original. The more gentle the front, the more rude later. I don't see them as human beings, only as juicers. When there is no more drop left, I start to persuade people to be good. But once they were asked to redeem themselves, they changed the subject one by one. Obviously, they don't want to use the bus privately. Therefore, under the influence of her sisters, Luo Bing has always believed that for a person like Jiang Xinyan, who is like a goddess, the first time men see her, they may imagine in their hearts what she looked like when she fell. How wonderful it would be to let the goddess who do not eat the fireworks of the world get dusty. Taoist robes and nuns' robes are common uniforms in brothels. But this is all disguise. Jiang Xinyan really has the temperament of a goddess. She didn't feel that Jiang Xinyan's predecessor was unattractive to the sun. Therefore, this caused her to be distracted and absent-minded these days. When she gave Xiaoqiu basic education, she sometimes couldn't remember what she said. A heart has long floated outside. The honest Hiding was a little anxious about this, but unfortunately he couldn't help. He was dumb, and he couldn't speak. He could write it down, but this round-faced chick can't even recognize all the characters. Fortunately, Mo Dongfeng, the third senior brother of Momin, has recovered from his injuries. He will take over the baton and start teaching Xiaoqiu. During recess, they would tell Xiaoqiu some interesting things about Momin in the past, or what they had seen and heard in the practice world. Hiding, a person with a very low sense of existence, would listen silently, watch silently, and smile. Mo Dongfeng had a wooden sword on his waist, and he was telling Xiaoqiu about his encounter with the flooded beast. The beginning of this matter was that he met a crazy village woman who lost her daughter. When he mentioned that the men of the village women prioritize sons over daughters, Xiaoqiu raised her head in confusion and asked, "Third senior brother, what does it mean to favor sons over daughters?" Emo Dongfeng was not good at words, and he didn't know what to say for a while. The child is still young, and she speaks so deeply that she can't understand it. And she is also a woman. Emo Dongfeng looked at Luo Bing for help, and Luo Bing smiled at her. A woman who was sold into a brothel, she didn't want to answer this question. It's hard to tell Xiaoqiu that senior sister is a model. If there is no master and uncle, senior sister's life will be terrible. In desperation, Emo Dongfeng pressed the black pavilion and said, "Senior brother, you can't just laugh, you have to contribute to Xiaoqiu's basic education." Successfully dumped. Hiding smiled helplessly, picked up dead branches from the ground, and then wrote on the ground. Fortunately, Xiaoqiu knew these words. The round-faced chick looked at the words written by the senior brother on the ground, and read them out one by one, with a milky voice. In our Momin, patriarchy means that boys take heavy things and girls take light things. Xiaoqiu suddenly realized, wow, that's what it meant. Hiding nodded and patted Xiaoqiu's little head lightly. In the future, Xiaoqiu will understand that patriarchs in the secular world are more important than women. At the same time, she will also understand that her family is different from the world. Emo Dongfeng and Luo Bing looked at each other and smiled. The eldest brother is still the same eldest brother. In Momin, the elder brother is the most gentle person. On the other side, on a small dirt slope, the half-blind old man leaning on a bamboo cane fell back into confusion after reminiscing about the chess piece he was most satisfied with. Since the man and the woman in the forest appeared, he has fallen into endless confusion. Why is this happening? Tianji Sanren couldn't understand. As the hand of Tiandao, he plays chess for Tiandao, and now he has played 13 moves, but this move has an accident on the spot. The bird disaster has indeed taken shape, but there is no text. It's broken. The world is a chessboard, and everyone is a chess piece. This old man can't be a special case when he sees the future. Why should they change the chess game? The bamboo stick in Tianji Sanren's hand tapped the ground hard. Impossible, this is impossible. Tianji Sanren raised his right hand and bit his fingertips. He used blood to draw obscure runes in the air one after another, then raised his fingertips and smeared the blood on the corners of his eyes. The next moment, his left eye was no longer gray-black, but turned directly into white. It was pure white like snow. He first focused his attention on Jiang Xinyan. Because this woman is a great practitioner after all. A picture quickly appeared in front of his eyes. He saw heavy snow and blood on the snow. Holding a black spear, the woman lay weakly in the heavy snow. The flying snow covered her body, and she slowly closed her eyes. Is this the end for her? Tianji Sanren closed his eyes and muttered to himself. At the same time, his face paled a bit. The secret cannot be revealed, even if he claims to be the hand of heaven. The number of times he can spy on the secret is limited, otherwise his body will be overwhelmed. Since she can see her fate, then, logically speaking, she should have been a player in the chess game. Why is this? Tianji Sanren was puzzled. Is it possible, it's him? Tianji Sanren set his eyes on Lu Chaoga. This man is indeed miraculous. With a mere second level of cultivation, he actually possesses sword intent. And he is a spiritual enlightener. If the old man didn't perceive the mistake. Just now, his power of heaven and earth is the power of water, which is unprecedented. He raised his finger and smeared the blood on the corner of his eye again. The next moment, his face was bloodless and terrifyingly pale. Using these abilities in a short period of time, he was already overwhelmed. If it weren't for the bamboo stick to support his body, Tianji Sanren might have fallen to his knees at this moment. His pure white pupils looked at Lu Chaoga, and soon, he felt that he was in chaos. His consciousness began to tingle, and his spirit began to tremble. In this chaotic void, he saw a blurred face. He couldn't see his face clearly, he could only see a pair of indifferent eyes. The pupils of this pair of eyes are cyan, and there is a mark between the eyebrows. That is a cyan lotus. A lotus flower with an ancient aura that shakes people's hearts. The next moment, Tianji Sanren's left eye began to overflow with blood. He was originally a half-blind person, but now, this left eye is completely useless. The endless chaotic void devoured him, obviously just glanced at each other. But his proud consciousness was vulnerable. The outsider. He is the outsider. Why, everyone in the world is a chess piece, why did he jump out of the chessboard? Impossible, it's impossible. Who is it? Who are these eyes, this lotus flower? Tianji Sanren groaned, and the whole person fell backwards, completely fainted. In the 10,000 birds forest, Lu Chaoga, who had picked some vermilion birds, suddenly stopped what he was doing. Because just now, the mysterious wooden sign in his arms trembled violently. What's going on? Lu Chaoga was puzzled. It stands to reason that if there is a world protagonist talking in the group, the wooden sign will be moved lightly at most. And the shaking just now was a bit violent. If the previous light tremors were just foreplay, then the violent tremors just now meant that something was coming and reached its peak. The movement of the wooden sign is invisible to others, and it seems to be able to evade all the detection of divine consciousness. At the beginning, Yu Yu was directly pulled into the group chat in Jianzhong, which was equivalent to being pulled into gangs under Jianzhuan's nose. What Jianzhun could not perceive, Jiang Xinyan was even less likely to perceive. Lu Chaoga pretended to continue picking fruit, but Yu Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com actually injected a ray of divine consciousness into the wooden sign and entered the pure white magical space. He went in and saw that no one had spoken. This made Lu Chaoga feel very strange. It's kind of weird. He was slightly puzzled. A very strange thought rose from the bottom of his heart. Is it possible, even you have launched the take a pat function? Lu Chaoga shook his head and laughed. Since he couldn't figure out the situation, just don't think about it. This wooden sign is very mysterious, but unfortunately there is no manual. Lu Chaoga complained in his heart. With his detection authority, he naturally couldn't discern the mystery of the wooden sign. Maybe when his character level is raised to a certain level, he will be able to open the authority. After picking a lot of Suzaku fruit, Lu Chaoga turned to Jiang Xinyan and said, "Fellow Daoist, let's go." Jiang Xinyan asked, "Where are you going?" Lu Chaoga smiled and said, "Go home." Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly, and began to summon the dark crow that was staying in the distance. After being summoned, she turned her head away, her ears were slightly red. And she felt that she nodded subconsciously just now, a little lost. Momin is his home, and it's not mine. At the mountain gate of Momin, a light boat is slowly descending at this moment. A woman with a pair of peach blossom eyes, a mature and plump figure, who supported her loose robes, stepped off a light boat and came to Momin. P.S. 100 chapters unknowingly, Sahua. Chapter 102. 101, Female Practitioners. I haven't come to Momin for another half a year. Ninging stepped off the light boat, looked at the mountain gate of Momin, and said with a smile. She came to Momin this time to send the seeds of the spirit tree. Jianzong just developed an ancient secret realm last month, and obtained a batch of spiritual tree seeds from it, all of which are first class. The spirit tree is a good thing. The branches and leaves can be used as material for refining equipment. The spirit fruit can also help low-level practitioners to practice, and can also be used for alchemy. It is a rare good thing. As the Elder of Sword Sect, Ning Ying might be able to get some when redistributing resources. She didn't even have a disciple under her own seat, and she couldn't use them herself, so she thought of bringing it to the Momen and giving it to the Lu brothers and sisters. What she remembered most in her heart was Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli. In fact, because of Aunt Ning's existence, Lu Chaoga could indeed fight for years less. As soon as Ning Ying arrived at Momen, everyone from Momen immediately rushed over to greet her. Senior Ning. Everyone saluted in unison. Ning Ying walked over and said kindly, "Please forgive me." Saying that, she raised her hand and touched Xiaoqiu's double ponytail. This hairstyle was made by Lu Chaoga. With Xiaoqiu's chubby little face, it was really cute. Everyone decided to make this hairstyle semi-permanent. Ning Ying glanced at the Momen disciples and nodded slightly. "It's all good," she commented in her heart. "I don't know if the two brothers and sisters are lucky, or if they really know people. Although there are not many disciples, they can be regarded as dragons and phoenixes among people." Ning Ying thought. Among them, each has their own strengths, some are talented, some are good natured, and Ning Ying is still very optimistic about the future development of Momen. Isn't Chaoga on the mountain? Ning Ying's consciousness swept away and found that Lu Dongli was in retreat, but she was about to leave. This damn girl, is it necessary to engage in a full 13-fold ban in seclusion? Ning Ying was a little helpless. Luo Bing opened his mouth and said, "Senior Ning, the headmaster has gone to the trial ground." The place of trial? Ning Ying nodded slightly and said, "It's time for him to go, maybe he will have a big chance." After speaking, she glanced at everyone and wondered, why didn't you go together? In her opinion, it was time for the disciples of Momen to go to the trial grounds. Sect Master said he had other arrangements. Mo Dongfang replied. Ning Ying nodded and didn't ask any further questions. She thought for a while and said, "Perhaps there is a lack of spirit stones. After all, the fees charged by the trial site are quite high. As one of the lower 100 gates, Momen can only charge 50%, but with so many people going together, it's also a bit overwhelming. When Chaoga comes back, leave him some spirit stones." Ning Ying has already made arrangements in her heart. He doesn't have many resources at hand, and it's not easy to pull such a large group of people. She is a little distressed. After all, under normal circumstances, at the age of Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli, they should concentrate on their cultivation under the care of their elders. But at such a young age, they are now the sect master and elder. "Senior Ning, why don't you go to the main hall to sit down first, master? Should be out soon," Luo Bing suggested. "Okay." Ning Ying gathered his thoughts and nodded. Luo Bing walked ahead to lead the way, just like the front desk of Momen. She looked at the plump and mature Ning Ying with envy. Senior Ning's style is truly unmatched. She knew that a woman like a ripe peach was fatally attractive to a man. At the same time, a thought popped into her mind, if the son likes big ones, then something like Senior Ning. Bah, bah, bah. What are you thinking? She secretly cursed herself. But my thoughts drifted to this aspect, and I really couldn't stop all of a sudden. After all, she was born in a brothel, and when she was a child, she often heard from her sisters that men have strange tastes. And there are so many patterns. Sometimes, when punching the hole, they also ask the sisters to play some role-playing games with them. They will shout words such as, aunt, sister-in-law, aunt, sister, and so on. Hey, sister. Luo Bing's delicate body trembled. But she soon couldn't help pinching her wrist hard, quenching her cranky thoughts. Take a step back, the son may like the big one, and the master is not as good as me in some respects. Luo Bing thought of this, and proudly propped up her sizable chest. Also, although men love the title brother, but, she remembered that she tentatively called the son daddy that day, and the son's reaction was obviously very intense. If Lu Dongling knew what she was thinking, she would definitely scold the villain 100 times. Luo Bing felt that she might have to find a time to reflect on it. There are not many female practitioners who have appeared in Momin recently, and all of them are stunning. She feels that she is about to be stunned. It's time to purify yourself. On the hillside beside 10,000 Birds Forest, Tianji Sanren, who had been in a coma for a long time, woke up faintly. He only felt a tingling pain in his consciousness, and endless pain came from his left eye. He raised his right hand and touched his eyes. Spiritual power poured into it, and then his fingers couldn't help shaking violently. It's gone, the power God gave me is gone. He was almost crazy. The saddest thing in his life is that he was born half-blind. But Tianji Sanren is not content with the status quo. Until he spied on the secrets of heaven and obtained the ability bestowed upon him by heaven, what he was most proud of was these half-blind eyes. Yes, he can't see a lot of things clearly. What a normal person can see clearly is blurred in his eyes. So what? There are some things that only I can see in the world. However, now that his left eye is blind, and the power in his eyes has also been defeated, he has only one half-blind right eye left, and only half of the magical power bestowed on him by heaven. He could not accept this result. What exactly is that? Tianji Sanren still felt lingering fears when he recalled those indifferent eyes and Qinglian between his eyebrows. The other party just glanced at himself, just glanced at it. He took out a few elixir from the storage ring and took it, and his face improved slightly. After thinking about it, he started flying towards the west. Soon, he came to a bustling big city and directly entered the top of a tower. In the city, this tower has 7 floors. The first 3 floors are open to mortals, while the last 3 floors are only open to cultivators. As for the top floor, it is a place for internal discussions. This tower is called the Heavenly Secret Tower, and it can be found all over the profound sky continent. Its main function is to sell information. Over the course of hundreds of years, Tianji Sanren has weaved a large net that densely covers the profound sky realm. After arriving at the top of the tower, a plain-looking woman with an elegant and gentle temperament immediately greeted her. "Tower Master, you are injured," the woman exclaimed in surprise. Tianji Sanren sat down on the main seat and waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. "Xianji, help this old man find someone," Tianji said. The gentlewoman named Xianji nodded and said, "The Tower Master, please speak." After thinking about it, Tianji Sanren spread out a layer of rice paper on the table, and then started to draw with a pen. As the brush and ink were rendered on the rice paper, Xianji couldn't help but be amazed. There are such handsome men in this world. She couldn't help but say. Tianji Sanren put down his brush and looked at Lu Chaoga he had drawn. After carefully recalling, with his painting skills, he could only draw 3-point charm of this person. But the 3-point charm of the polarizing light is enough to make the women in the world go crazy. In the profound sky realm, there is also a legend that the Tao of Heaven created man, which is similar to the creation of man by Nuwa on earth. This world is so unfair, some people are obviously made with mud, and some people are purely Nuwa's show of skills. And looks like Lu Chaoga can only be said to be the pinnacle of Mother Nuwa. Take it, just check him. Tianji Sanran leaned on the chair tiredly and said. Lightly. Yes. Xianji nodded, then carefully picked up the rice paper, then walked up the steps and walked to the 6th floor of the Tianji Tower. Along the way, her eyes were always on the man on the scroll, so much so that she almost fell when she was going down the steps. The man on the picture scroll successfully aroused her curiosity. Xianji also wanted to check all the information about him. On the other side, the master on the scroll, the road towards the song, is now riding a dark crow, flying towards Momin. There are still 10 days before the Tiangshuanji internal test. He went back to Momin, and after staying for a few days, he can go down the mountain again. The sand sculpture players are coming. Lu Chaoga was looking forward to it. According to time conversion, 10 days in the profound sky realm is equal to 1 day on Earth. That is to say, on Earth, the internal beta players are probably already gearing up and screaming. The dark crow landed in front of the mountain gate of Momin, and Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan walked towards the Momin Hall. As soon as he swept away his consciousness, he found that everyone was in the hall. Hey, Aunt Ning is here. Lu Chaoga was overjoyed. He and Aunt Ning haven't seen each other for a long time and he still misses the person above him. As soon as he entered the hall, he saw the familiar black robe. This Taoist robe was as solemn as ever, but it was a pity that it was stretched out when it was loose. And its owner also has a pair of peach eyes like autumn water, full of charm, forming a sharp contrast and a sense of taboo. Aunt Ning. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. Lu Chaoga stepped forward quickly. Ninging looked at him, smiled slightly, and then saw Jiang Xinyan behind Lu Chaoga. Junior sister Jiang. Ninging was a little surprised. Ning. Senior sister Ning. Jiang Xinyan felt a little uncomfortable. These two are old acquaintances. But having said that, one is the senior of Sword Sect and the other is senior of Chuanqiu Mountain. It is normal for the two to deal with each other. It's just that she is commensurate with fellow Taoist Lu Chaoga, and she is considered equal. But Lu Chaoga called Ninging Auntie Ning. This life is messed up all of a sudden. It's just that this has always been the norm in the world of practice, and everyone will not get used to it at first, and soon follow the old rules. Different things. After a few chats, Jiang Xinyan and Ning Ying both felt strange in their hearts. Jiang Xinyan was very puzzled. She had always been known to Ning Ying as a senior, but when she saw her today, why did she feel a sense of tension between the younger generation and the elders? She, who has always been indifferent, has a feeling of being at a loss. Is it just because fellow Lu Daoyu just called her Aunt Ning? Ning Ying, on the other hand, heard Lu Chaoga call Jiang Xinyan a fellow Taoist, and her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. With her woman's keen intuition, she always felt that there was something wrong with her nephew and this junior sister Jiang. Ning Ying's peach blossom eyes and Jiang Xinyan looked at each other, and with just one glance, Jiang Xinyan turned her head away and staggered her gaze. Although her expression was still indifferent, Ning Ying was sure that at that moment, she saw the chaos in her eyes. Chapter 103. 102, Azura Field. The child has grown up. This was Ning Ying's first thought. Since Lu Chaoga was born, she has liked this child very much. When this child sees her, he won't cry like an ordinary baby because he recognizes his birth. The first time he met her, he lay in his arms, pillowed on himself, and slept soundly. He was trapped in it and slept very sweetly, with a smile in his sleep, which directly melted Ning Ying's heart. What's more, Lu Chaoga's bright eyes and white teeth were really cute when he was a child, worthy of a saying that everyone loves flowers and flowers bloom. Hey, this sentence always feels weird. With the passage of time, Lu Chaoga has evolved from cute to handsome. He is the most beautiful man Ning Ying has ever seen. Therefore, she is also very clear that with Lu Chaoga's appearance, there will be no shortage of women who like him. It would be a bit interesting to capture the hearts of great practitioners, or the great practitioners of Spring and Autumn Mountain. In fact, although the four sects are equally famous, and everyone is very friendly on the surface, there is also competition. I don't want the number one sect in the world to be a good sect. Moreover, due to the particularity of the Spring and Autumn Mountain exercises, there are many strange flowers in this sect. It's very hard to deal with them. In terms of diplomacy, Chuanqiu Mountain is really bad. As an elder of Jianzhong, Ning Ying has always had a bad impression of Chuanqiu Mountain. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Xinyan's expression of weakness at the moment, she felt a little dark in her heart. If Chaoga and her really become, Ning Ying could imagine the scene. In that picture, she stretched out a finger, gently lifted Jiang Xinyan's chin, looked down at the half of her face that she could only see after being blocked somewhere by her, and said with a smile, "What's your name, senior sister? Come on, call me auntie." Hey, Ning Ying only felt an electric current swept across her body, and she felt extra comfortable just thinking about it. She pointed in the air. The elder was full of attitude, although she still called out to junior sister, but the momentum was completely different. "Junior sister, sit and drink tea." Jiang Xinyan nodded instinctively, then sat down in a daze. Involuntarily, her legs came together slightly, and her knees were intertwined, inexplicably tense. By the time she reacted, she had already lost her aura. "Aunt Ning, she doesn't drink tea, we'll just drink it," Lu Chaoga said with a smile. Then, he saw Ning Ying's peach blossom eyes stab him viciously. "Stinky boy, this is covered," Ning Ying said in her heart. Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows and noticed that the atmosphere was not right. Although he was also a prodigal son in his previous life, he never brought a girl home to meet her parents. As I said earlier, Lu Chaoga's parents in his previous life were separated from each other, and they played different things. They only maintained a superficial marriage relationship because of their family business, so in fact, even if he really talked about a relationship, he couldn't figure out how to bring the girl home to see you. Who? He has no experience in this regard. Therefore, after sensing the subtle atmosphere between the two great practitioners, he decided to smile with a crooked mouth, be a quiet and beautiful man, and watch the changes. Ning Ying felt a little uncomfortable after Lu Chaoga spoke. This feels like a piglet raised by oneself. Forget it, how can this word be applied to Chaoga? But she glanced at Lu Chaoga, and when she saw his face, it was none of her own business, and she felt that he was a pig. This pig is going to be stolen. The elbows have a tendency to turn outwards. The dark coolness that had been made up in her brain earlier disappeared without a trace in an instant. Jiang Xinyan adjusted her mentality after showing weakness. Now she took a few deep breaths and returned to her icy appearance. Looking at her expression, Ning Ying took out the seeds of the spirit tree from the storage ring. Ning Ying is ready to express her position with practical actions. Don't rely on your identity as a great cultivator. Chaoga in our family is also loved by great cultivators and loved by great cultivators. Great cultivator, nothing remarkable. Lu Chaoga looked at the seeds of the spirit tree, his eyes lit up slightly. This is exactly what Momin is in short supply. For low-level practitioners, the spiritual fruit has infinite magical effects. It can supplement them with sufficient spiritual vitamins every day. It has magical effects on the body and practice. It's just that there are fewer and fewer high-grade spiritual trees now, and the seeds are very precious. But Aunt Ning took out a small bag. No wonder in the past life, those aunties in the circle never lacked small fresh meat, and this soft rice is too nourishing for the stomach. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. However, after the seeds of the spirit tree were taken out, a warm current emerged from the peach imprint in his palm. He immediately turned his head to look at Jiang Xinyan, and saw that Jiang Xinyan was also looking at him. Apparently, the same goes for her peach imprint. Ningning frowned slightly, and after a light snort, she said, "This is the breath of senior ancient tree. Momin, a hidden place in the depths of the pond, there is a temporary secret room here. Outside the secret room, there are restrictions one after another. These restrictions are extremely powerful, superimposed together, and ordinary practitioners cannot break them at all." And inside the secret room, it was empty. Lu Dongli, who was breaking through, did not stay in the secret room, because the restriction was too obvious, and its breath could not be hidden. Wouldn't normal people think that I, Lu Dongli, stayed within the band to break through the border? In fact, she hid in another place, and only applied a concealment technique. Here, hiding all her breath. Behind the magic barrier is an imaginary shadow, not her real body. Her real body is in a more secret place. At the same time, there is another secret passage behind. If she is really in danger, she can quickly enter the secret room with many restrictions to ensure safety. Her attainment in concealing aura is unfathomable, and Ningning just swept it casually with her divine sense, but she missed it all. It may have to be carefully probed on Danqing Peak before it is possible to find her. At this moment, the surrounding aura was madly pouring into her body, and the surrounding magic barrier weakened the fluctuations caused by the surging of the spiritual energy to prevent it from being too obvious. At this level, Lu Dongli suppressed it for a long time, and finally, he couldn't hold it anymore. Because the foundation is solid enough and the steps are steady, the breakthrough has come naturally, without any mistakes and accidents. Therefore, she has saved the other 3 backhands. Lu Dongli is only wearing a thin shirt now, and the hem of the thin shirt only reaches the buttocks. Since he is sitting cross-legged at the moment, a pair of slender and well-proportioned white legs are crossed together, causing the hem of the thin shirt to be propped up. Some have reached a tipping point. It has a taste of absolute realm. Her outer robe and blouse are both worn on the phantom outside. To be precise, the phantom is what she transformed with her robe. After the spiritual power was completely absorbed, Lu Dongli opened her beautiful eyes. Phew! There was a trace of disorder in the fluctuation of spiritual power just now. Fortunately, if this disorder expands tenfold, I have a 1% chance of breaking through and failing. Let's learn a lesson, don't be so hasty and careless next time. Lu Dongli felt that the past was a little dangerous. After successfully breaking through, she is in a good mood, which means that her lifespan can be increased again, and she is one step closer to reaching the end of the world. She stood up and stretched. The legs that were not even an inch were slightly raised on tiptoe, and the little white lotus-like feet gently tiptoed with the toes, pushing up the soft legs. Toe pads are actually similar to wearing high heels, both of which can make the curvature of the back of the legs stand up, making the legs look better. And the legs straighter. Lu Dongli's calf is well proportioned, the thigh is round, and the skin on the leg is white and silky, which is extraordinarily attractive. These are two white-run ecstasy knives. And looking from the back, you can see the arc of her upturned buttocks. Above the buttocks is the slender waist that is covered by the top, and the attractive waist. I saw Lu Dongli's fingers slightly hooked, and the coat and robe on the phantom outside flew over, and then put it on her body. Her divine sense looked out, and she immediately sensed the current situation of Momin clearly. Hey, Aunt Ning is here. Lu Dongli was delighted. Brother and sister Jiang are back too. She was even happier. Since Lu Chaoge and Jiang Xinyan were called fellow Taoists, she also called Jiang Xinyan her sister. When Jiang Xinyan stayed on the mountain, he would occasionally answer some questions about her practice. Therefore, although she felt that Jiang Xinyan looked cold, she was actually somewhat close to her. With a good mood, Lu Dongli broke through and flew to the main hall at the top of Danqing Peak. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. As soon as she approached the main hall, she sensed an old and desolate atmosphere coming from the main hall. This is a demonic energy. Lu Dongli was stunned for a moment, and quickly recognized that this demonic energy came from the 10,000-year-old peach tree at the entrance of the trial ground. She was deeply impressed by this 10,000-year-old peach tree. After all, she was under great pressure to hide hundreds of millions of hands under the eyes of this peach tree. She actually didn't know whether she was seen through or not, but she only knew that she passed through the barrier and finally passed it peacefully. After entering the hall, the first thing she saw was the spiritual tree seeds floating in the air. These seeds are suspended in a mess, exuding vitality. The wisps of pink airflow echoed around them, very mysterious. Lu Dongli looked forward along these air currents, and first saw the peach imprint on Lu Chaoge's palm. Yeah. What a beautiful peach blossom. Lu Dongli couldn't help thinking. But her gaze continued to move forward, and what caught her eye was the identical peach imprint on Jiang Xinyan's palm. Right now, they are radiating light. As we all know, peach blossoms symbolize marriage. The peach imprint on the two is a bit like a couple tattoo on the earth. For a moment, Lu Dongli felt that his heart was blocked and his five tastes were mixed. She felt a little uncomfortable and a little aggrieved. She stared blankly at the two peach blossoms, and said weakly in her heart, "It doesn't look good." P.S. The second update, these days are double monthly passes, don't keep them. Remember to vote. Chapter 104. 103, The Influence of the Head of the Road. The peach blossom imprint shone brightly, and in the Momin Hall, everyone had different expressions, each with their own thoughts. Only the round-faced chick, without a waist, sighed innocently, "What a beautiful little flower. It will still shine." At this moment, everyone was sitting, only Lu Dongli, who had just arrived, stood there blankly, looking at the two peach blossom marks. His lips moved slightly, but he was speechless. Lu Chaoge closed his palms and forcibly suppressed the active peach imprint with his spiritual power. He now understands why such an abnormal situation occurs. All because of the seeds of these top-grade spirit trees. In the peach blossom gifted by the ancient tree of 10,000 years, there is a lot of vitality, and he estimates that this power can also help the cultivation of the spiritual tree. Only, I don't want to expose this mark in front of Xiao. Lu Chaoge gave a wry smile. At the same time, he found it a little interesting. Why do I feel like I've been caught in bed? Yes, this tug still feels strangely new. Jiang Xinyan followed suit and suppressed the abnormality of a mark in his hand. The seeds of the spiritual tree floating in the air fell instantly, and Lu Dongli, who was closest to the seeds, stretched out his hand and held the seeds in his hands. After her right hand holding the seed was slightly forced, she slowly released it, with the usual smile on her face, and said, "Aunt Ning." Then he said to Lu Chaoga and Jiang Xinyan, "Brother and sister Jiang have also returned to the sect?" Although she concealed it well, Lu Chaoga, who was familiar with him, still felt that something was wrong with his sister. Don't forget, in the past, in public, she always called Lu Chaoga her elder brother, not her elder brother. Luo Bing looked down at his toes, not too much of a comparison. She was originally a humble person, and it was the sun who pulled herself out of the mud pond. How can I compare myself to a dignified practitioner, the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain? Therefore, her mentality is actually quite good. She doesn't have much possessiveness towards Lu Chaoga, and she feels that it is a blessing to be able to join in and become one of them. I, Luo Bing, have to actively participate in the by-giving action. After the little episode just now, Ningning simply suggested to plant the seeds of the spiritual tree now. Lu Chaoga nodded, agreed with this opinion, and called on everyone to plant trees, which was regarded as a team building. He remembered that when he was in high school, on Arbor Day, the school organized a tree planting activity and went to a certain farm to plant trees. Later, Lu Chaoga thought about going to see his own tree, but the farm didn't allow him to enter the woods behind, so he bought the entire farm directly. There are several spiritual trees planted in Momin itself, and many spiritual fruits can be grown every year. It's just that most of these spirit trees are low-grade spirit trees, and there are only 2 middle-grade spirit trees. After seeing these spirit trees, Ningning silently kept this matter in her heart. Therefore, when he obtained the high-grade spirit seed, he immediately thought of sending it to Momin. Look, a woman of this age will hurt people. After planting the seeds of the spiritual tree, Lu Chaoga tried to infuse the vitality in the peach blossoms, but he did not expect the seeds to take root and sprout instantly, which was amazing. Seeing that the sapling was suddenly taller than himself, Xiaoqiu, the round-faced chick, was so shocked that both ponytails stood up. Me. Sect master, you touch me too. Xiaoqiu stood on tiptoe and raised his hand. Lu Chaoga laughed and said, "What are you touching?" "Touch my head. I also want to grow taller, and I want to grow so tall." Xiaoqiu pointed at the spirit tree. Lu Chaoga patted her lightly and said, "This is only useful for trees, are you a tree too?" "Ah? Then I can be a tree too, I'm not a human," Xiaoqiu said happily. Lu Dongli listened and said angrily, "What are you talking about?" Xiaoqiu was still a little afraid of her master, so she stopped talking. "Nonsense." Lu Chaoga wanted to comfort her a few words. Children want to grow taller, and adults' replies are very formatted, such as eating well. But when she thinks about the whole Momin, she is the most active in cooking. So let's just think about it. It's just this little girl has been in Momin for about 8 or 9 months. She eats so much every day, how come she hasn't grown up much? Lu Chaoga recalled. No, is she still the legendary semi-permanent loli? Lu Chaoga looked at her and asked, "Xiaoqiu, how many bowls of rice did you eat last time?" 2 bowls. Xiaoqiu replied. Oh, and 1 bowl less than when I cook myself. There are a very small number of practitioners who have evolved from immortal body into a Taoist body after entering the practice, which will produce something extraordinary. Xiaoqiu's abnormality may be her appetite. In this regard, Lu Chaoga didn't think much about it. After all, there was no problem with her body for the time being. Moreover, her cultivation speed is very fast, and now she is already in the 6th level of the first realm. This is also because in the first few months, he was mainly teaching her some common sense and did not guide her to practice. This speed is comparable to that of me back then, Lu Chaoga said in his heart. After planting the spiritual tree, Lu Chaoga would definitely have to cook by himself because of the presence of the distinguished guest, Ningying. At the dinner table, Ningying took the initiative to inquire about Lu Chaoga's harvest in the trial land. The rest of the crowd immediately looked at their head in unison. They are all juniors, and it is not easy to ask about the elders, but it does not mean that they are not curious. Lu Chaoga put down his chopsticks and said lightly, I have a little understanding, and the heart of the sword is clear. Ningying heard the words, with a bright smile on her face, and said, with the cultivation of the second realm, you have reached the realm of Jianxin. Penetration, Chaoga, you have created an unprecedented feat. Although there should be the effect of the sword tablet, but it is also very terrifying. Ningying continued, in this way, you have gained more from this trip than you. When Yu visualized the sword monument, he learned one of the unique skills of the first generation of sword sovereign. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, what Aunt Ning said is the ultimate skill, but this? As soon as the voice fell, I saw a fingertip sword energy rushing into the sky, reaching its limit. When the sword light dissipated, the sound of sword energy breaking through the air came from the air. This casual sword shocked everyone in Momen, and said in their hearts, what a strong sword. Ningying was also stunned on the spot, and said unexpectedly, you learned it too. Her charming peach eyes stared at Lu Chaoga, as if she was looking at a monster. He can always inadvertently give people a great surprise, or even scare. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, the harvest is a little bit more. Ningying glared at him and said, are you talking too much? Your harvest will make others feel ashamed. When Lu Chaoga saw that Aunt Ning was happy for him, he was also happy. At the same time, he wanted to tell Xiaoqiu that people don't need to grow up in such a hurry. When he was a child, every time he made great feats, Aunt Ning would reward him with a bear hug and a chest hug to kill him. At that time, he was not very tall, and every time at this time, when his face was sunken somewhere, he could feel the fragrance of a wave of facial cleanser. Also delicate and soft. Now that he is an adult, he naturally does not have such benefits. Ningying looked at him and said, you didn't participate in the list of the second realm, so you should be sitting firmly in the first place. Lu Chaoga nodded and said, it's faster than them. How much faster than the original first place? Ningying asked. Twice as fast. Lu Chaoga said casually. Everyone now understands that the sect master didn't go to experience at all. He went to attack people. He was there to crush the pride of others. At the same time, the disciples of Momen also had a sense of honor. The strength of the head can make the disciples more confident, have more confidence in their hearts, and have a more sense of belonging to the sect. Although our sect leader is only the second realm, he is likely to be the strongest second realm in Qingzhou. Even the second realm of the best in the world. And don't forget, the headmaster is still very young. There is something called Zoman's sense of honor, which grows in the hearts of Momen disciples. Next time, when they go to the trial ground by themselves, when they say that they are disciples of Momen, the disciples of Jianzong stationed there will show different expressions. If it were ordinary Xiaobaman disciples, they would be greeted by the confused eyes of sword sect disciples. What sect? Never heard of it. Does my sword sect still have such a subordinate sect? Since the subordinate sects have a 50% discount on the tickets, the stationed disciples may even take out a booklet to check carefully whether this sect is among them. That feeling, that taste, was unbearable. They don't necessarily mean to embarrass you. After all, there are 300 subordinate sects, and not many people remember them all. He can only blame his own sect for not being eye-catching. But Momin will definitely not. Because of our sect leader, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com hangs at the top of the list with an almost skybreaking time. Lu Chaoga looked at the arrogant disciples and said calmly, next time you go through the barrier, this seat has requirements for you. He glanced around at the disciples and said, I want each of your names to appear on the top page of the list, and if it is in the top 50. Jiang Xinyan and Ningying glanced at each other, they were all looking forward to the reaction of the Momin disciples. In response to Lu Chaoga, there was a passionate voice, yes. Disciple takes orders. This fighting spirit, whereas a mere 100 doors should have. Everyone is on the list, and everyone is in the top 50. The teachers of sword sect will not make such unreasonable demands on their disciples, which is a bit difficult for strong men. Especially for those disciples who are not outstanding, this is obviously adding unnecessary pressure to people. But Lu Chaoga just said, the Momin disciples agreed without hesitation. Xiao Qiao, who was only looking at cooking rice, put down his chopsticks. Her little mouth was covered with rice grains and soup. She raised her little hand and said, when I am in the first realm, I will be the same as the head master and take the first place. In the entire Momin, she was the most severely assimilated by Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga said, really? Xiaoqiu patted her flat little chest and said loudly, seriously. In this way, one big and one small laughed together. The two great practitioners present were all close to Momin. They couldn't help but become curious, what will the Momin look like in many years? Chapter 105. 104, can be killed under 5 circumstances. The next day, Ningying still had business to go back to the sect to deal with, and did not plan to stay in Momin for a long time. Before parting, Lu Dongli and Aunt Ning gave a hug before parting. After they let go, Lu Chaoga opened his hands as if joking, and then Ningying poked his head with his fingertips and scolded him a few times. Sentence. Before she left, she remembered something and said to Lu Chaoga, Chaoga, you asked me to say hello to you. She always felt that the two were friends from childhood to adulthood, and they had a strong friendship, and she was the witness of their friendship. Lu Chaoga nodded, and said purely politely, then Aunt Ning will also help me say hello to him. Ningying smiled and said, Chaoga, I forgot to tell you, Yu broke through a few days ago, and he is already a practitioner of the 4th realm. She felt that although Lu Chaoga had done too many feats, this kid had a quirky temper since he was a child. Unlike ordinary people, she was worried that he was too proud and complacent, and wanted to use Yu of the 4th realm to overwhelm him. I'm almost there too, Lu Chaoga said casually. Ningying's peach blossom eyes slashed at him and scolded with a smile, you haven't even reached the 3rd realm yet, so dare you say you're fast? Lu Chaoga shrugged his shoulders and said nothing. Ningying looked at him and said, Yu actually has another question I want to ask you. Aunt Ning, why is this brat talking so much? Lu Chaoga said impatiently. Where can there be so much bullshit between men and men? In his impression, in the past life, he found a good buddy to play Tiangshuanji online together, and the communication was not too simple. Lu Chaoga? Good buddy, 1. Then, Chi went online and started a happy journey of sand sculpture players. Ningying ignored his complaints and continued to help Yu with a message. He wants to ask you if he in the 4th realm can take your sword out of the scabbard. Lu Chaoga didn't expect Yu to ask this. When Yu and Lu Chaoga were in the 3rd realm, Lu Chaoga insisted not to draw his sword, and said lightly, people will die. Unexpectedly, Yu has always kept it in her heart. Today's not too late it has been nearly 10 years since Feng Jian. Lu Chaoge looked at Ning Ying and said word by word, no. He was afraid that Yu was still obsessed with it, so he continued to say. Aunt Ning, then you can also help me with a message for him. What? Ning Ying asked, curiously. Lu Chaoge's eyes were burning, and his words were low. For 10 years, under the 5 realms, no matter who it is, I can kill it with one sword. As soon as these words came out, there was a brief silence in front of Momin. Mountain. With the cultivation of the 2nd realm, he threatened to kill anyone under the 5 realms with one sword. If this word spreads out, it will make people laugh. But Lu Chaoge's expression was too serious, and for some reason, everyone present believed it. Regarding this point, Lu Chaoge does not have any exaggeration. It doesn't matter whether you are an ordinary 4th realm or a world protagonist in the 4th realm, as long as you are not a great practitioner. Lu Chaoge will surely kill him with one sword. The 4th realm and the 5th realm have a gap like a gulf, otherwise, they would not be called a great cultivator above the 5 realms. And, not too late, has been in the sword for nearly 10 years, and there is his qi, his vigor, and his will in it. And his consistent investment experience. This sword will be quite terrifying. Not to mention the 4th realm great perfection, even if it is the half-step 5 realm, it will not work. Ning Ying raised her hand and patted Lu Chaoge's shoulder lightly. She could naturally guess. Who is this sword for? For the Lu brothers and sisters, they will never forget the day many years ago, when the demon cultivator brought disaster to the world. Since then, Ning Ying has also been paying attention to this damn demon cultivator, but she has never received any news about him. She and Lu Chaoge's mother are as affectionate as sisters, and in her dreams, she wants to smash this demon to ashes. If they were still alive, these 2 children would not have to assume the responsibility of a sect so early. Ning Ying began to feel distressed again. Before stepping on a light boat, she said to the Lu brothers and sisters, Aunt Ning left a gift for you in the bamboo house, remember to pick it up later. After finishing speaking, before they could react, this charming and plump woman drove away in a light boat. Jiang Xinyan blew the whistle, and the dark crow in the distance flew towards this side. She looked at the crowd and said, there has been a lot of harassment recently, fellow Daoist, I'll take my leave first. Huh? Are you going back? Lu Chaoge was stunned. Jiang Xinyan nodded. She has been restless recently. She feels that she needs to be alone and think about it. Hearing that Jiang Xinyan was leaving, Lu Dongli breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, after all, Sister Jiang and her brother haven't reached that share, and it's not suitable to get along day and night. I'm different, I'm his sister, we can be together every day, he. For Jiang Xinyan to leave, Lu Chaoge did not hold back too much. He knew that sometimes, distance produces beauty. What's more, the closed beta is about to start, and the sand sculpture players are finally coming. He still has a lot of things to do. It will be a long time to come to Japan, he said in his heart. So, he nodded and said, okay, let's say goodbye to that fellow Daoist. Well, goodbye. Jiang Xinyan nodded slightly. Before leaving, she also said to Lu Chaoge, Daoist friend, in fact, I also have something in the bamboo house. Daoist friend, let's look at it before going to bed. Oh? Lu Chaoge suddenly became interested. Should I pick it up before going to bed? What's the matter with the sudden little excitement? After saying this, Jiang Xinyan sat on the dark crow and flew away from here. She left with Ning Ying on purpose, because she always felt that it was very stressful to stay with the elders of this fellow Lu Daoist, and she felt strange in her heart. Obviously everyone is a great cultivator, although Ningying's cultivation is indeed higher than hers, but in the past they were friends of the same generation, but this time she felt that she was lower. Especially the look in her eyes that looked at her, like a smile, but not a smile, with a bit of teasing and a bit of scrutiny. Jiang Xinyan couldn't help but squeeze her legs slightly. If Ningying was present, her alcohol addiction would be lessened. This made her feel that the problem was serious. Because after understanding the meaning of the word cool in Lu Chaoga's mouth, she has always felt that she is a person who fits the word. But when Ningying was present, her performance was undoubtedly not in line with this word. Therefore, Jiang Xinyan left Momin at this moment, somewhat with the meaning of fleeing. She needs to be alone and needs to understand her own heart. Facing the wind, Jiang Xinyan took a sip of spring sleep. She, who is not drunk in 1,000 cups, has a little blur in her eyes at this moment. The two great cultivators left Momin one after another. Lu Chaoga first went to the bamboo house, where Aunt Ning lived, to pick up the small gift she left behind. In the bedroom, there is still a faint fragrance left by this plump, mature woman. As he expected, it was a storage ring. He poured divine consciousness into it and found that there were a lot of spirit stones and some refining materials suitable for novices. Women, it's better to be older, Lu Chaoga said with emotion. Perhaps this is the charm of mature women. Moisturizing things silently. After being moistened, Lu Chaoga silently put away the storage ring. The spiritual stones here are enough for all the disciples of Momin to go to the trial ground, and there will be a lot of balance. I know that the monthly salary of the elders of Jianzhong is very high, but this time it is too much, Lu Chaoga thought. As for what Jiang Xinyan left behind, since he promised to pick it up before going to bed, he plans to go there later. He has something to do now. Lu Chaoga walked out of the bamboo house, facing the moonlight, and came to the solitary grave worshipped by the demon clan. He hadn't returned for many days, and there were some weeds on the tomb, so he squatted down to clean it up. Lu Chaoga tapped the tombstone a few times with his fingers. After all, this worshipper was behind his ears. The worship, is it still there? Lu Chaoga started his daily greeting. After all, she is so mysterious that even Ningying and Jiang Xinyan couldn't detect her breath. Even if she was completely cold in the coffin, Lu Chaoga couldn't detect it with her divine sense. It didn't take a moment for a plume of green smoke to rise from the lonely grave. Qin Yan rushed to the road and waved towards Go, which gave him the feeling that it was like a fleshy animal claws were clawing in the air. It's still there, that's fine. Lu Chaoga stood in front of the tombstone and said, I'm going down the mountain this time to go to the trial site of Jianzhong. Well, I took the first place on a list that was not worth mentioning. By the way, I learned a set of swordsmanship. Because of a little understanding, I casually came to a sword heart penetration. As always, it was a feat, but Qin Yan was indifferent. Just like when his sword intent was formed, he came to the lonely grave to chatter. After all, many of his things are worshipped and taught. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Although everyone is exchanging at equal value and trading, he still feels the need to prove to her how powerful he is. Available every time. No response. Lu Chaoga just thought she was too dumb and too stupid. After all, what is there to say? As long as I'm stupid enough to think about things that are too scary, they won't scare me. After finishing these important points, he began to talk about other things. By the way, have you been to the trial ground? He said loudly, fearing that the worship would not be heard. Qin Yan waved her hand. From the dull appearance, it seems that she doesn't even know what the trial ground is. I don't know if this memory is missing, or if she really hasn't been there. In Shrine, I learned during this trip that the swordsmanship you taught me, the one I named, Normal Attack, was actually the swordsmanship of the first generation sword sovereign. He said solemnly. Are you sure you haven't been to the trial ground? Then tell me, where did your swordsmanship come from? As soon as the words fell, I saw two groups of blue smoke falling to both sides, as if they were spreading their hands, as if saying, I forgot. Think again. Lu Chaoge raised his eyebrows. Qing Yan was still indifferent. Obviously this was not a problem that could be solved by thinking about it. Lu Chaoge looked at her and felt that he could only throw his trump card. Then I'll ask you at the end if you still remember this name. As he spoke, his lips moved slightly, and he said in a low voice, Luli, the eccentric Luli. The next moment, he saw the blue smoke floating in the air and trembled violently. Chapter 106. 105, Dragon Roar. In front of the lonely grave, Lu Chaoge watched the vibration of Qing Yan, his eyes lit up. Obviously, the name is unusual for her. Did you remember something? Lu Chaoge asked. The next moment, the blue smoke dissipated in front of the grave. There was a voice in Lu Chaoge's ear. I remember. At night, when Lu Chaoge stood in front of the grave, he was stunned for a moment, wondering if he was hallucinating. This demon worshipper has been in seclusion in the tomb ever since he was picked up by the 31st generation head of Momin. She didn't say a word, she only showed people with green smoke. Lu Chaoge guessed that she was drawing the ground into a prison. It is estimated that there is a band set by herself in the tomb, and green smoke is the only way for her to communicate with the outside world. In this regard, he asked about the worship, and the answer to him was that he did not admit or deny, and pretended not to hear. And at this moment, he actually heard the sound transmission. Although the voice was a little faint, he was pretty sure he heard it. You were talking just now? Lu Chaoge asked. Yeah. The worshipper replied. Do you remember who you are? Lu Chaoge said loudly. No, but I remember who Luli is. The voice of worship sounded in my ears. Again. Her voice is very immature, like a child, just like Xiaoqiu, but also a little childish. It's just that Xiaoqiu has been assimilated by Lu Chaoge, and he has the imposing manner of a child king. And the voice of the demon clan's worship is a little charming, it's the kind that you can hear as soon as you hear it. This person's brain is not very smart, that is, the so-called stupid child. From the very beginning, he felt that the name Luli was very incompatible with this worshipper in his own family, and it really wasn't her name. She is not Luli, Luli is someone else. The relationship between me and the Wanyan Laoshu that day was at odds with each other, and we were not talking about one person at all. Standing in front of the grave, Lu Chaoge asked, Who is Luli? The tender voice of worship sounded in his ear. What? What were you talking about just now? Lu Chaoge realized that what she said just now was too soft, she probably didn't hear it again. Although the profound sky realm is a world of cultivation, there are some problems that cannot be cured by cultivation. It's not that the practitioner's body is the same as that of mortals, but some of the problems are just the root of the disease left by the practice. Some exercises are very powerful, but there are often mild side effects. It was as if Jiang Xinyan's emotions and desires had been affected. Therefore, Lu Chaoge can understand that there is a problem with the ear of his own worship. I said. Who is Luli? Lu Chaoge said loudly. I can hear you, you don't have to be so loud. The worshipper replied. Lu Chaoge. After a while, her voice came out again. Luli is the disciple of Emperor Qing. Hearing the words, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but tremble. At the same time, he raised his eyebrows slightly and said puzzledly, There are 5 disciples under the throne of Qingdi, and they are all powerful people above the 9th realm. The names of these 5 people are very famous today, and there is no Luli. The worshipper in the tomb pondered for a moment and said, well, he should not be among those 5 people. He is a closed disciple that Emperor Qing later accepted. Are you sure? Lu Chaoge frowned. What? What did you just say? Paralyzed, as always, it is difficult to communicate. According to Lu Chaoge's knowledge reserve, the historical situation he knew was that the 5 disciples of Emperor Qing were all killed in the ancient catastrophe, and Emperor Qing himself disappeared after that catastrophe, and he should have been buried in that shocking catastrophe. But back then, Emperor Qing was a prominent figure, and he was recognized as the number 1 person in the entire profound sky realm. How could his disciple be an unknown person? It stands to reason that there is nothing in the book that makes no sense. And based on the trust in the ancient tree of 10,000 years and the worship of his own family, Lu Chaoge did not think that Luli was an ordinary person. Therefore, a bold guess appeared in his mind. During the catastrophe of the ancient times, did Emperor Qing not die? Lu Chaoge stared at the lonely grave with his eyes burning. No, Yaozu worshipped without any hesitation, and immediately gave a reply. After hearing this sentence, Lu Chaoge couldn't help but look up at the sky. Then took a deep breath. Even with his big heart, he felt that this news was too earth-shattering. So this Luli is the disciple that Emperor Qing accepted after the catastrophe in the ancient world? Lu Chaoge asked again. It should be, a little, I can't remember a little. The Yaozu worship replied. Lu Chaoge didn't know if it was his own delusion, but he actually heard the sound of knocking on the skull. Then what do you remember about Luli, about Emperor Qing? Lu Chaoge asked. I seem to have stayed with them for a long time, but these memories are very vague. I only remember a forest, a bamboo forest. The worshipper said. What? Lu Chaoge couldn't help but exclaimed. Have you stayed with Emperor Qing? Lu Chaoge felt unbelievable. He always felt that his worship might be unusual, but he didn't expect it to be so unusual. If nothing else, Emperor Qing was a figure in ancient times. So, how old is this worshipper? In Armomen, there is still a 10,000-year-old demon living there. He now understands why she always looks very weak, as if there is only one breath left, but she can send the 5-generation Momen head away in one breath. Feeling her life is not the same level as ours. Aren't you a turtle? Lu Chaoge muttered. What? What did you just say? The voice came again. The corners of Lu Chaoge's mouth twitched slightly, and instead of continuing the discussion, he said helplessly, do you know how many bamboo forests there are in this world? I don't know, how many? The enshrined replied, with curiosity and thirst for knowledge in his tone. Lu Chaoge? Open the coffin and dig the grave, or dig the grave directly? He took a deep breath, pretending to be communicating with the stupid child, and patiently said loudly, I mean, does this bamboo forest in your memory have any characteristics? Yes, there is a small stream on the side. The worshipper said again. Lu Chaoge. Forget it, just dig the grave. What are you talking about? After a while, a slightly happy voice sounded in his ears. Oh. I remembered. Bamboo is black, said worship. Heiju, Xiaoxi? Lu Chaoge's pupils shrank when he heard the words. He knows this place. But he wasn't sure if the place he knew was where the worship said it was. After all, although black bamboo is very rare, in the vast Tianqian realm, the ghost knows whether there will be such a bamboo forest in other places. The black bamboo forest he knew was located in Jianzhong. According to legend, this black bamboo forest is also the place of enlightenment for the first generation of Jianzong Jianzuan. About these news, Lu Chaoge silently wrote it down in his heart. At the same time, the corners of his mouth began to rise, the expression on his face gradually changed, and the whole person became more and more confident. The worship of their own demon clan is actually a character who has been mixed with Qingdi. Rounding up, I am also a person related to Qingdi. This is the treatment that the Son of Heaven should receive, he said in his heart. It's a pity that this monster's memory loss is too serious, and there seems to be a problem with her mind, which causes her effect to plummet. No, she now seems to have another obstacle in her memory, and she begins to knock on her head again. Lu Chaoge felt pain when he listened to the sound of knocking on his head. Don't knock, he said. What about using your head as a wooden fish? Oh. The head knock stopped, and the surroundings fell silent. Lu Chaoge looked at Gufan and asked the question he cared about most. Actually, whether it's Emperor Qing or Lu Li, they're irrelevant to me for the time being, but it's you. Do you remember who you are? Lu Chaoge asked loudly. No, I can't even remember my own name. The voice of worship came out, and there was a slight sadness in the voice. A man who doesn't even know his own name is a bit sad indeed. And thinking that she may have lived for tens of thousands of years, with a long time, but her memory is blurred, this may be an extremely painful thing. Then why did you only emit blue smoke before, but now you can transmit sound? Lu Chaoge asked. Because the restraint seems to be a little weaker, she replied. Lu Chaoge nodded. Maybe as she remembered more and more, the restrictions would become less and less. He took out the blood array from the ink ring and began to extract his own blood. Today is the blood donation day once again every month. Now that Tianxuanji is about to be tested, he also made a special trip back to the sect first. First to find out who Lu Li is, and secondly to provide her with blood essence. Lu Chaoge is a man of trustworthiness, a manly man, one spit and one nail. And this blood donation was different than before. Here he can hear voices. The blood formation pierced into the fingertips, and the feeling of collapse immediately spread throughout the body. This kind of feeling is familiar to all men, and Lu Chaoge has long been used to it. Like the wind comes and goes, the body is full and empty. The donated blood extracted by the blood needle disappeared instantly and was sucked into the tomb. Lu Chaoge heard the sucking sound clearly. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com and the sound of those tiny lips licking the corners of their mouths. It felt a bit like he was listening to some ASMR anchors live on Earth. How does my blood and essence taste? He asked knowingly. It's delicious. There was satisfaction in the voice of worship. Lu Chaoge's body was too tired, so he simply sat cross-legged in front of the tomb. Looking at the wordless tombstone, he smiled and said, "You can speak now. Why not give you a name?" Name? But I had a name before, but I just can't remember it, she said weakly. Can you humans have two names? You don't have to take it as a name, it can also be regarded as a title, such as Jianzong Sword Master. Isn't that a title? Lu Chaoge said. In his opinion, it can be understood as a nickname. In the past, everyone couldn't communicate, but now that they can communicate normally and have a fixed title, he thinks it will be a lot more convenient. To remind her of the name, the ghost knows that it will be the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. The head of the 5th generation just left, didn't she think of it? Then do you have it? She asked again. That's a lot. In the early years, people used to call me a pretty boy. Lu Chaoge said. Then take one. She seemed a little excited. Lu Chaoga thought for a while she was a demon clan, and now she was immature. When she couldn't remember things, she seemed to like to make the sound of woo. Yes. Lu Chaoga's bad taste came. Why don't you just call me OUU? P.S. First update. Chapter 107. 106. Ow? The demon worshipper was slightly taken aback. She didn't quite understand the meaning of the word, but she didn't raise any objections. On the contrary, she was somewhat pleased that she had a temporary name. Lu Chaoga listened to this immature ouch, and made up a lot of videos that he had seen in his previous life, which seemed a bit interesting. He looked at Lonely Tomb, as if thinking of something, and said, by the way, I also learned a set of swordsmanship at the sword monument in the trial land. You can see if it looks familiar. As he said that, he showed the first form of sound slow in front of the tombstone, Xingwei. The reason why it is called this name is because the sound of the sword in the first style is very subtle, but it always reminds Lu Chaoga of the sentence. The sound is weak, is there a meal? The next moment, a small jade jian suddenly appeared, suspended in front of Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga took the jade slip and opened it. The expression on his face was a bit complicated. Because in his hand, it is the skill book of slow voice. She even has it here. I feel like I've gone through a loneliness. Lu Chaoga said in his heart. Ah, where did you get all these things? Lu Chaoga said. Someone put me here. Awu answered very succinctly. Who is this other? Lu Chaoga asked again. Oh, I forgot. Awu replied simply. Hearing this, Lu Chaoga had a kind smile on his face and said, then can you show me all of them? I'll recover in 2 days, and I'll ask you to eat blood. Again. For the skill book, what is the body? Although very tired, I believe that in a few days, I will be able to do it. Again. What? What did you just say? OUU asked. I said. Give me all the jade slips, and I will squeeze out the blood and blood for you. Lu Chaoga said loudly. Essence and blood? Okay, okay. OUU was immediately excited. What about the jade slip? Lu Chaoga asked loudly. What? What did you just say? I said. Yujian. What? What are you talking about? Why are you always whispering? Lu Chaoga began to wonder if she was selectively deaf. Obviously, although the Owu in the tomb doesn't seem to have a very bright mind, it is not too stupid to have a lower limit. Compared to eating a few drops of blood essence, it is naturally better to eat every month. And those jade slips were meal tickets for her. She wouldn't do anything about killing chickens and getting their eggs. Helpless, Lu Chaoga dragged his exhausted body and left the lonely grave. Along the way, he sorted out the information he now had. Ah, there are a large number of jade slips, among which there is likely to be a complete inheritance of the first-generation sword sovereign. There are 3 sets of swordsmanship at the sword monument. Now I have 2 sets, and there is another set, maybe she has it there too. Also, she has seen the living Qing Emperor, as well as the Qing Emperor's close disciple, Luli. The Ziyue Club is also related to her, but if the Ziyue that the Ziyue Club worships is really the heart of the Qing Emperor, then it is understandable that she and Ziyue will have a conflict. It's just that, whether it's her or Luli, it doesn't make sense to be an unknown person. Especially this Luli, why have I never heard of it? When I played Tianxuanji in my previous life, there was no plot about him. Lu Chaoga shook his head slightly, thinking about these things is useless, he needs to dig slowly. At this moment, he did not go back to his bamboo house, but went to the one where Jiang Xinyan lived before. He hasn't picked up the small gift Jiang Xinyan left him. When he dragged his tired body and walked vainly to the bamboo house, he saw a familiar figure. Under the moonlight, Lu Dongli was standing slim outside the house. Those slender legs with amazing proportions were really straight and beautiful when viewed from the side. "Why are you here?" Lu Chaoga was slightly surprised. "Brother, I'm waiting for you." Lu Dongli looked at Lu Chaoga and said with a bit of resentment in her eyes. "What are you waiting for?" Lu Chaoga walked to her side and said, "And why? Aren't you waiting for me in my room?" "I just want to see what Sister Jiang has left for you." Lu Dongli glanced at Lu Chaoga, then turned her head away, pretending to be nonchalant, as if she didn't care too much, only a little curious. "Okay. But I have to read it first, and then decide whether I can let you watch it." Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. "Oh." Lu Dongli responded, then wondered, "Brother, why do you look so weak?" In the past, after the goblin raised in Lu Chaoga's house had finished feeding, he would immediately go back to the house to sleep soundly if he lost his sperm. On the second day, he will be slightly better, although the inside is empty. But he is still a normal man on the surface. Therefore, it was the first time that Lu Dongli had seen him look like this. "It's nothing, it's just an equivalent exchange with our family's worship." Lu Chaoga waved his hand, and then walked into the house. After pushing open the bedroom door, Lu Dongli stood outside the house and did not go in. As soon as Lu Chaoga walked in, he saw a jade pendant on the table. He picked up the pendant, which was a piece of black jade tied with a simple black rope. This black jade does not feel cold after starting, on the contrary, it is warm. And the temperature is similar to human body temperature. And for some reason, it doesn't have that hard texture after it starts. Lu Chaoga threw a detection directly at it, and quickly checked the basic information of Heyu. "Hey, it's similar to the one-leaf boat that Aunt Ning gave me." Lu Chaoga nodded slightly. "In this piece of jade, there is also a formation engraved. It's just that Ning carved a large formation of water curtains in a light boat, and inside this black jade, there was a large formation of fire sickles. The effects are similar, and they are all defensive arrays. It can block the full blow of ordinary 5th level practitioners. Why do you like to send me defensive formations?" Lu Chaoga didn't quite understand. "Do I look so easily beaten?" This reminded him that in his previous life, although he and his parents were not particularly close, when they were eating occasionally, their favorite admonition to Lu Chaoga was, "Take more bodyguards when you go out." Lu Chaoga glanced at the black jade again, and the more he looked, the more he liked it. He directly put the black jade pendant on, and said, "Come in." After Lu Dongli walked into the house, Lu Chaoga pointed to the pendant hanging on his neck and said, "Well, see, it's this black jade fire sickle formation." Lu Dongli recognized the formation at a glance. She has been obsessed with the study of formations recently, and Momin's mountain protection formation has been thoroughly researched by her. As soon as the materials are in place, she will start repairing the formation, and then give it hundreds of millions of upgrades. "Young man has good eyesight," Lu Chaoga said with a smile. Lu Dongli leaned against the door and muttered, "Why do you want you to take a jade card before going to bed?" She always felt that these two words, before going to bed, were somewhat ambiguous. She hesitated for a long time, and finally decided to come over to see what the gift was, otherwise, she felt that she would not be able to sleep for several days. "I don't know, maybe this is more ceremonial?" Lu Chaoga began to talk. "Nonsense." Lu Dongli was skeptical, but did not continue to ask. Actually, Lu Chaoga knew why he had to take it before going to bed. Because the back of the jade card, that is, the side close to his skin, is engraved with a boy. Install. This black jade also has a little meditation effect, because of this word. Lu Dongli could naturally know the word through spiritual exploration, but he just thought it was the function of the jade card. Lu Chaoga knew exactly what it meant. When he got along with Jiang Xinyan, every night before parting, he would say, "Good night." As I said before, Jiang Xinyan always nodded slightly in response. Now, when you pick it up before going to bed, the word safe is engraved on the jade plate, which must mean good night. After leaving the bamboo house where Jiang Xinyan lived, the brother and sister chatted for a few more words, and then went back to the house. After Lu Chaoga returned to the bamboo house, he lay directly on the bed. He opened his system interface. At this moment, there was a big countdown in the center of the system interface. There are still 5 days until the internal test. Lu Chaoga decided to go down the mountain tomorrow. Although only 10,000 sand sculptures had arrived this time, and he only had time to go to a novice village and come into contact with a mere 1,000 sand sculptures, it was enough to make him excited. I don't know if I can meet some old acquaintances. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. At this time, even before the closed beta began, he was already looking forward to the day when the public beta came and the sand sculpture players came to the profound sky realm in all aspects. It must be interesting, he thought to himself. At the same time, it will definitely bring great help to him and Momin. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoga smiled and entered the black and sweet dreamland. On the other side, Lu Dongli, who returned to his bedroom, did not fall asleep, nor did he practice cross-legged. At this moment, she is kneeling on the chair, her whole body is bent forward. Her palms are spread out, and she is placed beside the spirit candle. With her movements like this, there was a slight downward arc between the slender waist and buttocks, forming an S-curve that was obviously not deliberate, but was particularly conspicuous. She is obviously very thin, but the place where she should be warped is still very warped. Therefore, the long skirt is also slightly lifted by her warped buttocks, revealing fair and well-proportioned smooth calves. Now, Lu Dongli's slender 5 fingers are spread out beside the spirit candle. Her hands are also very beautiful, the fingers are slender, but the joints are not clear, making the whole small hand look softer and worthy of the word weak and boneless. The bright candlelight illuminated her palm. In the center of the palm, there is a pink peach blossom that she painted by herself. She looked at it like this for a long time, and then she fell down on the table, her head resting on her arms, and the waterfall like 3,000 blue silk drooped down naturally. In the bedroom, her muttering echoed. Not at all. PS second update, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 108. 107, internal testing is imminent. The next day, Lu Chaoga got up early and stretched. Another day full of anger, he said while stretching his body. Although he had drawn out his blood essence last night, his body was severely depleted, but after a night's rest, he felt that he was fine again. Lu Chaoga raised his right hand, touched the black jade plaque hanging around his neck, and started to feel warm. The soothing effect of this jade card is not bad. After wearing it, I feel that the quality of sleep has improved. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly. Then, he rubbed the word "and" on the back of the jade card with his fingertips. In his opinion, with Jiang Xinyan's indifferent temperament, he would specially engrave the word "safe" on the jade plaque, which was considered a substantial leap in the relationship between the two. Good night is different from person to person. Some women are the daughters of the sea. She will say good night to all the fish in the fish pond. Some women may only say goodnight to one person in their entire life. Previously, Lu Chaoge insisted on saying goodnight. Jiang Xinyan just nodded slightly, but now such a jade card makes him feel a bit of a sense of accomplishment. It's already goodnight, what's the next stage? Lu Chaoge thought to himself. The next stage, it should be, don't always say goodnight, say you were awesome. After running the drinking breath technique for a small week outside the house, Lu Chaoge, who was so refreshed from the pain, started walking towards his sister's bamboo house. The internal test is about to start, and he is going down the mountain today. Thinking about taking Xiaolizi with him. Although her sister's temperament is a little weird, she loves to hide her hands in everything, and she definitely doesn't want to appear in front of the players, but Lu Chaoge feels that it is necessary for her to get in touch with the sand sculpture players earlier and get used to it. After arriving at the bamboo house, he saw that Lu Dongli was giving Xiaoqiu a morning class. For some reason, I always felt that she was a little cold to her attitude. When Lu Chaoge proposed to go down the mountain, Lu Dongli decisively refused. She prefers to stay in Danqing Peak, the outside world is too dangerous. With her own little cultivation level, she might overturn the car accidentally. No, I have to practice for a few more years. In this regard, Lu Chaoge also felt very helpless, and finally gave up the idea of brother and sister going down the mountain together. On the contrary, Xiaoqiu, who was doing the morning class by the side, was not attentive at all. After hearing the word down the mountain, the two ponytails almost turned up. If it was in the cartoon, at this moment, her ears would definitely be enlarged a circle, and a special magnification effect would be added. Listening carefully to the dialogue between the two. The next time she went down the mountain, the two brothers and sisters took her to collect the marrow-washing spirit grass, and it has been almost 10 months now. The little girl was still young, and it was when she was in trouble. Although there were so many people in Momen accompanying her, how could she not expect that the flowery world outside was so eye-catching? Therefore, she would glance at Lu Chaoge from time to time, and when the eyes of the two collided in the air, he could see the sparks in Xiaoqiu's eyes. It is help, it is desire. Sect master, take me away. Lu Chaoge looked at her and smiled slightly. Why, I think someone really wants to go down the mountain. When Xiaoqiu heard the words, he immediately raised his hand, straightened his chest and said, I me. Lu Dongli glared at her, and she immediately put down her arms embarrassedly. Lu Chaoge looked at Lu Dongli and said, what's wrong, she's still young. Isn't it normal to go down the mountain to play? Hearing this, Lu Dongli got angry and said, brother, you still ask me what's wrong? It's not that you ruined Xiaoqiu. Lu Chaoge? In addition to the problem of food intake, this little girl. There is no amount of food to eat. If you don't keep an eye on it, you may end up dying. What else is wrong? It's not my fault that she eats a lot. She is greedy and has nothing to do with this seat. Lu Chaoge distanced himself. That's not what I said. Lu Dongli looked helpless, I mean her temper. Oh, that's a bit like me. He gave Xiaoqiu a crooked smile as he spoke. Xiaoqiu immediately responded with a crooked mouth. One big and one small began to hee. Lu Dongli clenched her fists with both hands, her head hurting with anger. Lu Chaoge looked at Xiaoqiu and asked, Xiaoqiu, tell your uncle, why doesn't your master allow you to go down the mountain? Xiaoqiu glanced at the master, then ran to Lu Chaoge's side, stood on tiptoe, whispering in his ear a whisper that Lu Dongli's cultivation base could hear. 100%. Master said that I am her close disciple, and I want to go down the mountain, but there is no door. What, I'm really not afraid of suffocating the child. Lu Chaoga waved his hand when he heard the words, and said in an unquestionable tone, "It's decided. Xiaoqiu and this seat go down the mountain." Saying that, he winked at Xiaoqiu. One big and one small began to crook his mouth again. Lu Dongli, who felt hot eyes, drove the two of them out of the house directly, and said while pushing out, hurry up, and if you want to go down the mountain, hurry up and go down the mountain." As she spoke, she did not forget to add, "Xiaoqiu, listen to your teacher. Your teacher and your uncle depend on each other for life, and what is a teacher is what your uncle belongs to. So, in the future, you will be me on the mountain. Your disciple, at the foot of the mountain, you will be the disciple of your uncle in charge." Lu Chaoga and Xiaoqiu? Lu Chaoga knew in her heart that her sister was very good at avoiding cause and effect, and she would start planning for something that had not yet happened. However, if it was about Lu Chaoga, she would not avoid it. But what does she mean? If Xiaoqiu gets into trouble, does she want me to carry it alone? No, it wasn't like this before. Have I upset her again recently? Overnight, your hearts will be completely different. Lu Chaoga felt heartache. So, love goes away, right? Autumn was high and the air was refreshing. Lu Chaoga took out a light boat from the ink ring, and after instructing the people of Momin a few words, he took Xiaoqiu down the mountain. He had planned to bring another black pavilion. After all, he needed someone to serve him. He Ting was trained by him for many years, followed him the longest, and knew Lu Chaoga best. But Luo Bing took the initiative to ask Ying, saying that he could take good care of the head and take charge of Xiaoqiu's schoolwork, and looked at Lu Chaoga eagerly. In terms of going down the mountain together, Luo Bing is always the most active one on the mountain. Lu Chaoga sometimes felt that she was like a little secretary who would follow her when she was on a business trip, and she was very capable. It's just that she has a pure and lustful appearance, the kind of temperament that can fascinate thousands of young boys in a school uniform, pure, but very attractive, obviously not suitable for a secretary's dress. Putting on a white shirt and a black dress for her, with black silk and stiletto heels, is probably not decent. It will be nondescript. Give her a steering wheel style double ponytail, and some sailor suits, and white silk, but it will be very flavorful. This kind of professional suit is still suitable for Jiang Xinyan, but she is no longer a secretary when she wears it, but a proper working woman. Lu Chaoga began to miss his royal sister and master a little. A light boat flew down from the front of the mountain gate of Momin, blowing the autumn wind. Xiaoqiu's eyes were extraordinarily bright. "It's free wind." Lu Chaoga looked at the little girl who didn't know much about the world, and said, "Xiaoqiu, although this seat will take you down the mountain to get some air, there are some things that I have to tell you in advance." "Master, tell me, I will listen carefully." Xiaoqiu raised her head, her ponytails fell backwards with this movement. Lu Chaoga was speechless. "You really called me master when you came down the mountain?" He opened his master-apprentice interface and found that Xiaoqiu was not among them. Obviously, the system did not recognize this master-apprentice relationship. "You should still call me the head teacher." Lu Chaoga rubbed her head. "Oh, good uncle." The round-faced chick nodded vigorously. While driving a light boat, Lu Chaoga looked forward and said, "Luo Bing, you also listen carefully. You must remember what I have to say next." After speaking, he began to command. "The world is very big. I hope you will relax your mind and have the courage to accept some new things. The forest is getting bigger, and there are all kinds of birds, so there are all kinds of people under the mountain, and there are also many weird people. For example, if one day you see someone not walking well, standing in a row And jumping, as if the floor is very hot, you can think that they have a problem with their brains, but don't resist them too much. Ah? Sect Master, is there anyone else jumping and walking? Xiaoqiu was puzzled. Lu Chaoga smiled slightly, don't say jumping, it's all over the place. The round-faced chick's mouth opened wide, obviously startled. The people Lu Chaoga described were naturally the sand sculpture players who were about to arrive. In the 21st century, there was no high-end game like Tiangxuanji. In the online games at that time, players would frantically press the jump button and scroll button uncontrollably. It's not going to be a good walk anyway. And as we all know, fashion is nothing but a cycle. In the 22nd century, although the game has changed, there are still many sand sculpture players who will make this kind of behavior. They claim to be nostalgic and respectful of the games of the early years. It's a performance art anyway. Also, my moment's potential is endless. If you are like a hidden dragon in the abyss, walking down the mountain will definitely attract the respect of countless people. If you encounter licking dogs, I hope you can keep your heart and be a little indifferent. Rode toward the song. Based on his knowledge of sand sculpture players, the more indifferent you are, the more they love to lick. After all, those who can lick it casually must be ordinary NPCs, and those who are uncomfortable with licking can trigger hidden plots. Put on socks before shoes, be a grandson first and then a grandfather. I just want to lick the coldest NPC, and then go to the other players too. Pretend to be the biggest coward. Actually, it's not that sand sculpture players are born with cheap bones. It's like when you play a game, the NPC gives you a task, you will naturally accept it, and then go to complete it. In order to receive some special tasks, a lot of hard work will be done. It is rare for someone to say, "Are you arranging for me to do things?" That's a joke. Players have their own mentality, and the mentality when playing the game is definitely different from the mentality in real life. It's just that this kind of mentality is suitable for Lu Chaoga's guidance and use. Xiaoqiu heard the words and said in a puzzled way, "Master, what is licking a dog?" It's the kind of obedience to you, doing your best to be nice to you, just wanting to make you comfortable, and having no self-esteem at all, adhering to the fact that you don't care about my love today, I'll come to you tomorrow, kind of person. Lu Chaoga said, casually. Luo Bing listened, secretly glanced at Lu Chaoga, and said silently in his heart, "So I'm the sun's little licking dog." For some reason, she instinctively stuck out her little tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Lu Chaoga casually instructed the two of them, saying wherever they thought. The sand sculpture players are stupid and garish, in a variety of styles, and it is difficult for him to describe them clearly in a few words. He can only say that the two girls should be vaccinated first, and then let them experience it for themselves. In his plan, Momin needs to grow and develop, and sand sculpture players are an extremely critical part. However, he felt that it was still necessary to divide the Momin into two areas, and in some places it would be better for sand sculpture players to be prohibited from entering and leaving. The Momin family has its own little warmth and little tranquility. In this regard, he does not want to be destroyed by the sand sculpture players. On the other side, at the top floor of the Tianji Tower, the appearance is not particularly outstanding, but the temperament is elegant, and Xianji, who belongs to the attractive type, held the thin information and knocked on the door of Tianji Sanren. This is the information of Lu Chaoga, which is really pitiful. Here, most of them were collected recently by the people she told the following people to collect, otherwise there would be less. She checked it out for herself, and felt a lot after reading it. This man like a fairy in a painting, the life of just over 20 years is Really ups and downs. A young talent, and then stuck in the first realm of great perfection, with nowhere to go. His parents also died because of the evil cultivator, and he became the master of a sect at a young age, carrying a heavy burden. I feel so sorry for him. Xianji's appearance of Lu Chaoga appeared in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more distressed he felt. A certain inexplicable yen control sister fan, +1. But with the collection of new materials, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com after reading it, she only felt astonished. This son has been trapped in the first realm for many years, and now he has become a blockbuster. She understood a little why the pavilion master specifically asked for his information. This son, I am afraid that there is a sword master. Come in. The voice of Tianji Sanren came from the room. Compared with the previous weakness, he has improved now. Xianji pushed open the door, and then respectfully put the information in front of Tianji Sanren. The half-blind old man with only one eye left, nodded slightly, and then used his spiritual sense to probe the contents of the document. After reading it, he frowned, not knowing what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, Xianji, how many years have you been with me? Xianji lowered her eyebrows and said pleasingly, Pavilion Master, it has been 43 years. The half-blind old man nodded slightly and said, very well, you do something for me. Pavilion Master, please instruct. Xianji said. Go and try to get in touch with this Lu Chaoga, no matter what means you use. Be sure to approach him. This old man needs to know more about him. Tianji. Sanren looked at Xianji with his only remaining gray-black eyes. When Xianji heard the words, her whole body trembled, and the face on the picture scroll appeared in her mind. Actually, there is such a good thing? Her loyalty to the Heavenly Mystery Tower suddenly increased significantly. Ready to do everything in her power, she solemnly bowed her head and said, Xianji takes orders. The first update of PS, there will be electricity at home soon, it does not affect the code words, more than 4,000 words, please double the monthly pass. There is still at night. Chapter 109. 108, Sand Sculpture Players, come. In the hut on the top floor of the Tianji Tower, Tianji Sanren looked at Xian Ji with his gray-black single eye, and said kindly, you seem very happy? Xianji listened to the old man's loving voice, as if he was talking to his granddaughter, but the voice made her feel cold in an instant. The Tianji Pagoda made a living by selling information, and it was considered a considerable force in the profound sky realm. As the pavilion owner, Tianji Sanren is naturally not a kind old man. Whether it is skill, courage, or ruthlessness at a critical moment, the old man is not inferior to the leaders of any major forces. She has seen it too many times, and Tianji Sanren has a loving and caring smile on her face, and then in order to get some key information from some people, she does things that make her shudder when she thinks about it. So, she immediately knelt down and said, Xianji dare not. Tianji Sanren leaned on a bamboo stick, slowly got up, walked to her side, patted her on the head with his old right hand, and said, I know, you love to keep your face. As he said that, he squatted down slowly, pinched Xianji's chin with his right hand, made her look up at him, and said, if you really have the ability to subdue him, the old man will give you a reward. However, if this matter is not done well, you should know the consequences. The smile on Tianji Sanren's face became more and more kind. At this moment, Xianji still has the previous joy, and her body can't help trembling. The Tianji Tower is an intelligence organization, so it is natural to know the intelligence of the members of the organization. Her interpersonal relationships, everything about her, are all documented in the Tianji Tower. Tianji Sanren said in a word, if you kill her whole family, kill her whole Family. She knew very well that under this net, no fish would slip through the net. While the old man gave her endless power, he also put shackles on her. She can look up any information at any time, but all her information is firmly in the hands of Tianji Sanren. She lowered her head and said in a slightly trembling voice, Xianji, Ming. I understand. Tianji Sanren nodded with satisfaction, waved his hand and said, then let's go. Yes. She stood up respectfully, and then exited the room. The half-blind old man looked at the back of her leaving, his eyes a little indifferent. Xianji has been with him for more than 40 years and is indeed his right-hand man. Although this woman does not look very beautiful, she is at least a middle-aged person, and she is very attractive. In her elegant robe, she has a beautiful body, with exquisite curves, and her skin is better than snow. The most important thing is that under the cultivation of Tianji Sanren, she has a very unique temperament. A dignified air. A beautiful woman who looks elegant, but has a large number of faces in captivity behind her back, and has a lot of friendship with many extraordinary practitioners. Among them, not only men, but even women. This is a woman with different appearances. She looks completely different in front of her and behind her. How elegant and dignified in front of people, and how self-indulgent behind the scenes. It's like a water conservancy project in human form. Tianji Sanren knows that such a woman can sometimes be like poison. This sense of contrast will bring endless satisfaction to many men. The first reaction of this group of fools was, she became like this, because of me. It was taught by me. That being the case, if you don't give all your money to each other, it's really hard to lose the grace of beauty. In fact, Tianji Sanren has endless curiosity about Lu Chaoga. At the same time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Those who spy on heaven's secrets will not indulge themselves because of this. On the contrary, he has become more and more cautious. He knew very well that a small pebble could also trigger a big earthquake. Tianji Sanren felt that he had to be cautious and cautious. The lost eye, and the half of the power bestowed on him by the heavenly Tao, is an impulsive punishment. As for Xianji's safety, the old man did not take it to heart. Xianji has been an excellent assistant for so many years, but is not the only assistant. It would be a pity to die, but only a pity. Momin, Lu Chaoga. Tianji Sanren picked up the thin document and read it again. But because Momin was really inconspicuous before, the information was pitiful. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli also have simple descriptions and records. After all, they are the heads and elders of Xiaobamen. And like the Black Pavilion, they don't even deserve a name. Therefore, Tianji Sanren did not know that one of his most proud chess pieces was in Momin at this moment, and he became the contemporary senior brother of Momin. Since Tianji Sanren left the village, he was taken up the mountain by Lu Chaoga. This little mute, who was designated as a peerless devil by him, lived a life of serving tea and water. And under the words of his master, there is no fog that cannot be cleared in this world. He completely untied the inner demon in his heart, no longer clinging to that sentence, and successfully broke through the situation. The hand of the heavenly Tao had made 13 moves, and he had already made 2 moves, and was kicked off the chessboard by Lu Chaoga, who knew nothing about it. And the half-blind old man didn't know that he just noticed Lu Chaoga, but Lu Chaoga had silently remembered him for many years in his heart. He promised hiding that he would give the dead old man some color. Since he is half-blind, he may not be able to see clearly. If Lu Chaoga thinks it is necessary, he can give him more color. On the other side, not far from Bird City, Lu Chaoga was stewing soup. There is still a while before the internal test, but he is very undisciplined. Like traveling down the mountain. This made Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu happier than each other. Xiaoqiu hasn't been out to play for a long time. Yesterday, I took her to see the sea of flowers and had fun all day. As for Luo Bing, I felt that rounding up, I was dating the sun. At this moment, Xiaoqiu was catching butterflies, and Luo Bing was helping Lu Chaoga. Young master, this time down the mountain, I really feel like a family of 3 traveling. Luo Bing said. Oh? A family of 3? Lu Chaoga said casually while stirring the soup. Xiaoqiu should be the daughter of a family of 3, so what are you? Young master, this concubine is polite. She said 1,000 blessings. Lu Chaoga was too lazy to care about her. What happened to this little girl? She has been very positive recently. Luo Bing didn't give up and said, if the son likes it, the concubine can also be called the son's father. As she spoke, she kept her head down, and with a voice squeezed out of her throat, she was coquettish and a little ashamed, and called out, Daddy. As soon as these 2 words came out, she immediately lowered her head lower, almost buried in her chest. Luo Bing's innocent face was full of blush, like a timid deer in the woods. She looked weak and helpless, but because of the pure desire wind, after looking at her, what arose in her heart might not be the desire to protect, but the desire to protect her. It was to ravage her vigorously. If you have to protect it, it is also under your body. Lu Chaoga looked at the red glow on Luo Bing's face, as well as the slightly rapid breathing, stirred the soup indifferently, and said, don't pretend. Hearing this, Luo Bing immediately slumped. You're still young, don't think about these messy things all day long. Be careful that I will wait for you. Lu Chaoga said. Then you can spur the slave family. Luo Bing said boldly. When Lu Chaoga heard the words, he really took out the ruler from the ink ring, and Luo Bing didn't dare to roleplay immediately. In private, she would make oversteps, but she wouldn't dare to overstep. She still has absolute obedience and awe to Lu Chaoga in her heart. Lu Chaoga poured out the soup and said, in my eyes, before the age of 18, they were still children. Luo Bing nodded obediently, and began to take the initiative to help serve the soup. During the meal, Lu Chaoga secretly opened the system interface. At this moment, in the center of the interface, a 1-minute countdown had already started. In another 60 seconds, 10,000 sand sculptures will be flapping their wings. And they will come to the profound sky realm with a strange cry. Lu Chaoga smiled and said in his heart. He is not in a hurry to go to Novice Village, Bird City now. After all, the protagonist should appear last. At night, the 10,000 birds forest outside the Bird City was very quiet. But soon the silence was broken. Ding. The character's face pinching has been completed, please enter the character nickname that meets the standard. Ding. Nickname, Lin Huagan, the input is complete. The novice village is being randomly assigned, please wait patiently, it will take a few minutes of your precious time. Ding. Novice village, Bird City, the allocation is complete. It is coming. The current progress is 39%. The current progress is 100%, the arrival is complete. At this moment, Lin Huagan, a player who randomly descended into the 10,000 birds forest, suddenly opened his eyes. He first looked around, and sure enough, he saw a lot of players with nicknames on their heads. They were men and women, and they were scattered all over the city outside the Bird City. Many people are just like Lin Huagan, raising their hands and stroking their cheeks. This touch is so realistic. Lin Huagan couldn't help but sighed. In reality, the bridge of his nose is relatively collapsed, so he specially pinched a high bridge, which he is very satisfied with. When creating a character, pinching your face is a technical job, but unfortunately you can't let other people do it for you. Otherwise, those players who are good at pinching your face may be able to make a fortune by doing this. When Lin Huagan pinched her face, she gave herself a beauty treatment, and then made all-round fine-tuning according to her own appearance. Even if her mother was standing in front of her now, she couldn't recognize that it was her own egg. There is no shortage of handsome men and beautiful women in the world of practice. Therefore, it is not uncommon for players to pinch their faces, and for some reason, perhaps the system is causing trouble. In the eyes of NPCs, the appearance of players is linked to intimacy. For example, when the intimacy is 0, you will be mediocre. After the intimacy is brushed up, you will look more handsome. At the beginning, Jiang Xinyan was more pleasing to the eye the more he looked at Lu Chaoga, and then he fell directly. In terms of appearance, Lu Chaoga in this life does not feel that he will be threatened by these artificial faces. His demeanor is purely Nuwa's dazzling skills. Are you and other ordinary people's skills worthy of comparison with me? What's more, strictly speaking, you all came out of the same plastic surgery hospital called the system, okay? The product on the assembly line is definitely different from the artwork. At this moment, I don't know which sand sculpture shouted, report the number. It is estimated that players from the same guild are gathering. Lin Huagan watched helplessly as these idiots really hugged a big tree, shouting 1, 2, 3, 4, and madly marveled at how nice the tree felt. And it was a bit thorny. A player named Ren Niafei, who was closest to Lin Huagan, hid in a corner and was studying how to take off his pants. For some reason, Lin Huagan also had the urge to study, but he suppressed it. He stretched his body, and then began to hop forward. After jumping a few times, he made an evaluation. This control can be done. This feeling is like a real body. Lin Huagan took a few steps forward, and happened to see a tree stump. He looked at the growth rings above, picked up a few fallen leaves, and compared them and began to marvel at the ingenious workmanship of Tianxuanji. God-defying, this detail is really going against the sky. Is this a game, not another world? Other games are simply not worthy of Tianxuanji shoes, this game is blowing up. He now understands that the president of his own guild is indeed vicious, and this game is bound to explode. The guild that Lin Huagan was in did not have many places for the internal test. After all, most of the places were used for lottery draws. However, as the vice president of the guild, a well-known player in the gaming world, his treatment is naturally different. At the beginning, he just wanted to create an internal test quota to force a circle of friends. He had already thought about the format and started with, "Thank you for your invitation." After all, although he is the vice chairman of the guild, he has always only contributed money and no effort. The competition between the big guilds started during the internal test. He really couldn't help much at this time. Fortunately, I have a place, this game, play early and enjoy. Lin Huaqian is extremely addicted to the internet and belongs to the kind that Yang's Thunderbolt Technology Company, Limited, can't cure. At this moment, after volleying a few times, breathing fresh air, he said, "It's cool." Since this is a forest, he is familiar with game routines, and he immediately showed a smile on his face, and then began to look for the weapon that he had in hand on the spot. Fools fight melee'ly. Without novice equipment, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com is a veteran player. Lin Huagan picked up a branch that was in his hand with a stinky expression. He smelled it, and then calmed down. It's not a shit stirrer. Lin Huagan just carried a sturdy log and started wandering around in the 10,000 birds forest, waiting for a chance encounter with wild monsters, and then feeling the authenticity of this game's hand-to-hand combat. Along the way, he met many players. Mature players all held weapons, and when they saw that the other party was doing this, they looked at each other and smiled, revealing an admiring smile from a fellow man. Seeing that kind of unarmed player, he smiled contemptuously in his heart. However, half an hour passed and Lin Huagan was out of breath while carrying the sturdy branches. Strange. What the fuck is weird? When the player first arrived, that is, an ordinary human body, walking briskly for half an hour carrying a heavy branch, and always paying attention. To keep vigilance, can you not get tired? At this moment, a female player passed by. She was obviously the lucky player who was selected in the internal test. At this moment, she seemed to be traveling, admiring the surrounding scenery, and having a good time. She looked at Lin Huagan, who was panting while holding a branch, with a confused expression, as if she was looking at a fool. Fitness is coming to the game? Lin Huagan never dreamed that it would be like this. Is the beginning of this game so harmonious? Then what was I doing just now? Grass, the clown is actually me. P.S. The second update, still more than 4,000 words, the last few hours of the double monthly pass, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 110. 109, The Legend of the Head of Momin Road. In the 10,000 birds forest, not only Lin Huagan has such thoughts, but those senior players who think they are experienced players have such thoughts. From the bottom of their hearts. It's really weird, shouldn't it be people like us who easily gained the first experience point, and then these idiots who don't even know how to pick up weapons are chased by wild monsters for 8 streets? Lin Huagan couldn't understand. The game started off more harmoniously than he imagined. With such a large forest, there is not even a single monster. Could it be that this is a scenic spot? I'm still in the safe zone now. Is it possible that this area will allow us to look at the scenery along the way, and then feel how realistic this game is? If that's the case, I can't hang around anymore, it's time to find out if there are NPCs nearby. Lin Huagan thought to himself. The internal testing time is only 20 days in the game, and every minute he spends hanging around here is wasted. Lin Huagan opened his friend list while walking towards Bird City. As soon as he logged in, he added the friends of all the guild's internal beta members, and everyone directly pulled up a chat group. Why is no one bubbling? Lin Huagan expressed puzzled. It stands to reason that everyone is in the safe zone now, and they should be chatting while walking. Why do everyone else look busy? Lin Huagan didn't even think about it, and sent a red envelope directly to the group. There is not much money, a total of 3 red envelopes, 666 yuan per person. If it was in the past, this group of craftsmen with perverted hands, comparable to technicians, would have robbed the red envelopes in an instant. But today, in the group of 10 people, no one grabbed the red envelope after half a minute. Lin Huagan immediately sensed something was wrong. Are you so busy? He frowned and quickened his pace. After a while, someone finally grabbed the bag. But the development of the situation is still not the same as usual. In Lin Huaqian's guild, the members of the guild all kept an emoji pack. The emoji packs were the technicians making the gestures to invite, with the text, "Thank you to the richest man in China." There is no way Lin Huagan, as a well-known player, will give out red envelopes if they disagree. His nickname is a homonym from pocket money, which means that every penny he spends in the game is just a small money to himself. Under normal circumstances, this group of high-speed and perverted high-level players will send this emoji package as soon as they grab the red envelope. But today I got the money, so I don't thank you. Is it really that busy? Lin Huagan was stunned. He directly played a group voice, and it took a long time for everyone to connect one after another. Kong Dandan, Vice President, what's the situation on your side? You still have Kung Fu playing voice. Damn it, I'm bashing Lousy again. Look at Lousy. With a sliding shovel and give you two. Son. The next moment, the voice came with the sound of gasping and rolling, vaguely mixed with beast roar. Zhantian, Lao Lin, do you still have empty voices? Is there something important? You shouldn't encounter any hidden plots or key NPCs, right? The guild president, Zhantian, was also fighting. He was in a particularly high mood right now, and there was a humming sound when he spoke. When Lin Huagan listened to the words of these two people, the whole person was immediately stunned. There's something wrong with you, he asked. Kong Dandan, damn, look at Lousy's slippery shovel, grass. Lousy's virgin is dead, I'm dead, brother Lin. Zhantian, hum, there's something strange, I'm a porcupine on my side, good guy, it's bashing me. Lin Huagan. That's alright. You are busy first. He directly hung up the voice, and the province's influence affected their play. Not only Lin Huagan, but many players in the 10,000 Birds Forest gradually discovered that the outside of the other 9 novice villages seemed to be densely populated with mobs, and everyone was killing them happily. There is only us here, except for trees. Luck is so bad? Is there any discrimination in this game? Lin Huagan was stunned. As a legendary player, the most uncomfortable thing for him is that he is left out in the cold. However, according to normal logic, this is an internal test. Which game does not want to make a good reputation during the internal test? Isn't this fucking self-defeating signboard? Lin Huagan looked up at Bird City not far away, and suddenly his mind opened. Shouldn't it be, the city is to blame? Like zombies? Oh no, this is the world of Shanxia, what kind of zombies might there be? TSK, killing people at the beginning is exciting. The more he thought about it, the more reliable his analysis became. I'm such a fucking genius. I'll go in and find a girl to kill. Lin Huagan was mentally prepared, and before entering the city, he picked a thick branch again. As before, he smelled it first, made sure it wasn't a shit stirrer, and put it directly on his shoulders, then strode into Bird City. The sky is cloudy, and the hardworking residents of Bird City have already got up to work. Workers, work souls. As soon as Lin Huagan entered the city, he saw the fireworks coming from the world. He smelled the smell of biscuits coming from the biscuit stall, and only felt his index finger move. Damn, isn't this a normal novice village? Lin Huagan was stunned. He wanted to buy a sesame cake to see how the game did in terms of taste, but he was penniless. At this time, he saw a female player carrying a basket on her back, jumping out of the city. Lin Huagan stopped her and said, "Hey, beauty, what are you doing here? Do the quest. There is a quest leader over there." The enthusiastic female player also pointed the way to Lin Huagan. Lin Huaqian's eyes lit up immediately. Mission. There is a mission. He started trotting, and then got the mission. As he wished. Pick Suzaku fruit. Lin Huagan? Everyone else is fighting so passionately, and I am assigned to the novice village of the life department? Lin Huagan felt the urge to scold her mother. However, he still went to work obediently. Because he wants to eat biscuits. The rich second-generation Lin Huagan never dreamed that he would do farm work for 3 consecutive days in the game. During the group chat, he was very sad and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you know how I spent these 3 days? Climb the tree, pick the fruit, climb the tree, pick the fruit. But the biscuits are delicious." He found that the game was really perfect in terms of realism, and the taste of the biscuits was particularly realistic. At the same time, Lin Huagan also felt that he had not been wasting these 3 days. When he stayed in Bird City, he would go to listen to the chatting content of the surrounding natives. He found that many people often mention 2 words. One is Momin, and the other is Lu Chaoga. He inquired a little, and immediately figured out the cause and effect. It turned out that the reason why the forest outside the bird city was called the 10,000 Birds Forest was originally inhabited by a large number of birds. But just a while ago, these birds suddenly went mad and gathered together. The sky above the forest was also overflowing with blood, which can be said to be a monstrous flame. On that day, the people of Bird City were terrified, and most of them hid in their houses and shivered. But at that time there were also a few people on the city wall, and they saw a back that fell from the sky. Then, about this back, Lin Huagan heard multiple versions. Some people say that this back reveals the unrestrained spirit of Jian Xiu. Some people say that there is an invincible loneliness in this back. Some people say that there is sadness and loneliness in this back, and it is the legendary sword cultivator who has been hurt by love. Just such a back, I don't know why they can see so much. Lin Huagan was speechless. And are there so many people watching on the city wall that day? However, in any case, he felt that this information was still very important. And this back is what they call Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin. If Lin Huagan sneered when he heard those adjectives before, but after hearing the word head, his eyes lit up. Master. High-end NPCs. Lin Huagan became excited. The master of a door should be strong, right? Immediately afterwards, Lin Huagan heard several more versions of Lu Chaoga's sword. Lao Wu, who sold biscuits, said that he didn't see it that day, but the uncle of his neighbor's daughter's playmate saw the head of the road on the city wall. Good guy, the power of a sword, slaughter thousands. These are Lao Wu's original words. When Lin Huagan heard the words, her whole body began to tremble with excitement. Sword Immortal. It's the Sword Immortal I imagined. Xianxia game, just be like that. He was already able to make up the picture in his mind, and a lonely back swung the sword towards the sky, and the sword light shot straight into the sky, tearing thousands of bodies in an instant. I want to learn. This was Lin Huagan's most intuitive thought. However, when Lin Hua went to buy tangerines after dinner, the peddler of the tangerines said, "What slaughtered thousands of people, how dare this old Wu slander the head of Lu, my sister-in-law's brother-in-law's drinking friend, who was also on the city wall that day. He shows that it is tens of thousands of swords." Having said that, the hawker also swears, "Young man, let me ask you, is this 10,000 birds forest, how big is it?" Lin Huagan nodded and said, "Big." "Then tell me, how many wild and fierce birds should there be in this forest of 10,000 birds?" "Very, very much." Lin Huagan cooperated especially for the cliché. "But I heard that the head of the road, there are only 3 swords in total." The hawker said with a look of reverence, "There are only 3 swords, and one sword is at least over 10,000, right?" Lin Huaqian nodded vigorously. If there were only 3 swords, then it was absolutely impossible to have thousands of swords. "Ah, is this the charm of Jianxiao?" Lin Huagan silently wrote down the 5 words Momin Road Chaoga in his heart. At night when the sun goes down, he goes to the wonton shop on the corner to eat wontons. The little girl who sells wontons is quite good-looking. Although Lin Huagan is well-informed and a senior VIP of the club, he also thinks this ancient flavor is very interesting, so he couldn't help but chat a few words. As a result, each family headed the road one by one, and Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com looked at him like that and regarded him as the lover of his dreams. Listening to her, she also bought the back picture of the head of Lu, and Lin Huagan expressed that she wanted to see it, but the little girl was reluctant. In order to get close, Lin Huagan also put on a fan's face and said, "The head of the road kills 10,000 enemies with one sword, and he is indeed very handsome." Unexpectedly, the little girl selling wonton glared at him and said, "Who told you to kill 10,000 enemies with one sword? Praise, is it exaggerated? I also think it's a little exaggerated." Lin Huagan said, "This is a novice village, even if there are many powerful practitioners in the later stage, they shouldn't appear so early." But the little girl's next words made Lin Huagan immediately bewildered. The little girl said while cleaning up the tableware and chopsticks, "Nonsense. The head of the road obviously killed them all with only one strike." After she finished speaking, her eyes flashed with stars, and she had a slightly shy expression inexplicably, as if she was complimenting her man. "Really?" Lin Huagan asked. "Why is there a new version?" As soon as this statement came out, the other diners in the wonton stall couldn't listen anymore, and they all said, "Young man, don't believe it," the big guy told him. "Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. He is the head, do you understand the head? The sword light flashed and shot straight into the sky, I saw it all over the city. Lin Huagan can't believe every word you say." His body was shocked, and a few big words appeared in his heart. "One sword from heaven and earth, slashing all the birds in the forest." Chapter 111. The first reader group is full, publish one reader group 2. Chapter 112. 110 1C Chaoga mistaken for a lifetime. 3 days have passed since the internal test of Tiangshuanji. In the past 3 days, Lu Chaoga still took Luo Bing, who would call him Daddy in private, to play in the mountains and waters with the round-faced chick Xiaoqiu. As if he really went down the mountain to travel around Qingzhou. Lu Chaoga has his own plans. In his opinion, the players have just arrived. They need time to familiarize themselves with everything about this game and adapt to this world of Xianxia, which is very unfamiliar to them. His premature appearance is not necessarily a good thing. What's more, he has left a glorious deed in Bird City, and he believes that some people will spontaneously support him. Since the internal test has already started, the forum of Tiangshuanji has also been opened along with it. As an NPC, Lu Chaoga unfortunately does not have the function of speaking on the forum. Communication channels like this seem to be blocked, and he doesn't have the friend function, so he can't add friends, and he can't chat privately with players. Otherwise, an NPC has added a friend to you, typing and chatting with you across the world, which is pretty cool to think about. Originally, I wanted to be an elegant and easygoing person. If I saw someone spraying me on the forum, I would at most say something weird. But now I'm banned, and if you don't open this function for me, then I can only silently write down the nicknames of these sand sculpture players, and I'll play them every time I see them. Dog system, force me to be a devil. Lu Chaoga has traveled to the profound sky realm for more than 20 years. Before, he was tired of browsing the forums, but recently he feels very fresh. For more than 20 years, I haven't seen photos of stockings, uniforms, or women's clothing for more than 20 years. Lu Chaoga said with emotion. Looking at the photo of the stockings, Lu Chaoga couldn't help but think in his heart, it's also known as Tianshuan's #1 beautiful leg, that's all? It's incomparable to my little pair. In the forum, many female anchors have begun to post pictures to attract fans. Tianshuanji was already very popular before the official public beta. Many people are staring at this big cake. The traffic that this game can bring will be very abnormal. In the past few days, Lu Chaoga will look at the posts on the forum when he has nothing to do. It is said that scholars do not go out to know the world's affairs. Sometimes, the forum is actually like an intelligence agency, which can bring great convenience to Lu Chaoga. When reading the post, he paid special attention to the situation of the novice village of Bird City. At first, as he expected, at least half of the players in this novice village were complaining wildly. For example, picking fruits, you can only receive this kind of task all day long. Everyone else is a hero, killing monsters to protect the novice village, but we are doing farm work. Note, I don't look down on the uncles of the peasants. Meaning, you are great, you just feel that you are being treated differently. Lu Chaoga looked at this post and said in his heart, hey, the desire to survive is quite strong. But gradually, the development of the situation was as he expected. When the players in Bird City gradually integrated into the group, the content of the post began to deviate. Because other people's novice villages are currently in contact with mortals. Although we do farm work every day, there is a legend of sword repair here. Several versions of the story were uploaded on the forum in this way, leaving those players who were not lucky enough to participate in the closed beta to watch it for a while. When Lu Chaoga browsed the post, he was stunned, and some of the replies below made him happy. Dude, why did you kill 10,000 birds with one sword again? This is the third version I've seen. Killing 10,000 birds is a piece of shit. I just saw a post that said, heaven and earth are a sword, killing all the birds. Fuck. Bird chopper? I suddenly tightened my crotch. Is it true that the bigger the bird, the easier it is to be targeted? Then I'm done. Lu Chaoga watched the replies from below become more and more crooked, and he had a feeling of being a victim of reputation. Of course, although many people are joking, most people are beginning to be curious about this. Momin Road Chaoga. No way, because he is the first practitioner to appear in the player's field of vision. Although I haven't seen its true face, I have heard several legends of the new version of the ship. This is Lu Chaoga's plan. The first one to appear is always a little different. Moreover, since all the mobs in Bird City were killed by Lu Chaoga, the players in Bird City were the least busy, so they were the most active in posting. Today, on the forum hot list, the #1 keyword is Lu Chaoga, the second is Momin, and the third is Jianxiu. This sense of existence is insane. Lu Chaoga watched the forum and soon saw a very popular post. Laying me on, this name is a bit familiar. Oh, I remembered it. It's a big touch. I have drawn character pictures for many NPCs. The level is top level. And many players have used it as wallpaper. Lu Chaoga has seen a lot of pictures drawn by this guy in his previous life. He also drew Jiang Xinyan once. In the picture, Jiang Xinyan is valiant and handsome, and the cool sister is full of temperament. Now, he paints himself. A back view of Lu Chaoga that he made up in his brain. As soon as the picture was uploaded, it caused a heated discussion on the forum. Lu Chaoga clicked on the picture and took a look. Picture. In the picture, he is wearing a blue robe and holding a long sword. The wind Blows his robe and black hair, hanging high in the air, giving him a feeling of invincibility and loneliness. In the front, there is a crowd of birds. They are ferocious and bloodthirsty. And they are overwhelming. But this back figure stands between the birds and the bird city, as if he is a magnificent city wall. Between beasts and mortals, there is only sword repair. I have to say that this Lang Mion's level is really high, and he obviously did not participate in the internal test. According to the descriptions of the internal test players and their brain supplements, he drew a picture of a very high level, and drew a picture of the one who was in charge. Feel. Well, I have a 3-point handsomeness. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, thinking that this Lang Mion was really good. It has the value of cultivating the royal painter of this seat. Lu Chaoga started to browse the comments below after appreciating this brain patch that could not be said to be exactly the same as himself, but also irrelevant. The enthusiasm of the players is very high, especially some female players. Wow. This picture is so handsome. Favorite, love, love. I don't want this NPC named Lu Chaoga to be so handsome. As long as his back is half as shown in the picture, I'll be happy with this game. +1. Don't say half of them are handsome, but 1/3 of them are handsome. So I'll go to Momin for apprenticeship. Huh? Why do you need to wash the white paper when you are a teacher? Are you white paper and want the ink door to splash ink on you? Hey. Having said that, I feel a little bit wanting to go to Momin to draw me. Please feel free to use soft and delicate brush hair to draw me. Haha. Huh. Chicken cage warning. Forum is not a chicken farm. The more Lu Chaoga looked at it, the more interesting he found it. The number of replies to this post has already exceeded 10,000. Most of the enthusiastic players are discussing the issue of appearance. After all, for sand sculpture players, the appearance of NPCs affects everyone. Dynamic. After closing the forum, Lu Chaoga took a deep breath and glanced at Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu beside him. The two girls are all very talented, and if they are placed in Jianzhong, they will also be cultivated as immortal seedlings. But the current Momin, for the time being, can only be regarded as a small temple, but it is a bit wrong for them. For these children, for the development of Momin, I have made up my mind. Lu Chaoga decided to debut as an idol. And this hot post by Lang Mion is undoubtedly the best opportunity. In Bird City, Lin Huagan was again involved in a new task of picking fruit. This rich second-generation method has become more and more sophisticated, no other, only familiar with you. In the basket on his back, Suzukugwa was half full, and as time passed, he suddenly became a little obsessed with this pastoral life. Away from the hustle and bustle of the big city, I just picked the fruit like this, then submitted the task, received meager experience points and silver tails, and then went to eat a bowl of hot wontons and a warm sesame seed cake. Which was not bad. Is this a game? Do not. This is Metamorphosis, by Lin Huagan. He would have this idea, in fact, mainly because his physical strength recovered much faster than in reality, and he would not have the real tiredness of getting up early and staying up late, otherwise he would have been exhausted long ago. It is very realistic, the rural life is not so elegant and fragrant, and it is more to deal with excrement. In the final analysis, players still have a lot of characteristics, just in terms of physical strength recovery, it is very useful, and everything is integrated so quickly. It's all a bit of a push. In the process of picking fruit, Lin Huagan has already mixed with many players. He occasionally flirts with female players while climbing trees. Lin Huagan's title as the vice president of the Big Guild is still very intimidating, and it can arouse the interest and curiosity of female players. In him. Not far from him, there are several broken Suzaku trees. These fruit trees have been sucked by the birds before, and now they are withered. The dry fruit trees prove the power of the road leader. A female player whose name is not very important said to Lin Huagan while picking fruits, "I don't know if we have a chance to meet this NPC." Who? Lu Chaoga, the head of Momen? Lin Huagan asked. Yes. Do you think he will be the mentor of Novice Village? The female player said innocently. It's unlikely. According to my experience, most of these characters are the bosses and the NPCs who stirred everyone's emotions in the early stages of the game. Lin Huagan's analysis was straightforward. But I still think I can touch him. The female player pouted. The reason? Lin Huagan asked. A woman's intuition. Lin Huagan. He let out a long sigh, only to think that this sister is really innocent. He pointed to the dead tree beside him and said, if he comes to Bird City, I will eat this tree. Sister, you don't understand, this is all a game routine. Let me tell you. Before he could finish speaking, he heard a burst of exclamations. Look! Meteor! The female player looked up at the sky with a look of excitement. One after another, the exclamations spread in the 10,000 birds forest. And the players looked up at the sky and looked at the streamer in the sky. There are even sand sculpture players who have begun to make wishes. They also don't think about it, the meteors in this world can fulfill your dream in another world? Soon, the players found that the speed of the meteor seemed to be slowing down. No. That's not a meteor. Many people began to exclaim. A cultivator. That is a cultivator. Mom. I saw a fairy. Screenshots. Record videos. Hey, don't squeeze me, go and shoot from that angle. With the appearance of the streamer, the enthusiasm of the players in Bird City was instantly ignited. They, who were a little used to rural life, suddenly came to their senses. I'm here to cultivate the truth. We are so active in doing farm work, the purpose is to save the toll, and then go to the cultivation sect to apprentice. At this moment, the streamer in the sky is getting slower and slower, causing the player's perspective to change from blurred to clear, and they can clearly see what is flying in the sky. It was a light boat. So handsome, is this boating in the sea of clouds? This flying magic weapon, I blow it up. It's too artistic, isn't it? If this is equipped with a fishing rod, fishing above the clouds, don't be too pretentious. No, what are you fishing on the clouds? Are you fishing for the soul that spirals into the sky after you die? Sand sculpture players, you say a word to me, and communicate crazily. A light boat stopped above the flying bird forest, and the three people on the boat attracted the attention of the players. That is a very cute girl, she has a round face and beautiful eyes that shine like stars, which perfectly fits everyone's imagination of Xianmen Lolita. Next to the girl sat a woman in a white shirt, as pure as a snow lotus. She was so clean and beautiful, as if she was like the surrounding white clouds. In addition to the two women, there is also a man in a blue robe. Strangely, the clouds surrounded him, making it impossible to see his true face. It's just that this back view alone has an indescribable beauty. Players began to frantically throw detection into the sky. Through detection, they could check the basic information of Xiaoqiu and Luo Bing. There is very little information, only names, character levels, and sections. Because Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu's level is not more than 20 levels higher than the players, and they don't have special characteristics for the time being. They are not special NPCs, so they are within the detectable range. After seeing the word, Momin, written in the column of, Zongmen, the sand, sculpture players began to get excited. They have listened to Momin too many times in the past few days. And the man with only one back, after they threw, detection, what was displayed in front of them was a series of. In the 10,000 birds forest, there happened to be a mortal who saw Lu Chaoga's back on the city wall that day, and he couldn't help but exclaimed. The head of the road. This is the head of the road. The chain reaction just exploded. As soon as he finished speaking, the sand sculpture player, closest to him, began to communicate to the surrounding, Master Lu. This is Master Lu. The same sentence began to be spread by word of mouth in the forest. Human nature is a repeater. Lin Huagan looked up at the sky, his mouth wide open. The players who reacted quickly jumped off the fruit tree and started running towards the bottom of the light boat. Get closer, so you can easily record videos and screenshots. More than 100 players quickly gathered in the open space, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. Forest flower stems are also among them. The next moment, an amazing scene happened. I saw that the back figure no longer sat cross-legged, but stood up gracefully. His figure disappeared from a light boat, and when he reappeared, he was already suspended in the air. Lu Chaoga is not a great practitioner, and he cannot fly without using the magic weapon of flying. At this moment, there was stagnant water, condensed by clouds and mist under his feet. He controlled the stagnant water with the power of water, turned them into smooth water mirrors, and then supported his body. His figure kept disappearing and then reappearing, coming towards the 10,000 birds forest at an extremely fast speed. He is walk in the air. When he was about 100 meters away from the flying bird forest, he removed the water mirror on the bottom of his feet, lightly tapped his toes, and the whole person landed at a very slow speed. The cyan robes danced in the air. What a dashing one. In the process, he secretly activated the peach imprint in his palm. The endless vitality contained in the mark was separated into a very small strand, which was poured into a dead tree below. Soon, he landed in front of this dead tree. The players stared at the back that turned away from all beings, and were stunned by the scene in front of them. Immortal, so immortal. Because at the moment when the green-robed man's toes landed on the ground, the dead branches above his head actually bloomed one after another with splendid red Suzaku flowers. The second update of PS, 4,500 words are presented. Chapter 113. 111, Charm 10, so terrifying. All the players present opened their eyes wide, shocked by the scene in front of them. The vermilion bird tree beside Lu Chaoga was already a dead tree. At this moment, the rest of its branches are all in a dead state, only the branch above Lu Chaoga's head blooms with gorgeous Suzaku flowers. Withered trees bring spring. Death and life are in stark contrast. The visual impact of this is very strong. Is this the magnificent world of practice? Sand sculpture players have had endless expectations for cultivation. This is amazing too. At the same time, more and more players are gathering here, and they start recording videos or taking screenshots from multiple angles. Lu Chaoga turned his back to the crowd, and this back alone made people feel unable to look away. It turns out that the natives in the city didn't lie. The players thought to themselves. Previously, they heard the NPCs blowing a back into the sky, but they thought it was too fake. Looking at it now, I find that my imagination is too lacking. This is the scary part of Charm 10. Suddenly, I feel that the back view drawn by Lang Mion's big touch is incomparable to a real person, a female player whispered. Tear man. I saw Tear man. What ripping man, this is the world of Shenxia, you want to call him a fairy. In the painting, Lin Huagan looked at the back, completely stunned. Damn it. He actually came to Novice Village. Lin Huagan couldn't believe it. Could it be that our Novice Village, which does not have a single mobs, is the real Novice Village with hidden surprises? Yes, on the surface we look like bad boys, but in fact we are lucky stars. The system dad is really fair and just. While we lost the mobs, he also brought us real practitioners. And it's still a leader. With the inertial thinking of players, they judge people by their appearance. If this NPC is just a trick, then why is it so delicate? Moreover, the way the head of the road appears is too special. Lin Huagan even suspects that this is an Easter egg given to everyone by the system during the internal testing period. Yes, this is likely to be an Easter egg. At this time, ordinary players with no culture are still busy in their minds, constantly fucking, while high-level gamers and professional players are more active. Is there any chance to have a relationship with this head-level NPC? Is there any chance for me to be the first lucky person in Tianxian realm? Today, Tianxuanji is still in the closed beta stage, and many world backgrounds have not been officially disclosed to players. Players know almost nothing about this magnificent world of practice. For many large guilds and professional clubs, the primary task of the closed beta is to explore the world and collect information. If you can develop some hidden plot lines, or have a relationship with some special NPCs, then when the public beta starts, you will be able to lead others. Since 5,000 of the 10,000 internal test quotas were used for lottery draws, and 5,000 were allocated to large guilds and professional clubs, during the internal test period, the proportion of high-level players and professional players was very high, and their purpose to be stronger, the execution is higher, and the training value is more. This is also the reason why Lu Chaoga attaches so much importance to internal testing. He and these players have a relationship of mutual needs. It's just that these players don't know the truth for the time being. Lu Chaoga turned his back to all beings. Looking up at the vermilion sparrow on the branch, he said, "Are you praying to me?" Perhaps because of the peach blossom imprint, he really felt the thirst for life of this dying Suzaku tree that had not yet completely died. This tree is quite spiritual and has the potential to become a spiritual tree. Lu Chaoga's muttering spread throughout the audience, and the players heard him speak, and immediately quieted down. Their eyes stared like copper bells, and their ears almost stood up, unwilling to let go of any details. And some voice-activated female players felt their legs were weak. His voice is also very good. Lu Chaoga looked at the gorgeous Suzaku flower, raised his palm, the peach blossom mark appeared, and then lightly pressed it on the branch of the dead tree. Just as his palm touched the tree trunk, endless vitality poured in instantly. The next moment, a ripple rippled in the air, the whole dead tree trembled violently, and then new buds were pulled out, and the tree was full of flowers. Its branches and leaves rustled, as if whispering, as if grateful. The players are directly stunned. They have been picking Suzaku fruit here for several days, and they have also seen Suzaku flowers. They could see that the vermilion of this tree was completely different from other fruit trees. Its flowers are more gorgeous and fuller, and the rich fragrance makes players feel numb after inhaling them into their nasal passages. It's amazing. It's amazing. A vermilion bird fruit is produced at the top. It is different from all the vermilion bird fruits around it. It is bigger and more red. There are shallow lines on the fruit, like a flaming bird flying high. Such a big vermilion tree, after recovering its vitality, only grew such a fruit. The quick-responding sand sculpture players hurriedly threw a detection at Guezi, and received feedback quickly. Vermilion bird fruit, treasure. Damn it. This is a spiritual fruit, not an ordinary one. No, is this tree enlightened by him? My God. Is this the charm of the Shansha world? I blow it up. At the top of the vermilion bird tree, after shaking a few times, the vermilion bird fruit spontaneously broke away from the branch and then fell accurately into Lu Chaoga's palm. It is not a complete spiritual tree, it just has a chance to escape from the mortal rank, so condensing a spiritual fruit is its limit. It's expressing gratitude. Then the seed is accepted. Lu Chaoga said lightly, and put the fruit into the ink ring. In this world, there are not many Suzaku trees with spiritual wisdom. You can see that such a large orchard is of ordinary quality. Therefore, this fruit is actually quite precious, and its effect will be several times better than that of ordinary Suzaku fruit. Master should like it very much. Jiang Xinyan's delicate and cold face appeared in Lu Chaoga's mind. Keep it for her, he said in his heart. The scene in front of them made the players and the people of Bird City just feel eye-opening. Immortal, so immortal. Lu Chaoga still turned his back to all beings, and said calmly, in the past few days, are there still evil spirits at work? The players reacted immediately. It turned out that the head of the road appeared again because he was worried about what happened to Bird City. The plot of this kind of hero returning to the field is not an Easter egg. At this moment, a resident of Bird City immediately said excitedly, thanks to Sect Leader Lu for helping, Bird City is safe and sound, thanks Sect Leader Lu. After speaking, many people started to salute spontaneously. For them, Lu Chaoga was a life-saving grace. Although before he appeared they had never heard of Momin in Qingzhou, nor the name Lu Chaoga, but now they have endless respect for Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga accepted their salute calmly, and then, using his own consciousness to detect the audience, he found that a few dog-licking players were mixed in among the salute people. This group of players are shameless, obviously their own rescue feat has nothing to do with them, but they also decisively joined the ranks of salute. What about him? The rich and noble are begging for it. It's winter now, so it's time to pay homage to the Immortals in the early years. No gift. Lu Chaoga raised his right hand and gently lifted it up, and everyone felt that an invisible force lifted them up. This made many female players around could not help but regret it. Ah. I knew I was salute just now. If this is rounded up, it doesn't mean that he touched me. Rounding up again, it is directly equivalent to having a relationship. After Lu Chaoga lifted up the saluting people, he opened his mouth and said, if that's the case, let's go to this seat. The next moment, his figure disappeared. When the players reacted, they looked up and could only see a streamer in the sky. The unrepentant sand sculpture player started chasing in the direction of the streamer, just like the fool who chased the plane. And more players can't hold back their excitement and are eager to share all the experiences just now. In this way, in the various group chats and in the forum, the topic of Lu Chaoga, the head of Momin, exploded in an instant. Post after post was uploaded, some were pictures, some were videos. Some players' pictures and videos are sloppy, but some players are relatively professional. Among them, there are several videos that directly caused a sensation on the forum. Although Lu Chaoga in the video only has a back view, it is still very eye-catching. The original versions circulating in Bird City have already aroused the curiosity of players, so how could they resist watching now? I'd like to see if this Momin Lu Chaoga has a false reputation. After reading it, most people's hearts can't be calm for a long time. One person and one tree, it's absolutely amazing. The comments below began to surge, and Lu Chaoga climbed to the top of the List again on the forum's popularity list. This brother, you reading www.sonicmtl.com. I can do it. Ask for the coordinates of Momin. I must worship this sect. Tongchio, it's not that I'm greedy, I just want to cultivate. Damn it, I'm in the pit. This is too immortal, isn't it? This game is blowing up. This NPC, I'm picking. Actually, my old road Chowga is not so handsome, and he kicks the quilt at night when he sleeps. Hurry up and test it, I can't wait. By the way, can this game sleep with NPCs? I'll just ask if I can sleep. And under the many posts about Lu Chowga, many players started to admire. Because there were many big touches who drew Lu Chowga's back with brain supplements before, but Lang Mian did the best. However, that picture paled in comparison to the real back. Of course, maybe it's because the picture was made up by the artist's brain. And now that it's real, maybe a more beautiful picture can be drawn? Under the madness of it, Lang Mian has not made any reply. A few hours passed, and Lang Mian suddenly posted a post on the forum. The content in it was very simple, but very exciting. Thank you for your love. I have tried several times just now, and I am not satisfied with each time. Friends who know me should know that I am a person with high self-demand. If I feel that my production is not good enough, there is no icing on the cake. If it works, I won't post it. Ashamed of everyone's expectations, I can only say, I can't draw this mood. Chapter 114. 112, he is actually the son of heaven's choice. Somewhere not far from the 10,000 birds forest, there is a small lake. This lake has no name and belongs to an unknown scenic spot. It was winter now, and the lake was covered with ice. From a height, it looked like a mirror with irregular and cracked surfaces. At this moment, Lu Chowga was sitting by the lake, holding a bamboo pole, fishing leisurely. A hole was cut in the ice, the hook was dropped into the cold lake water, and the lure was waiting to be swallowed by the lips of the fish. Luo Bing saw that the young master had such a leisurely and elegant manner, so he served him like a little maid. Although she is a strange woman who can be called daddy, in fact, what she does is not like the young lady of the master's family, but more like the master's maid. She brewed tea for Lu Chowga, the scent of spirit tea was fragrant, and then respectfully handed the tea to Lu Chowga. The round-faced chick held his cheeks, his eyes widened, staring at the movement of the fishing rod, missing the deliciousness of the fish soup. Suck it. She would take a sip of saliva from time to time. At this moment, Lu Chowga seemed to be fishing leisurely, but he was actually browsing the forum. He looked at the post on the forum about himself and Momin, and said in his heart, it's planned. In the forum, the enthusiasm of the players was completely ignited. This is the effect Lu Chowga wants. First, he left the rumors that his sword killed the fierce bird, which aroused the interest of sand sculpture players. Then show up again, brushing a wave of presents. And it has to be brushed and left. The reason why he chose to show up is because the players are very forgetful. Although there were rumors about Lu Chowga in the entire bird city, everyone would feel that this powerful sword cultivator was too far away from him. It is still the most real novice task in front of you. At the same time as they continued to deepen their understanding of the profound sky realm, broadened their horizons, and heard one after another of more miraculous things, they were sure to turn around and forget about Lu Chowga. Player. However, if you show one side, the effect is completely different. He is the first practitioner to contact the player, so his name, his sect, will be imprinted in the player's mind for the first time. To say which sect is the most impressive to the players now? Is it Jianzhong? Is it Chuanqiu Mountain? No, it's the little-known Momin. Under normal circumstances, after the public beta starts, there will be a zone list in the function of the player, and as long as you enter the name of the sect, you can check the sect level and basic information. The Momin is only a 9th grade sect. If you follow the normal process, the sand sculpture players will not like it at all, right? Not to mention attracting those pro gamers and high players. But in this regard, Lu Chaoga has other plans. At the same time, he is also a charm 10 who monopolizes the world's handsome 12 buckets, and he will never be forgotten at a glance, so it is enough to only show one side. As for why you leave after a wave of presents, that's because it's okay to appear in front of people, but if you have close contact with hundreds of players in one breath, it will be a bit pricey. Mystery is often very important. To give an inappropriate example, why do many people like to watch videos of girls turning skirts? Knowing what's inside, knowing how to turn it is the same thing, no matter how the skirt corners fly, there are limits, but still enjoy watching it. Because mystery always leads to yearning. In his opinion, sand sculpture players are indeed a great help for him to develop his power. However, you can't be picky eaters, you can't have everyone. Lu Chaoga still has to screen them first. When the internal test started, those functions in the Lu Chaoga system that had not been unlocked were completely unlocked. Among them, what he values the most is the task function. As an NPC, you must be able to issue quests to players. However, Lu Chaoga found that his system seemed a bit special. Normal tasks are actually transformed by the system. For example, a certain NPC took the player as a disciple and said to him, "You, help me buy a pot of wine." This kind of request will go directly through the system and be transformed into a system task for players to receive. This process is done by the system independently. But Lu Chaoga can insert a foot between the system and the player. The task is still sent by the system, but Lu Chaoga can write the task name, write the task content, choose the task object, and assign the task reward independently. With this insertion, Lu Chaoga was quite happy. There are infinite mysteries here. No, Lu Chaoga wrote a quest before leaving 10,000 Birds Forest and then threw it to all the players present. The content of the task is, Lu Chaoga, the head of the Momin, is still wandering around the Wanya forest. If you can meet him by chance and win his favor, there is a certain chance to unlock the hidden plot, and there is a certain chance to get the chance. As for this so-called certain probability, of course, it depends on Lu Chaoga's own personal preferences. In fact, the content of this task has already caused a sensation among the players in Bird City. Others are still brushing mobs and saving travel expenses. We have the opportunity to directly contact the powerful head-level swordsman. But in fact, what really shocked the players in Bird City was the task name of this task. Naturally, the quest name will not be looking for Lu Chaoga, the head of Momin. When Lu Chaoga was writing, he left another code name of himself. Looking for the Son of Heaven. When he wrote down the name of this task, Lu Chaoga's face was not blushing or his heart was beating, because he really recognized this identity from the bottom of his heart. And the words Son of Heaven's Chosen undoubtedly caused a sensation among players. After uploading it to the forum, it directly caused a big earthquake. Heaven's chosen son? What the hell? It turns out that the players in Bird City are children chosen by God, and they are a group of lucky ones. Won't he be the world's protagonist? Lu Chaoga, who has a handsome back, won't be the world's protagonist of Tianxuanji, right? Probably not. According to my experience, the protagonist will mark it directly. Upstairs, what do you mean by the Son of Heaven's Chosen? If he is not the protagonist of the world, I will eat it. Everyone, hurry up. The cheating party is here again, don't feed him, he will live in your toilet, we will starve him to death. The discussion on the forum was very lively, and the players in Bird City were not calm. Pick fruit? And pick your mother's fruit. Take your luck. In this way, the residents of Bird City watched as these enthusiastic and eccentric foreign laborers collectively carried their burdens and ran towards the direction where Lu Xiaoga disappeared. A group of silly children, how can Xian Yuan get something so lightly? A simple old man sighed with emotion. It was almost noon now, but a thick layer of fog shrouded the lake. It stands to reason that now is the time when the winter is warm and sunny. And there is no reason for the dense fog to occur. In fact, this was indeed created by Lu Xiaoga's use of the power of water. He did not learn any formation techniques, but this dense fog could be used as an ecstasy formation. When players enter it, they will not be able to see everything around them in an instant. Lu Xiaoga can manipulate the fog at will to confuse players. Players who are not attracted to him will not be able to find him in the fog for a whole day, and may also be hit by the barriers he set up, making them impossible to approach even if they are close at hand. And those who can be seen by him will come to his side and mistakes. They would think it was because of their excellent sense of direction, strong ability and rich game experience, but in fact it was Lu Xiaoga who gave them water. This approach can avoid some koi who have no potential, but the European spirits find themselves, and then they will brutally reject a wave. When he appeared in the 10,000 birds forest, he used his divine sense to swept through all the players present, including some old acquaintances, some who had never been in contact with them but had heard of good players, and some. Lu Xiaoga is now very confused about a female player whose nickname is Lin Ali. This female player actually has good potential and deserves to be cultivated. She is a high-ranking player in a well-known big guild, and she is also a well-known game anchor with her own traffic. The reason why Lu Xiaoga is tangled is because this female anchor who loves to wear fox earrings during the live broadcast, he has slept. He not only saw her wearing fox earrings in reality, he also played with an indescribable fox tail. Nothing but the simple pleasure of the rich. Originally, everyone can take what they need, but I don't know if I am too attractive, or the female anchor who can flexibly use tail props is very ambitious. She actually stopped talking about money and started talking about love. He is a person who is very clear in this regard, and a relationship that starts with money can never enter his heart. Lu Xiaoga still remembered clearly that day, after the baptism of the storm. This Lin Ali suddenly began to ask for a clear girlfriend identity, and wanted to be in the position. She cried so hard that it was raining, grabbed her wrist, and said sadly, "What am I in your heart?" Lu Xiaoga looked at her, the corners of his mouth rose, and a sincere smile appeared on his face, saying, "You're not here." At this moment, Lu Xiaoga was holding a fishing rod, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he said in his heart, "Forget it, I won't admit her to my door. And I will feel embarrassed when I see it later. What's so strange about this? Fake beastier girl, oh you lying in my coffin, that's a real beastier girl. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely slap her tail." At this moment, many players are already close to the dense periphery. As for Lu Xiaoga, who was in the middle of the thick fog, after fishing for so long, he was surprised that he did not catch a single one. The round-faced chick looked puzzled, the child had a lot of question marks, and said in a puzzled way, "Sect master, let's just use the spell to catch it." "What exactly is the master? Fishing?" Lu Xiaoga touched her little head and said with a smile, "Seeing your uncle is trying to whet your appetite." Outside the dense fog, dozens of players had gathered here, and Lin Huagan The vice president of the Love War Guild is among them. Yes, Lin Huagan is from the well-known Shenhao Guild, Love War Guild. As I said before, this guild did not deal with Lu Chaoga in the previous life. Very much, because Lu Chaoga could alone fight against the gods of the Love War Guild in terms of money ability. No way, in fact, most of the guilds are fake gods are just their characters, and there is a team behind them doing marketing. That's why Lin Huaqian is so stupid, thinking that the members who are close to him are all of the same class, and everyone is a serious rich man. He thought that his guild had at most a little water in the wine, but it was actually a little bit of wine in the water. Lin Huagan is a very strange rich second generation who loves to play games. In his eyes, women are not half as fun as games. If you want to play, just play women in the game and get double happiness directly. And his temperament is actually a more easygoing kind. No, he and a girl player threatened to say that if Lu Chaoga came to Novice Village, he would eat the tree. Just now, he really had some serious bargaining with the girl, asking if he could just take a bite of the bark. At this moment, he looked at the thick fog in front of him and felt that this was where the dream began. He resolutely walked into the thick fog and began to search for his own fairy tale. In the past, as the vice president of the Love War Guild, the only thing he could do for the guild was to pay. This time, if you can really have a relationship with Lu Chaoga, it will be completely different, and you will be able to show your ability directly. A few minutes ago, he had a voice call with the senior members of the guild. And everyone had high hopes for him. Son of Heaven's chosen, these 4 words are really lethal. Lian Zhan, the president of the Love War Guild, made a decisive decision and was ready to take a big bet. If Lin Huaqian can really find Lu Chaoga, you read www.sonicmtl.com and open the fairy tale, then, after the next public beta, the entire Love War Guild will develop around Momin. Under the circumstance that he had established an advantage during the internal test, he felt that the Love War Guild could soar into the sky. Mixing with the chosen son, what else could be wrong? The same is true for NPCs as horses, mortals as horses, and demigods as gods. This made Lin Huagan feel that he had a heavy burden on himself, the future of the guild. After he walked into the fog, he could not see everything around him. Immediately, he wandered through the fog like a blind man, occasionally bumping into some barriers, forcing him to change his direction. In this way, while stumbling, he saw a hazy back through the thinner and thinner mist. Lu Chaoga, who was fishing, smiled slightly and said in his heart, "A fish has taken the bait." Although he doesn't have a good impression of the Love War Guild, his thoughts are very simple. The more unhappy they are, the more they want to accept them as horses and listen to their own orders. No matter whether you are a real god or a fake god, you will all work for this seat in the future. In the future, I will have a bowl of rice to eat, and you rich people will have a bowl to wash. Lin Huagan rubbed his eyes and looked forward carefully. It was a man in a blue robe. He was sitting beside the ice lake, holding a simple fishing rod, fishing. For some reason, looking at this hazy picture, a few big words popped out in his mind. Fishing for snow in the cold river alone. Chapter 115. 113, Moody Road Chaoga. Sect Master, someone's here. Xiao Qiao turned around, wrinkled small folds on her round face like a meat bun, and turned her head to stare at Lin Huagan. From her point of view, the uncle is fishing, and only after she catches fish will she have fish meat and fish soup. This outsider runs in, and the movement is so loud that it will scare the fish away. Those who affect the food of the dry cook are all enemies. If you don't let me cook, I'll do you. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Lu Chaoga raised the fishing rod in his hand. And a plump fish jumped out of the water. Whether it was the scales or the splashing water droplets, they all shone in the warm winter sun. The first fish, he said lightly, and put the fish into the fish basket held in Luo Bing's hands. Xiaoqiu's mouth instantly let out a suck, and she started to get greedy. Again. Lu Chaoga rubbed her little head lightly, and said without looking back, "You have passed through the foggy formation of this seat." Lin Huagan looked at Daoying's lonely back, and it took a while before he realized that he said this to himself. He has a feeling of illusory bamboo that has broken the Zhenlong chess game. But what Xuzhu has gained is internal strength, and he has opened up an even more powerful immortal fate. Tiangshuanji closed beta, this young master has made his first contribution. Lin Huagan was already excited. He really thought he had broken the formation by mistake. Lu Chaoga continued to put the hook into the water, and said lightly, "Stay aside and wait." Lin Huagan's nerves were tense now, for fear that he would miss the fate of immortality accidentally, and then disrupted all the subsequent layout of the Love War Guild, and quickly stood aside obediently. With his years of gaming experience, he probably understands that the number of places to break the formation is limited, but there should be more than one. The reason why I told myself to wait is that there are still people who can break the formation. But I'm the first. Hee hee. Lin Huagan's face was full of smiles, and he felt that the treatment of the first place must be different from the others. He secretly glanced at the head-level NPC. This look was caught by Xiaoqiu. And the little guy made a face at him. Such a cute little loli, this chubby round face, I really want to pinch it. However, if I can really worship this head of the road as my teacher, wouldn't I still call this Senior Lolita? Ah, it's so uncomfortable, but it's okay to call that Luo Bing Senior sister. Hee hee. This NPC named Luo Bing is really good-looking, pure, completely different from the coquettish bitches I've come into contact with. Lin Huagan. I've started to think about farting. Lu Chaoga continued to fish, but in fact his consciousness was shrouded in all directions. He had a panoramic view of all Lin Huagan's micro-expressions, and at the same time, he began to study the favorability function. As an NPC, players can brush their favorability. He almost filled Jiang Xinyan's favorability back then, which led her to the idea of taking her younger brother to drive. It's just that my favorability level seems to be adjustable manually. Lu Chaoga looked at it and thought to himself. Lu Chaoga did not dare to try this function easily for a while. Does the ghost know whether it will directly affect his state of mind? When he was in the 10,000 Birds forest earlier, he noticed Lin Ali, who had spent several days and nights with him. But when he looked at it, he only thought that Lin Ali's appearance was really unremarkable and unattractive to him. This woman, whom he had been intimate with to the end, could not cause any waves in Lu Chaoga's heart. Why is this so? It is because his favorability degree towards Lin Ali is 0. As I said earlier, according to the mechanism of Tiangshuanji, the higher the favorability, the better the player's image in the hearts of NPCs. Therefore, it doesn't matter how well you pinch your face, the favorability is king. When Lin Ali created the character, he directly used his true face, and only performed minor beautification. Because she is a well-known female anchor, if the game image matches her own image, it is conducive to drainage, which can bring her greater benefits. In her previous life, Lu Chaoga thought that she grew up on her own aesthetic point, but now she doesn't call at all. It can only be said that the favorability mechanism is terrifying. Take him as a guinea pig. Lu Chaoga thought about it and thought it was better to give it a try. He directly lowered his favorability to Lin Huagan by 5 points. Favorability is in units of 5 points, before plus or minus 20 points. After 20 o'clock, you can only use 1 point as a unit. Lu Chaoga's thinking is very clear. I can't adjust it first. If this will directly affect my spiritual world, I really like him instantly. What should I do if I can't bear to adjust it? Lin Huagan, who was laughing silly, soon received a system prompt. Ding. Lu Chaoga's favorability rating for you -5. Lin Huagan? What did I do to me? Why is it reduced by 5? I'm obviously the first in the battle. Just when he was at a loss, he received a second prompt message. Ding. Lu Chaoga's favorability rating for you -5. Lin Huagan was about to cry, damn it. It's a fucking loss of 10. If you reduce it further, I won't become a hostile camp and be cut by him with a sword, right? The reason why Lu Chaoga reduced it twice was because after -5, he found that there was no turbulence in his heart, so he thought that maybe the reduction was not enough, so he simply reduced it again. After one pass, Lu Chaoga probably figured it out. This favorability level doesn't affect my spiritual world, it's just a value for the player to see. However, it will intuitively affect the player's image in my eyes. At this moment, he only felt that this Lin Huagan was really ugly, and he was almost catching up with Mo Dongfeng with his own hiding. Other than that, there was no disgust. In this case, he feels that the favorability function actually has many wonderful uses, which can allow players to generate countless brain supplements, thus giving birth to one wonderful misunderstanding after another. And through the adjustment of favorability, players will not be able to understand Lu Chaoga's temperament, and feel that he is particularly elusive. Lu Chaoga didn't think this was a bad thing. At this moment, Lin Huagan stood up straight, not daring to be silly anymore. Soon he received another reminder, and his favorability level rose back to 5 points. Could it be that my attitude just now wasn't correct? Lin Huagan had great doubts in his heart. He didn't dare to look blindly, and he didn't dare to giggle. He stood there straight, as if he was standing there during military training. No way, as far as he is concerned, if he can really have a relationship with Lu Chaoga, then he will immediately incarnate into a popular figure in Tianxian realm, and he can pretend to be a big guy in front of all players. This kind of temptation is hard to resist for a rich second generation like Lin Huagan. And he doesn't feel that he is trying to please the NPC. He feels that he is relying on his ingenuity to compete with the NPC. Many people love to brush the favorability of NPCs, is it because they are licking dogs in their bones? Yes, many people are. But there is also a part, like when Lu Chaoga brushed Jiang Xinyan in his previous life, his filial piety has deteriorated, and he is thinking of conquering. After another 5 minutes, a male player named Mo Buxiu broke through the fog and came here. He was also carefully selected by Lu Chaoga. This guy is not well known now, but later became famous in the Profound Sky realm. This person's fighting consciousness is extremely high, but the operation can only be regarded as above average, not at all good. However, he is a top commander. The team battles under his command have a high winning rate. In terms of conducting, Lu Chaoga felt that he was able to rank in the top 3 in the entire Tianxian realm. At the same time, he is still a spray emperor. 5 sprays in 1 second is just a routine operation. It really is. I can't show you when the sky is not born. The spray is like a long night. The current Mo Buxiu is still a pearl from the sea, which has not been excavated by the big guild and professional club, and is a civilian player. Therefore, this person's approach is more interesting. He is especially good at licking Be the NPC's lackey, and be the spray emperor among the players. Therefore, his commanding style is also very different. Only some teammates who can bear him can produce excellent results, otherwise there will be direct infighting. In his previous life, Lu Chaoga had paid Mo Buxiu to be the conductor when he was developing a wild map boss in the wasteland. Since he is the father of the Gold Master, he is soft-hearted, so he has a good attitude towards Lu Chaoga. But other teammates are different. I asked you to do vision, not to see feng shui on your grave. You still have the face to put on protective clothing for yourself. It's completely unnecessary. You just need to wear a shroud. Tell me if you lack the love of your father, you don't need to raise the opposite side like filial piety to your father. Tell you to pull the blame, do your best to pull the air, this is the world of Xianxia. Do you want the other side to suffocate to death? You take off your shoes, okay, what agility, and send it slowly? This is also because he has received money, otherwise he is usually directly swearing. In Tianqian realm, too dirty voice will be silenced by the system. So half of his command content will be beep 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 dash. What is worth mentioning is that this spray emperor is actually from Guangdong province, so if he swears, at least half of it will be Cantonese. It is also because of this that he also has a nickname given to him, Beep King. Lu Chaoga feels that this person has potential, and the more you go to the later stage, an excellent conductor will become more and more important. Of course, thanks to this person who only sprayed sand sculpture players. Otherwise, Lu Chaoga would slap him to death. Time passed minute by minute, and 30 players quickly gathered here. These players were carefully selected by Lu Chaoga. You must know that half of the internal test quotas are high-level and professional players, so there are actually quite a few experts. There are 1,000 players in Bird City, and the 30 people selected from such a ratio are definitely the elite of the elite. And many of them will also lead their own guilds or clubs to tilt towards Momen through their own influence. The only thing that surprised Lu Chaoga was that Lin Ali made a mistake and came to the last barrier with his own pregnancy energy. As long as Lu Chaoga takes the initiative to open the barrier, she will pass the level. My opportunity of 3.141596 is really strange. After Lu Chaoga thought about it, Yu read www.sonicmtl.com still let her in. After all, she is one of the top 10 most popular anchors in Tianqian, and she is also a person on the list of Tianqian beauty players, with her own traffic. She is standing pretty in the crowd now, and many players around are peeking at this famous female anchor. At this moment, 30 sand sculpture players stood in a row, full of expectations. According to their ideas, if they succeeded in breaking through the barrier, they should be accepted as apprentices, right? I'm looking forward to it. I became the apprentice of the chosen son during the closed beta test, which is great. Woohoo, take off. When you get rich, your life is about to be brilliant. Only Lin Huagan, whose favorability was still -5, had a bad premonition in his heart. I saw the back who was fishing and slowly retracted the fishing rod. Up to now, everyone has not seen its true face. But just the back and the aura emanating from their bodies made them feel in awe. And Lu Chaoga's next words made all the players bewildered and their dreams shattered. You have passed the foggy formation set up by the seat, and you can be considered to have withstood the test. Very good, from today onwards, you will be a handyman disciple of my Momin. P.S. The starting point has a new book event in January. Anyone who has collected our book and subscribed to it will have 2 chances to draw a lottery in the event interface. If you have starting point coins, you can get 100 points as a reward, and you can also, there are 3 more lottery opportunities. If you are interested, you can go for a lottery. For genuine readers, there are at least 2 free lottery draws. Anyway, no money, just earn a little. Chapter 116. 114, True, One-Eyed Determines Life and Death. Miscellaneous. Handyman Disciple? 30 top players only felt their heads dizzy. I thought that I would be greeted by Shanlu, but I didn't expect to have to work part-time. The players are not fools. Although they have little understanding of the world background of Tiangshuanji, they can feel that the handyman disciples should be among the disciples of the sect, and they are the lowest level. Right? There's no such thing as a dick-picking disciple, right? For a time, except for Lin Huagan, the other 29 players felt an endless sense of gap in their hearts. Because Lin Huagan was already mentally prepared, at this moment, looking at other people's expressions of eating shit, he was still a little proud. As soon as Lu Chaoga finished speaking, 30 players received a system prompt. Ding. Do you want to join Momen? Identity, Handy Disciple. Once the player chooses join, then it is very difficult to change the division. If it wasn't for Lu Chaoga's identity as Son of Heaven's Chosen, it is estimated that most of the players would have turned their heads and left. But when they thought that this NPC was undoubtedly a very special NPC, they felt that there was a rare opportunity in front of them. Their thinking is very simple. It is still in the closed beta stage. It is impossible for the game to deliberately trick everyone when such a special NPC comes out. There's no such thing as smashing signs. These 30 players are all experienced players. According to their understanding of the game routines, if nothing else, this is an opportunity and a challenge. Some people may fall down and die at the beginning of the game because of this, and some people may rise to the top because of this. The starting point is a bit low, but I may have missed this opportunity, and I will never find a chance to climb the high branch of the heavenly chosen sun in the future. So most people are just struggling at the moment. And Lin Huagan decided to give it a go. He was the most impulsive at the scene. He was the first to successfully pass the level, but Lu Chaoga's favorability for him was -5. He decided to be the first to agree at this moment to restore a wave of favorability. Give it a go, a bicycle becomes a motorcycle. He decisively chose join. Then, he didn't forget to open his mouth and said, "This disciple pays respects to the sect master." The next moment, there was an extra prefix before his nickname. Before the nickname above his head, the word, Momen, was added. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, and adjusted his favorability from -5 to +5, which made Lin Hua go crazy. After the adjustment, he looked at Lin Huagan again, and felt that his appearance was not so ugly. Lu Chaoga had heard about Lin Huagan in his previous life, and always thought this person was a fool. Now, after giving him 5 favorability points, I think he is at least a cute idiot. At this moment, Luo Bing, who was serving Lu Chaoga by the side, looked up at the rest of the group with a displeased expression. Although Luo Bing is pure lust, not suitable for secretary dress, black silk and skirt are not suitable for her, but she is really suitable for secretary work. Just like now, she has shown her capable side again. She could see that the sun attaches great importance to these people. Although the sun's current attitude is quite indifferent, in her opinion, the indifference of the superior is necessary. Therefore, she needs to be sensible at this moment. Luo Bing took 2 steps forward and waved at Lin Huagan, "Come beside me." Lin Huagan ran over immediately, not forgetting to put his finger beside his eyes, then raised his fingertips, made a salute gesture to the other players, and was about to whistle a few times. Luo Bing ignored the others. Instead, he said to Lin Huagan, "Don't think that the status of the handyman disciple is low. The master and uncle of the sect have only accepted the disciple of the senior brother. When the senior brother started, he started from the handyman disciple." She seemed to be encouraging Lin Huagan, but she was actually telling others. Luo Bing's words were right. He Ting was Lu Chaoga's sword attendant at first, and his status was equivalent to that of a handyman's disciple. Well, the handyman disciple of Mo Min's demonic flames. After he was approved as a deep-rooted demon, he was brought back to the mountain by Lu Chaoga to do some rough work every day. In fact, the rough work of Mo Min is basically done by the senior brother. Hiding. It's not that Luo Bing's younger brothers and sisters are ignorant. The main reason is that Hiding's sense of existence is too low, and his innate sense of existence is terrifyingly low. When he was doing chores, no one would notice him at all. When he is done, everyone may still have a question mark in their minds: who did it? This gentle and mute with monstrous flames has always been silently taking care of this big family. He can't speak, but he is very careful. It seems that everyone is a practitioner who is not afraid of cold, and can only wear a thin shirt on a cold day, but Xiaoqiu was a mortal child when he first started, and it was Hiding who silently laid the quilt for her, and silently went down the mountain to give it to her. Buy some thick cotton jackets. This mute is always silent, he doesn't speak, he only acts. In fact, all the disciples of Mo Min respect the big brother. As soon as Luo Bing said this, the eyes of the other 29 players lit up. I guessed right. Although the starting point is low, it is both an opportunity and a challenge. This voice sounded in everyone's heart. Betting. They are all proud people, and they all feel that they are strong among players, and they don't think they can't get along. And they are all smart people, and they also obtained a very crucial piece of information. Lu Chaoga currently has only one disciple. In fact, apprenticeship is like dividing the family property between children. And the energy and resources of the master are also limited. Why do many parents enroll their children in cram schools and prefer one-on-one tutoring? The fewer apprentices Lu Chaoga has, this means that if he can really worship him as a teacher, the more benefits will be. Soon, everyone selected, join, one after another. Then there was something to follow, and he said loudly, disciple pays homage to the sect master. This role-playing way makes them feel a little bit funny. From this moment on, everyone has a prefix of Mo Min before their names. Luo Bing naturally couldn't see these prefixes, but she could hear the sound. To greet the head. The little secretary nodded with satisfaction, then walked back to Lu Chaoga and continued to warm tea for him. Among the 30 players, some people have discovered that there has been a change in the Zongmen column on their character panel. From none, it became Mo Min, 9-pin Zongmen. After they clicked on the 9th grade sect, they jumped out of the detailed sect hierarchy, and then, they were stunned. 9 grades? The lowest level. The son of the dignified heavens chosen, according to legend, the sword cultivator who slashed all Lin Fizio with a sword from heaven and earth is just the head of the 9th grade sect? I'm not going to get on the pirate ship, right? This is a wrong start, but his back is really handsome. In addition, after joining Mo Min, they can also check the basic information of Mo Min. After seeing that Mo Min was a subordinate sect of Jianzong, they only felt a little stunned in their hearts. When they saw that Mo Min was still at the bottom of the Xiaobamen, a heart fell directly into the bottom. Eat the loss of no culture. However, they always feel that the routine should not be like this, and their Is no reason for the dog game to play cards so unreasonably. At this moment, Lu Chaoga, who had already taken away his fishing rod, no longer sat cross-legged facing the ice lake, but got up slowly. A faint coercion spread from him, making all players feel a little difficult to breathe. You will understand later, this is your creation, Lu Chaoga said calmly. Then turned around. After hearing this, the 30 players barely took half a pill of reassurance. At this moment, although they were short of breath due to the coercion, they couldn't lift their heads a little, but seeing Lu Chaoga about to turn around. Who wouldn't want to see his true face? Whether or not he is on the pirate ship or not is a matter of the future. Nowadays, the most popular NPCs are finally no longer showing their backs. Of course, they should take screenshots or record videos as soon as possible. Whether players take screenshots or record videos, they use themselves as the first point of view. Therefore, if they want to record the true face of Lu Chaoga, they need to resist this faint pressure and forcibly raise their heads. But fortunately, the pressure is not so difficult to resist. If you use all your strength, you can barely lift your head. But just when they wanted to look up, a prompt message popped up in front of them, and there was a red exclamation mark in the upper right corner of the prompt message. Ding. Warning, you will face the natal supernatural power, Heart Sword. Danger level, fatal. Will you spend a resurrection coin to look at each other? In the hearts of the players, confusion immediately emerged. What's the meaning? This is to say, I look at him, am I dead? Their thinking is correct. The sword cuts the body, the heart cuts the soul. Heart sword, what directly destroys is the consciousness and soul, the top natal supernatural powers that belong to the spiritual category. Judging by the current level of players, Lu Chaoga can indeed kill people in a single thought. He glanced at them lightly, and they would all die. I look at you, and you're dead. Therefore, when he activates the Heart Sword, the system will kindly issue a warning to the players. In this case, the first reaction of most people is to be stunned. Of course, among the 30 people, there will definitely be people who are not afraid of death. Isn't it just a resurrection coin? I have to see it. It's not directly deleting the account, I can still afford this price. Like Lin Ali, she was very curious about Lu Chaoga's true appearance for a long time, and her impulse immediately defeated her reason. After hesitating for 2 seconds, she decided to see the true appearance, and she wanted to record it to attract herself weight popularity. But these few seconds of hesitation made Lu Chaoga disappear without a trace. A light boat turned into a streamer and flew away directly from here. All that was left was his sigh, and the sentence, the nature of the heart is average. After Lu Chaoga left in a boat, the players looked at each other in dismay. Biwang Busho took the lead and said, "Did you see it?" "I see," everyone said in unison. "It's terrifying." Some players said, "Is this the way practitioners used to detect the nature of the mind?" Lin Ali immediately agreed and said, "This is the first time I have received this kind of warning." There is a red exclamation mark on it, and the level of danger is fatal. She only thinks that Lu Chaoga is so strong now. She didn't know that on another timeline, she, who had a deep relationship with Lu Chaoga, also experienced the strength of Lu Chaoga firsthand. The road of Lu Chaoga is the road all the way to the end. There are a lot of philandering men in this world, but there are not many men who can touch the philandering. Immediately afterwards, the players began to discuss freely. Will it be too impulsive for us to join Momin like this? It's a little bit, but he is the son of heaven, and he looks like a really strong one. No, can we think about it from another angle? Maybe it's not that he is too strong, but we are too weak? Yeah, after all, we are still in a state of ignorance about the combat power of this game. But the sect level of Momin is real. The most terrible thing is that even if the Momin level is low, we are only handyman disciples. Isn't this equal to the most rubbish start? Hearing these words, Lin Ali was a little unhappy, and said, I don't agree. I think this is just two paths, one is to join the sect directly, and the other. Maybe the path we are taking now, everyone, want to look at the problem with a developmental eye. She was an ambitious and assertive woman. In Lu Chaoga's previous life, if she met not a rich second generation like Lu Chaoga, but a stupid one, with the way she usually treats people and things, and the way she serves people, 80% of them will be able to succeed. The day they broke up was Christmas, and she said she wanted to be a Christmas tree, and she wanted to be stuffed with gifts. My dear, why don't you just sing Good Pregnancy? Lu Chaoga thought to himself. In the end, it broke up. I also agree with Ali's point of view, and I think that eyes can kill people. And it is absolutely impossible to be a low-level NPC. If this is the case, to what extent will the force mechanism of this game collapse, and the strong will destroy the world? That? The map has collapsed, and I'm still playing with a hammer. Imo supported Lin Ali. Everyone said what I said, only Lin Huagan was stunned by the side. What are you talking about? Lin Huagan calmed down and said, what? System warning, what exclamation mark? As soon as this statement came out, the other 29 people looked at him one after another. Imo was the most puzzled and asked, I just asked everyone if they saw it, and you didn't answer that you saw it. I saw it. After Lin Huagan finished speaking, his eyes were still a little erratic. Could it be that what you saw was different from what we saw? What did you see? A player asked. I saw his face. Lin Huagan said. What? Everyone was shocked. Looking at their reactions, Lin Huagan realized that he seemed to be the only lucky one. So, you reading www.sonicmtl.com, he installed it. Huh? Didn't you gain his favorability? He couldn't stop at the beginning. No, I'm the only one who has gained 5 favorability points. Everyone nodded one after another. Their current friendship with Lu Chaoga was 0. Lin Huaqian held her head high and became more and more proud of her previous decisiveness. If you hesitate, you will lose. He glanced at everyone and said, look, are you being treated differently? I'm so angry, just because he is so stubborn, I really want to hit him. But Lin Huagan was the honorary vice-chairman of the Lianzhong Guild, so hitting him would be like hitting the Lianzhong Guild's face. Few people would really do this. Moreover, the most important thing now is, what does Lu Chaoga, the man of the moment, look like? Lin Ali was the most curious one. She said, have you seen what he looks like? What does he look like? Lin Huagan saw that everyone was looking at him eagerly, and he gathered everyone's eyes by himself, and couldn't help but feel somber. He looked at everyone and said, trust me, everyone, we are definitely a top start, we are definitely lucky, I can take a personality guarantee. We're in the same class now. Since I'm the first to pass through the fog, you can call me a brother. He started chattering endlessly. And just when the other players felt impatient, Lin Huagan lowered his voice and said mysteriously, as for his looks, I recorded it. The second update of PS, still 4000. Chapter 117. 115, Underage Girls Be Careful. What? You recorded it? The players present couldn't help exclaiming. Look. Show us. Hurry up, hurry up. Everyone was still sad about spring and autumn, and felt confused about their future. At this moment, their attention was completely attracted by the video. When human beings seek resources, they will always unite. Then let me start a group first. Lin Huagan smiled slightly. He thinks he really made a lot of money. All 30 people worshipping Momin together, they must create a group, and whoever creates the group is the leader of the group, and the status and the right to speak are completely different. Now, because of this video, I have naturally pulled the group, and no one has raised any objections. A handyman disciple is a handyman disciple, and that's the worst handyman disciple. Lin Huagan had already developed an inexplicable sense of belonging to the Momin. After adding everyone's friends, Lin Huagan started a group chat, and the name of the group chat was tentatively set to Light Yellow Long Group. After the creation, he sent the video he recorded to the group. The video is very short, only 2 seconds. The perspective is Lin Huagan's first perspective. In these 2 seconds, he and Lu Chaoge simply looked at each other. In just 2 seconds, everyone who watches the video has a feeling of 1,000 years at a glance. Sword eyebrows and star eyes, Fengshen Junyi. The black hair was casually draped over his shoulders, adding a touch of unrestrainedness and unrestrainedness. In the depths of his pupils, there is still a touch of dark gold, which makes these eyes even more mysterious. Maybe this is Heart Sword? Lin Huagan raised his head and looked around at everyone, carefully observed everyone's micro-expressions, and sure enough, they were all sluggish. Is there such an unparalleled man in this world? They suddenly understood why Lin Huagan could say with certainty that Lu Chaoge was definitely not a simple NPC. They understood now why Lin Huagan dared to guarantee his personality, Momin, would definitely rise to prominence in the future, although no one cared about his personality. It is no exaggeration to say that such an NPC with such a peerless appearance is the #1 in the world. How could it be a passerby? The chosen son, no wonder he is the chosen son. Of the 30 players present, 20 were male players. They all had to admit that this man was so handsome. That's outrageous. If Lao Tzu looks like this, what kind of game are you still working so hard to play? There are so many that the ant is bewitching in her ear. Young man, don't work hard, right? No, it's a pity not to be an idol with this appearance. For the inheritance of high-quality genes, for the future of mankind, it is not too much to find more girlfriends, right? He won't be the face of Tianxian realm, right? A female player couldn't help but asked. It's very possible, after all, when a game is promoted, it still needs some highly representative NPCs. Someone immediately agreed. If this is not a facade, what is a facade? Of the 30 players, most of them were discussing immediately, while the likes of Lin Ari kept silent and kept playing the video on the side in a loop. At this moment, the sharp-eyed player discovered that above the ice lake, water vapor rose, and something was floating. There's something there. Look, it's there. Someone ran over and took the suspended object, and said happily, it's a jade slip. This is a practice method. All players heard the words, their eyes lit up immediately. They threw a detection in the past. The basic information was immediately checked. Cultivation technique, chi refining technique. The first level exercises commonly used in the profound sky realm, created by Emperor Qing, are the foundation of all methods. After the players checked the information, they immediately understood. It turns out that when everyone was level 1 to 10, they practiced this chi refining technique. Then there is no difference. Learn. 30 players resolutely learned the exercises, and after everyone learned it, the jade slip immediately cracked, and then banged and turned into powder. Amazing. Someone exclaimed. Brother, if you can't speak English well, let's just speak Mandarin, okay? While everyone's enthusiasm was high, Lin Huagan stepped aside and began to do two things with one mind. While uploading this video to the Love War Guild group, he started editing the post on the forum. It's the only one. The only face-to-face video of the head of the road. He had an inexplicable paparazzi-like pleasure. Sect master, this disciple will make you famous all over the world. Hee hee, he must have never dreamed of it, he just glanced at me, and I recorded a video, and let all players remember his face. Lin Huagan thought to himself. On the other side, Lu Chaoga was sitting on a light boat, refreshing the forum. Sure enough, he soon saw the post uploaded by Lin Huagan. The title made him twitch his mouth. Shock. Lu Chaoga looks like this. Underage girls please watch with their parents. Is he looking for a draw? Lu Chaoga thought in his heart. What do you mean by underage girls, please watch with their parents? Are you discriminating against boys? You're cold. Lu Chaoga made a joke in his heart. He clicked on the post and glanced at the video. Not to mention, after more than 20 years, it was the first time he watched his own video. Well, it's still photogenic, but I'm still more handsome. Lu Chaoga made a judgment in his heart. Many people feel that the self under the camera and the self in the mirror are exactly like two people. That's because the reduction degree of the lens is actually not as good as that of the mirror. Believe in yourself, the more beautiful you in the mirror is the real you. Of course, if it's all frustration, then let's face the reality directly. No need to give up on yourself, at least try to be a happy frustration. There are many rumors that the stars in the video are already good looking. But most of them are better looking in person. Lu Chaoga didn't believe it before, but now he believes it after watching his own video. He only watched the 2-second video once, and then scrolled down to the comments. Next to the title of this post, the word explosive was marked. Because the popularity of this post is really unbelievable. How should I put it? After this video was uploaded, it caused a sensation not only in the forum, but even in the so-called games circle. This video went viral. Is this outrageous? Is it a miracle of the creator? Countless people expressed such emotion. Nua's dazzling skills are not so dazzling. The comments below made Lu Chaoga dazzled. Handsome made me cry. Crying? Where did you cry? How many tears did you shed? Sorry XXX, I'm mentally derailed. Turns out I'm a lecherous woman. What kind of men's team are you looking at? The men's team has such a fragrance? It's useless no matter how many you have, the quality can't stand it. No, is this game called Tiangshuanji so cool? Can I recharge this NPC? Yes, I strongly support the opening of this function. Can I start a virtual boyfriend business? I'm willing to charge it for as much as I want. I really want to have an Oreo biscuit-like love with him, twist, lick, soak. All kinds of comments swept in. Lu Chaoga's focus was not on these nonsense, but on the development of himself and Momin. As he expected, many people have already asked for the exact coordinates of Momin. Don't mention other sects to me, the old lady is a player of Momin in life. And a player in the underworld of Momin in death. After the post exploded, the remaining 29 players reposted the post. Careful people found that their nicknames on the forum all had a common prefix, which read the word, Momin. Is this Lin Huagan, the honorary vice-chairman of the Love War Guild? Does this mean that the Love War Guild is going to be a strong presence in Momin? Wow, look. Lin Ali, one of the top 10 anchors, also joined Momin. She is Lao Tzu's dream lover. Don't be dousy upstairs, there may be a father of the gold owner. Gold in your head, Ollie is the purest. I don't know how this dog-licking fan of Lin Ari will feel when he learns that Ari, the goddess who protects the best in his heart, and the goddess of countless people, has finally become a handyman disciple. Lu Chaoga looked at these crooked buildings and carefully recalled her previous life. Lin Ali did not call her father, but her throat had killed a lot of her children and grandchildren. Thinking of this, he glanced at Luo Bing, but it was his nephew who would secretly call himself daddy from time to time. Since the number of replies at the bottom of this post was indeed too large, Lu Chaoga closed the post after only reading some of the hot comments. The effect he wanted has now completely reached the standard, and that is enough. As for the player's rainbow farts, he didn't find it interesting. For him, it was nothing more than successful self-marketing. At least from the current point of view, the enthusiasm of players for Momin may even be higher than that of the four major sects. Of course, this is referring to ordinary players. Professional players and guild players will think more rationally and realistically, but Lu Chaoga is very confident that there will definitely be many big guilds and professional clubs in Momin. The fact did not live up to his expectations. After about 20 minutes, the Love War Guild, after the meeting was announced directly on multiple platforms, the Love War Guild entered Momin strongly. In the eyes of Guild President Lin Zhan, Vice President Lin Huagan is already at the forefront of all players. He's the only one who managed to gain 5 favorability points. So, it is better to take a gamble, strike while the iron is hot, and carry out a wave of marketing. Don't care if there are more powerful guilds to choose Momin in the future. Let's shout out the words first, we are the veterans. After this post was published, the official accounts of the Duejia Guild and Professional Club posted that they were also very interested in Momin. This is tantamount to spreading the signal and expressing the meaning of competition. The situation was a little chaotic for a while, but Lu Chaoga was happy to see this kind of chaos. According to the mechanism of Tiangshuanji, unless the faction is opposed. Otherwise, the blood bar on the top of the NPC's head will not be a red blood bar. Therefore, players cannot kill NPCs at will otherwise, with the urination of sand sculpture players, as long as you dare to brighten the red bar, even gods dare to kill you. Of course, the so-called faction will change at any time. For example, if an NPC wants to kill a player and expresses strong malice, the moment he thinks about it, he will turn into a red name in front of the player. Or even the team that the player is in. Lu Chaoga just used the heart sword at them. In fact, he was confirming one thing. Can I kill the player? The answer is yes. The system did not give any warning. Since he is the head of the Momin, these players are all disciples of the Momin, so when he used the heart sword to threaten the players, his nickname did not become a red name. He already has the power to punish his disciples. As long as it is within the scope of authority, the system is allowed. Players can naturally kill each other, but there are some restrictions. I miss the feeling of killing players before. Lu Chaoga sighed in his heart. And suddenly felt a little itchy. When he just read the post, he saw that many people responded with the same sentence after watching the video, brother, kill me. I don't know how you would feel when I actually killed you. Lu Chaoga smiled crookedly, then drove a light boat and flew towards another destination. At this moment, Xianji quietly sneaked into the bird city. According to the information she had previously obtained, Lu Chaoga had been to Bird City, so she thought of coming over to have a look. But after entering Bird City, she only felt uncomfortable. There are a lot of weird people in this place. Xianji frowned slightly. Because she hid her aura for herself, Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com made herself appear no different from mortals. Therefore, with the detection authority of the current sand sculpture players, when a high-level NPC like her deliberately hides it, it is impossible to perceive that the other party is a practitioner. However, Xianji is still very eye-catching because of her dignified temperament and graceful posture. Although she is only a middle-aged person, she has to say that she is a very tasteful woman. Having a smell is something that is difficult to explain. In short, many male players who are not afraid of anything are very interested in her, and there are people who approached her along the way. She has seen several people who are rambunctious and behave very strangely, feeling very abnormal. Many people are walking on the road, and suddenly they will slap their thighs and then shout, "Damn it! Too handsome." Xianji heard it in a fog. She is a person who is good at collecting information, and then classifying and digesting the information, but today she always feels a little powerless. Xianji just walked around the bird city for a long time and heard a lot of remarks about Lu Chaoga. Among them, there are some remarks she strongly agree with, such as handsome, peerless, want to have. At the same time, there is a word that directly makes her sensitive after hearing it. This word is son of heaven's chosen. She knew very well how much importance the pavilion master attached to the word. So, she quickly found a corner, then took out a paper pigeon from the storage ring, recorded the content, and then moved towards the Tianji Tower where Tianji Sanren was located, and carried out a flying pigeon biography. P.S. Chapter 1, 4,000 words. Chapter 118. 116, the beginning of the main plot of Qingzhou. The paper pigeon is a magic weapon similar to the flying sword of biography. It is extremely fast and bears the imprint of the owner's consciousness. It can be destroyed at any time in the air to ensure information security. After the paper pigeon flew out of Xianji's palm, it flew quickly in the direction of the Tianji Tower. A few hours later, the Tianji Sanren who lived on the top of the Tianji Pagoda received the paper pigeon sent by Xianji. This half-blind old man with only one eye left, after several days of rest. His physical condition has improved, and his face is no longer as pale as before. He stretched out his bony right hand, and the little paper pigeon landed in his palm. After Tianji Sanren poured his divine consciousness into it, he read Xianji's message to him. After reading it carefully, the old man's face was particularly ugly. The Son of Heaven. He seemed to say this word, and the more he said it, the more ugly his face became. Arrogant and ignorant, even the way of heaven dares to joke. The bamboo stick in the hands of Tianji Sanren slammed on the ground, causing the entire Tianji Tower to tremble. Everyone in the Tianji Pagoda looked up, but they did not dare to disturb the pavilion master at the top of the tower. There is a sentence that Tianji Sanren did not say. He has always considered himself to be the hand of Tiandao, the one who plays chess for Tiandao. Then, if there really is a so-called Son of Heaven in this world, shouldn't it be me? Yes, if there is a Son of Heaven, it should be me too. This old man is the one chosen by heaven. Therefore, he has a great rejection and disgust for Lu Chaoga wearing this title. If the sand sculpture players who judge people by their appearance know that there is a half-blind old one-eyed dragon who wants to compete with the immortal Lu Chaoga for the title of Son of Heaven's Chosen, I am afraid they will sneer. Lu Chaoga bears the title of the Son of Heaven. Players are convinced and will find it really cool and fun. If this bad old man bears such a name, some female players will feel embarrassed. It's really a bat with feathers on it, are you a bird? Tianji Sanren retracted his bamboo stick and calmed down his emotions. Although he felt angry when he thought of those indifferent eyes, and the cyan lotus flower between the brows of that chaotic face, Tianji Sanren couldn't help trembling all over. In the face of all this, he really felt a sense of facing the way of heaven. From the bottom of his heart. The son of heaven's choice, the son of heaven's chosen, Tianji Sanren repeatedly chewed this word. He slowly closed his one eye, went straight to concentration, and then began to meditate. Time passed minute by minute, and suddenly, at a certain moment, an aura flashed in his mind. The next moment, he was cold all over, and there was a lot of cold sweat on his body. Tianji Sanren just came up with a conjecture that he himself thought was outrageous and terrible. The old man is the hand of heaven, and he will play chess for heaven. And this Lu Chaoga seems to be able to destroy the chess pieces. If it is said that he is not a chess piece that jumped out of the chessboard, then, could he be another hand of heaven? Is there anyone in this world who is worthy of playing against the Tao of heaven? Tianji Sanren felt that no one was worthy of it. All beings, how can they play against the sky? Then, perhaps the one who is playing the game is himself. Play against yourself. Tianji Sanren continued to sweat coldly. He hoped that Tian Dao could give him some inspiration, but unfortunately he didn't. Everything right now is just a guess at his flash of inspiration. He put the paper dove in the palm of his hand and repeated his previous instructions to Xianji. The old man wants you to get close to him, get to know him, get to know him. Well, at all costs. The paper pigeon flew out of the window of the Tianji pagoda. Tianji Sanren's single eye looked at the faraway paper pigeon, his eyes were dark and deep. And he didn't know what he was thinking. On the other side, Lu Chaoga, who was enjoying Luo Bing's shoulders, didn't know that an old man in the distance was in a hurry to give him a daughter. At this moment, he felt Luo Bing's weak and boneless hands pressing against him, and he only felt comfortable throughout his body. Learn, he asked. If you return to the sun, I taught you when I was a child. Seeing the sun's satisfied expression, Luo Bing couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. Her background makes her feel inferior, but sometimes she feels fortunate. At least she has learned a lot of ways to please men, and these methods can often help her to please the sun. For the little licking dog, it is enough to please Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga enjoyed Luo Bing's massage, and couldn't help but miss the spas on Earth, the normal ones. Luo Bing actually pressed and pressed, and often had to restrain her small hands, because according to her training in the brothel, it was right to press on the shoulders at the beginning, but that was just the beginning. After pressing for a while, the head should be resting on the broad shoulders. The small mouth should be blowing against the earlobe, the cold little hands should be moved down, and then find two positions and draw circles lightly. After this whole process is completed, under normal circumstances, she is greeted by being pulled into her arms, and then the scene is a poem. The concubine is like a peepa leaning into the hug, let the king turn his fingers and play with the palace merchants. At this moment, Lu Chaoga was controlling a light boat, flying towards a certain coordinate on the map. The internal testing time is limited, and he has already made arrangements for his own itinerary. The first stop was Bird City, which was the nearest and the novice village he knew best. It was a must-go. Where to go for the second stop, he was confused. There are 4 major states in the profound sky realm, and Qingzhou is only one of them. The 4 major sects are distributed in 4 major states. Among the 10 novice villages in the internal test, Qingzhou was allocated 3. The 3 novice villages were far apart, and Lu Chaoga didn't have time to run all of them. He could only choose one of the remaining 2. In the end, Lu Chaoga chose Cat City. This city is a holy place for cat lovers. There are a large number of cats living in the city, all of which are wild cats, not pet cats. According to legend, the city experienced a catastrophe in the early years. And the catastrophe was resolved by a cat demon with a high level of cultivation. Since then, the mortals in the city have been especially friendly to cats. The cats in the city are free and worry-free, and gradually there are more and more cats. After 1,000 players came to this novice village, some cat lovers were so happy that they almost fainted. The cats here are very close to humans and make a living by selling cuteness. But one thing in common is that the tail cannot be touched. Cats can be slapped as much as they want, but as soon as they touch their tails, they will fry immediately. There are sand sculpture players who don't believe in evil, and then they get scratched by the cat, and they deeply realize how social the wild cat is. The reason why Lu Chaoga chose this place is because outside the cat city, there will be a wild map boss. Yes, he's here to grab the blame. Of course, it's not just for grabbing monsters. A wild map boss outside the novice village is not worth coming to Lu Chaoga. The reason why he chose this place was because it seemed like a simple novice village boss, but it was actually a signal. It is the 1.0 version of Tiangxuanji, the beginning of the main plot of Qingzhou. Players in the 4 major states have different main story missions in version 1.0. Of course, in the middle of the game, players will find that the difference at the beginning will eventually lead to the same goal. The main plot tasks of the 4 major states are actually the same main line. Lu Chaoga felt that he was in Qingzhou. Although he had an NPC template, he had all the functions of a player. If nothing else, the main story quest to meet him should be the task of Qingzhou players. It's just that the main storyline will not open until after the public beta. And the current closed beta players still don't know anything about it. Just like the internal beta players of Cat City, they thought they were a small boss who died in a group round. In fact, this is the signal. This monster is the first shot of the main line of Qingzhou. Lu Chaoga came to Bird City in his previous life and did not participate in the plot of the boss round. Therefore, he did not know whether there was any information on this wild monster. After all, just after the internal test, players are still ignorant, and maybe they will ignore something. Therefore, he felt that it would be better for him to come in person, not simply for experience. He still wanted to benefit all players. After the internal test, there is still a period of time before the public test. During this time, I can dig deep into the main line for you in advance, so that you can win at the starting line. When you wait for the public test, you may be pleasantly surprised to discover that your main line the task comes with a percentage of completion. If this is the case, I don't know what the expressions and mentality of Qingzhou players will be at that time. The boss should have only appeared in the last few days of the internal test. Judging from the time, it was completely in time. Lu Chaoga estimated the time. Originally, in fact, the internal beta players outside Osaka City, in the normal plot line, the task of the last few days is to destroy the blood formation in the 10,000 birds forest and solve the bird disaster from the root. Destroying blood array rewards no less experience than killing wild map bosses, because blood array has nothing to do with the main storyline, so more experience points are rewarded instead. It's a pity, where is there any blood formation in the 10,000 birds forest where there are no birds? He had been slashed by Lu Chaoga's sword for a long time, and had all the experience to himself. It's just that because of his appearance, the players in Bird City posted on the forum with their own enthusiasm, and they received the envy of all players. It can be regarded as an alternative compensation. After all, for professional players, they need traffic, exposure, and popularity, all of which are linked to their income, while for ordinary players, all they need is to pretend. Therefore, each one is very satisfied. Let's swing our oars, and the boat pushes the waves away. A light boat flew, and soon came to the outside of Cat City. Lu Chaoga has no plans to enter the city, and has no plans to show up for the time being. He has no interest in the cats in the Cat City. There is a big demon lying in the coffin at home. Although he lives in the coffin, his body should still be hot. With the bestial mother at home, it is difficult for him to regain interest in pure beasts. Just like a few days ago, he took Luobing and Xiaoqiu around the nearby mountains and waters until something strange happened in the dense forest outside the Cat City. Chapter 119. 117. Sun Tutu is a lucky player who participated in the internal test by virtue of the lottery. As can be seen from her name, she is a fan of a certain bald boss. The philosophy advocated is, I am bald, and I am strong. In major games, there are actually not a few players who pinch their faces and make themselves bald. They call themselves skinheads and feel that this kind of character image can bring them infinite power. But female bald men like Sun Tubald, who account for a small proportion, belong to the minority. In the skinhead party, bald female players like her belong to the mascot-like existence. After Sun Tutu entered Tiangshuanji, he was fascinated by this game. It's so real, even the stunned eyes of the NPCs when they saw that I was a bald woman were so real. It's as if they are real people. This kind of realism brought her a great sense of substitution, and she decided not to play other games in the future, and only focused on Tianxian realm. The novice village she came to is the Cat City that is now very popular on the forum. She herself is not a cat lover. On the contrary, in real life, she has a slight cat hair allergy, so she has always kept cats at a distance. But in the game, she didn't have any troubles in this regard. After trying to play with cats a few times, she became a little addicted. So far, the only part of Tiangshuanji that has made her feel a little uncomfortable is the wild monsters outside the Cat City, which are really ugly and terrifying. In other novice villages, they all killed the cute little pig Peppa's relative, the long-haired porcupine, or something like a snow wolf pack. Outside the Cat City, it's all fucking skeletons and corpses. The dead bones and corpses in the jungle were irregularly pieced together. You can't tell what kind of creature this is, most of them are similar to Cebu, and they exude a stench. Fortunately, Tiangshuanji still cares about the player's feelings. You can adjust the system to control some percentages of the perception when killing monsters. Sun Tutu directly adjusted to the lowest level, so that the ugly skeleton monsters in front of her were no longer, but the mosaics walking one after another. The picture of being thrown to the ground by a group of mosaics is not very beautiful. Especially when people are still a girl, Those who didn't know thought that elder sister was playing a game that was not very harmonious. Sun Tutu thought to himself. She's still just a 16-year-old and 100-month-old underage bald fairy. Today, Sun Tutu, as usual, went out of town to kill monsters after appreciating Lu Chaoga's prosperous beauty 20 times on the forum. Look at some beautiful things first, and then go to face the mosaics outside the city, and the perception will be better. But as soon as she came out of the city, she only felt that the wind today was not as cold as it used to be. It's winter now, why does it feel hot and dry? Sister, you've watched too many videos, what are you doing here? Sun Tutu actually felt a little dry. The temperature inside the jungle and outside the jungle are completely two seasons. She glanced at the trees in the dense forest. The forest in winter was as bare as the top of her head, but today she felt that these trees were withered. The most important thing is that she walked around the woods for a long time. But she didn't find a mosaic. Little brother, have you encountered anything strange? She approached the players around her. After hearing the words little brother, the male player felt that his body was numb when he heard the soft words of Wunong. He looked back with a bright smile, and then his whole face stiffened. No wonder. Master. He replied. I hate it, I'm called Shirtai, I'll punch you with an iron fist on your chest. Sunbald gave him a blank look, feeling a little melancholy. At first, she hated the skeleton monsters outside the city, but now she doesn't seem to have to kill them, and she misses the feeling of being thrown down by the mosaics. Sister, is this the age? She wondered. Most of the players outside the cat city are also confused. There were so many monsters yesterday, where did they all go today? Could it be that all of them have osteoporosis and fall apart on their own? Fortunately, it didn't take long before a burst of exclamations came from somewhere in the jungle. Sun Tutu and the male player looked at each other and ran in the direction of the sound. By the time they arrived at that location, a lot of players had already gathered here. Not far away, a large number of skeleton monsters gathered, dancing and doing strange movements and gestures. Why don't I say it's strange, my feelings are all over the place. Sun Tutu couldn't help but said. At this moment, there are players who are spontaneously dubbing, shouting. 857, 857. Another sand sculpture player asked, should we join in? I haven't been to a nightclub for a long time. Do you want to dance too? Someone answered immediately. Then play music, then dance. Just as the players were talking about me, the land in front of the skeleton monsters suddenly formed one after another cracks. The ground began to swell upwards, as if something were breaking out of the ground. The experienced player reacted immediately and said, Boss. Maybe there is a boss. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes lit up. Some seasoned players have already started to form groups freely. Someone started to propose, saying, don't wait, big guy, go ahead. We're not watching armored warriors and Balala little demon fairy, why don't we wait for it to transform first? Yeah, let's do it before it's unearthed. If it really doesn't work, first brush off the surrounding mobs, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with later. Chong chong chong. I'll go first. The sand sculpture players rushed forward like this, and the scene fell into chaos for a time. More and more players are gathering here, all of them are not afraid of death. It's still a closed beta test now. It's just an extra game time. Why do you think so much? Lousy first cool to respect. Most ordinary players play games just to have fun. There are so many rules and regulations in real life. What you want in the virtual world is indulgence. One after another, the skeleton monsters were knocked down by the players, and one player after another was thrown to the ground by the skeleton monsters. But they couldn't stop the boss that broke out of the ground. Soon, a pale right arm protruded from the mud, followed by the left arm. The two hands were standing upright like this, looking very strange. The players threw a detection here and immediately received the basic information. Zombie, level 5. Grade, boss level. Danger level, fatal. Although this zombie is only level 5, in fact, players have not yet officially started to practice, but because of their built-in plugins, they are slightly stronger than ordinary mortals. For sand sculpture players, it will be particularly difficult to face ordinary mobs of level 5. What's more, if the rank is boss level, all attributes are much higher than ordinary mobs, which are doubled. When players chop it, they are scratching it. Ahead will be a large scraping site. Hundreds of technicians joined forces to provide group service to a corpse who had been dead for many years. In this case, the internal test players must go to the front round like a mad dog to kill it. And zombies may be able to drop a player in seconds with a wave of their hand. At this moment, the zombie's hands had broken through the ground, and then its head emerged from the ground. It was a pale face, and it was a boy of 14 or 15 years old. Its corpse has been completely zombified. Instead of decaying, it has become extraordinarily hard. The reason why it is a little hot in the woods is because of its existence. After the head was unearthed, the zombie let out a hoarse roar. This voice is no longer human, more like a beast. Players close to it try to chop a knife, and then they are shot away in an instant, and the blood bar is directly cleared. Fuck. It's ridiculously strong. Don't say it, in fact, he looks quite handsome. Hey. Is it time to look at his face? No matter how handsome he is, it's worth seeing if his fangs are gone. Didn't he brush his teeth for many years? The sand sculpture players felt the pressure at the moment, but with the players' urgency when encountering a boss, regardless of whether they could beat him or not, they would always be able to slash a few times. I can't control my hands. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared, very fast, so that the players only felt that their vision was blurred. Immediately afterwards, the figure rushed before the zombie. Boom. There was a violent roar. The smoke and dust filled the air, and the sand sculpture players were stunned. What? What just passed by? I don't know, it looks small. It's a bit fierce. There won't be two bosses, right? Will they kill each other first? After the smoke dissipated, the player saw a small figure. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. That was a child. A little girl who looks like she has no waist. Her skin is white and can be broken by blowing bullets. Her face is round and chubby, and people can't help but want to knead a few times when they see her. Her long hair was tied into double ponytails, perhaps because she was exerting all her strength at the moment. The two braids stood up inexplicably. Her eyes are big and bright, like precious black gems. Her little fists are also very cute, with their own sensuality, like two shao. Long bow. Loli. It's a loli. Many people began to ecstasy. My God. Kawaii. Fuck, if I have such a lovely daughter, even if it's someone else's seed, I'd be happy to raise it. Wake up, you are not worthy of raising his child. This child is very familiar. I remembered it. I saw it on the forum. Xiaoqiu. Her name is Xiaoqiu, a disciple of Momin. Xiaoqiu is really too likable, so when he appeared, he won the hearts of everyone. But it was just such a round-faced chick that made the player stunned. What about zombies? Yeah, didn't all the heads just unearthed? Yes, the zombies are gone. Because with the punch just now, it was blasted back into the ground again. The next scene made the sand sculpture players bewildered again. Because this child who was still in kindergarten on Earth, after knocking off the zombies with one punch, actually. Crooked smile. Chapter 120. 118, The Sword of Hades. Over the dense forest, a light boat was hidden in the dark. Lu Chaoga and Luo Bing observed the battle below. Young master, can Junior's sister handle it? Luo Bing was a little worried. Although Xiaoqiu's cultivation speed is extremely fast, he is currently in the 6th stage of the first realm. He is also very talented in swordsmanship, and has also cultivated basic swordsmanship to the realm of xiaoqing. However, Luo Bing used his divine sense to probe the zombie and found that it wasn't weak either. Don't worry, Xiaoqiu may be stronger than you think. Lu Chaoge smiled lightly. Xiaoqiu's various talents are among the top among the disciples of Momin's generation. Her talent, when put into Jianzong, is also a proper disciple of the true disciple, and she will be the strongest among the true disciples in the future. He saw Xiaoqiu's current attributes and expressed satisfaction. As expected of the contemporary disciples, the temperament is most similar to mine. Lu Chaoge felt that she had infinite potential. Originally, he wanted to end himself. A level 5 boss can't actually arouse any interest in him, but no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat, and he can still have a lot of experience points in his account. He threw out a sword at will, and he could make no scum left. But Lu Chaoge saw that Xiaoqiu was a little eager to try, so he thought of letting the little girl fight. The round-faced chick has not fought seriously since she entered the school. She is still young, so there is no need for it. But the zombies at the moment are more suitable for her to practice hands. She herself looked at Lu Chaoge with pleading eyes, and Lu Chaoge agreed. And don't forget, Xiaoqiu is chance 9. This is already a very scary property. Let her go down to kill monsters, maybe it will have miraculous effects. At this moment, when he saw Xiaoqiu punching the zombie into the ground, a crooked smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but follow the crooked smile. One big and one small laughed in tacit agreement with each other. In fact, it was just Xiaoqiu's warm-up. A crooked mouth, full firepower. With a wave of her fleshy little hand, she took out her wooden sword from the storage ring. The wooden sword is of ordinary quality, and is used by Xiaoqiu to practice his hand on weekdays. But it is different from the toy wooden swords of mortal children, its texture is stronger, and the whole sword is heavier. It's just that the wooden sword is a wooden sword after all, a little less sharp. The zombie continued to probe from the soil, and Xiaoqiu slammed it into the soil with a sharp sword. This was repeated several times, and the surrounding players were all stunned. I actually kind of sympathize with it. Me too. Isn't it the legendary monster Loli? The Momin disciples are so strong that a child can single out the boss? Momin, I originally wanted to contact you as the following by men, but you look down on me. The showdown is over, I won't pretend. In fact, the impact brought by Lu Chaoge's sword and second boss may indeed be inferior to Xiaoqiu's personal appearance. Because she is too young, her character level is only level 6. The players present are not fools, and they are not playing the game for the first time. Naturally, it is clear that the boss level is not a joke. Don't look at it as a level 5 boss. All attributes are very abnormal. Anyway, they don't think that a level 6 player can be single-picking a boss, professional players probably won't do it. It's almost like forming a team. But this extremely cute little Loli did it. She was just rubbing the zombie boy on the ground. Zombies get hacked again and again into a state of rage. Its health bar has been declining, and it is now less than 50%. A hot breath spread, and it began to fall into a frenzy. Damn it. Its attributes are still soaring. Will this Loli be alright, bastard, come at me and chop me up? But they soon discovered that Xiaoqiu, who was holding the wooden sword, smiled again, with a look of contempt in his eyes. The players rubbed their eyes and began to wonder if they were wrong. I actually saw it in the eyes of a child who was supposed to be in a kindergarten class, Wang Ji's contempt. A scorching wind blew past, and the sand sculpture players were messed up in the wind. The most speechless thing is that this little, lowly smile looked weird at first, but after watching it a lot, it turned out to be a little over the top. If I can join Momin in the future, I will laugh like this. A sand sculpture. Player made a decision. Nothing else, just feel motivated. At this moment, a roar came out, the ground around the zombie completely collapsed, and its entire body burst out of the ground in an instant. The sharp fangs have grown a bit more now, and sharp, black nails have grown on his fingertips. The zombie turned into a shadow in an instant and rushed towards Xiaoqiu, who was much shorter than it. Young master, junior sister is dangerous. Luo Bing couldn't sit still. Lu Chaoge stretched out his big hand and pressed it directly on her shoulder. Then shook his head gently. I saw a faint wave of spiritual power spread out around Xiaoqiu's body. At the moment of facing the crisis, she actually broke through on the spot. Today, she is the seventh heaven of the first realm. Breakthrough. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, but was also slightly surprised. Lu Chaoge said calmly, among the disciples of Momin's generation, Xiaoqiu is the most like this seat. It's just that he has broken through a small realm. So there is no need to make a fuss. The players below, through detection, naturally saw Xiaoqiu's changes at a glance. Upgrade. She's upgraded. Immediately afterwards, the players heard the sound of cicadas. It is winter now, and there will be Xiachan. This is not a real cicada call, this is a sword call. Blue-level swordsmanship, Qiu Chan. This set of swordsmanship was acquired by Lu Chaoge from the Yaozu who worshipped Daowu. After giving it to Lu Dongli passed it on to Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu is now introductory and has mastered the first three styles. After the players heard the sound of the cicadas, they saw the fine light spots scattered around, and they were combined together like one thin cicada wing after another. Cicada wings danced in the air, and then rushed towards the neck of the zombie. Boy! The thin wings are actually sword energy. The next moment, a very deep wound appeared on the neck of the zombie. Xiaoqiu took another step forward, because she was too short, she had to jump up to cut her neck. I saw her leap in the air, the wooden sword in her hand slashed forward, and after another cicada chirping, the zombie's head fell to the ground instantly. And the blood bar was immediately emptied. Xiaoqiu jumped from the front of the zombie to the back of the zombie. She didn't even look back. It seems that she is very confident that with this sword, the zombies will surely die. I saw this round-faced chick holding a wooden sword and dancing a sword flower, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and the two ponytails fell backwards. She lowered her tender voice and said, "Oh, but that's it. Up, this lowly is a little bit up." Some players raised their heads and raised their foreheads, feeling dizzy. Drag. Don't learn well at a young age, don't learn ABC, learn to drag? What's wrong with dragging? Is dragging against the law? Someday the law says dragging is against the law? Love, I love this, lowly. They were not frustrated by the fact that the wild picture boss was robbed, on the contrary, they thought this might be what the plot needed. Boss just came out to pretend and let everyone feel it, not for us. At the same time, the players' thoughts began to diverge. Xiaoqiu's first appearance was by Lu Chaoge's side. So, when Xiaoqiu came here, would Lu Chaoge be here too? I saw Xiaoqiu retract the wooden sword into the storage ring, and the zombies behind her gradually turned into fly ash. Only a small piece of debris was left on the ground, a bit like the slag left after a glass ball was smashed. Xiaoqiu picked up the pieces, only to feel that the hand was cold, as if it was a piece of ice that was 10,000 years old, and it contained qi. Lu Chaoge looked at all this and thought, chance 9, it's really different. This is a special item. It's just, why didn't the players in the previous life explode this fragment? When they spawned monsters? After thinking about it, Lu Chaoga had an answer. Because the player must be fighting a protracted war, the reason why this corpse is zombified is because of the power in this fragment. I am afraid that in the process of protracted war, the zombies gradually absorbed this piece of debris completely, so the item did not explode. Lu Chaoga smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Xiaoqiu was also very useful. He said loudly in the cloud, enough to play, come back. The sound reached below, and the players immediately raised their heads. Through the white cloud, they saw the hazy back behind the cloud. A light boat was suspended in the clouds, and the man in the cyan robe sat there like this, as if a ferry was sailing in a sea of clouds. Lu Chaoga is indeed here. This kills the boss. In his mouth, is he playing? This is the pattern and realm, you know shit. The next moment, Lu Chaoga waved his sleeves gently, and a faint mist formed in the dense forest. The mist surrounds Xiaoqiu, and then gradually thickens. The dense fog held up the little loli like this, making her whole body float. And floated to a light boat in the sky. It's really an immortal method. Many players were directly stunned. This is so chic, and I don't know if I can have it in the future. When Xiaoqiu flew above the light boat immediately turned into a streamer and disappeared in the sky. Come in a hurry, you reading www.sonicmtl.com, go in a hurry. This situation is deeply imprinted in the hearts of players. Presumably, when a series of videos are uploaded to the forum, it will cause a violent sensation again. At this moment, on a light boat, Lu Chaoga took the fragments from Xiaoqiu's hand. Special item, Soul Jade Fragment. Collect 3 pieces to get a small amount of hidden information. Sure enough, it's a Soul Jade Fragment. Lu Chaoga nodded slightly, not surprised. In the 1.0 version of Tianxuanji, Soul Jade Fragments are the main items that players search for, because it is conducive to the unlocking of the plot. Lu Chaoga has also collected some in his previous life, but this thing, in different plot stages, the unlocked information content is also different. For example, the public beta has not even started yet, and he does not know what hidden information will be unlocked. And this thing only has 1 piece now, which is actually useless for the time being. However, a prompt message popped up in front of Lu Chaoga. Ding! You have found the key item, do you want to start the Qingzhou main story mission? Lu Chaoga was overjoyed, it can be turned on in advance. He didn't even think about it, he just chose, yes. Ding! Qingzhou main story mission has started. Task name, Sword of Hades. Current progress, 67. Looking at the prompt message in front of him, Lu Chaoga raised his brows. The main storyline hasn't been officially on the right track yet, how come? It's completed at 67? Chapter 121. 119, The End of the Internal Test and the Book of Qingdi. A light boat was flying aimlessly high in the sky, and Lu Chaoga was looking at the main plot mission of Qingzhou, the Sword of Hades, his brows furrowed. That's not right. According to the memory of his previous life, the 4 major states have 4 main story missions in the early stage. These 4 main lines will eventually converge into the same one, forming the main story missions of the entire Profound Sky realm. According to the game mechanism of Tianxuanji, it does not mean that the completion of the task must be 100% before the development of the next version of the task. It is time-limited. Like version 1.0 of Tianxuanji, Qingzhou's main storyline mission, the Sword of Hades, after reaching the specified time, no matter how much you have completed, you will directly enter the next stage. This is normal, after all, it is impossible for every link to be developed by Players. For example, a secret realm, a key character, a hidden branch, they all occupy a certain percentage of the completion rate. If the player does not take into account these, the completion rate will naturally not increase. It is precisely because of this that sand sculpture players feel more and more that Tiangshuanji is very realistic, just like a real world, more fun and desire to explore. According to Lu Chaoga's memory, none of the 4 major states in the previous life reached 100% completion in version 1.0, to be exact, not even 90%. What's even more ridiculous is that Qingzhou is a big state of kendo, and as we all know, those who practice swords are the most showy. But what is slapped in the face is that among the 4 major states, Qingzhou has the lowest degree of completion. Only 78.6%. Is the only one that did not reach more than 80%. Therefore, players from the other 3 states often taunted, saying that Qingzhou would have to take the blame if they pulled their hips when completing the main storyline of the profound sky realm in the later stage. Who told you that you have less early development? Every weekdays, they are showy, and those who play swords like to look at people through their nostrils. When you are really useful, you will no longer be useful one by one. Cut, embroidered pillows. And Lu Chaoga played with long spears in his previous life. He was a man with 2 long spears. Naturally, he also laughed along with him. Anyway, he didn't practice swords. Although he came to the novice village in Qingzhou, but by chance, he entered the spring and autumn mountains, and naturally, he was not a Qingzhou player. In a word, Qingzhou Jianshou players look down on any other players, and other players also unite and look down on Jianshou. In this life, Lu Chaoga successfully became the person he hated the most. Qingzhou Jianshou. Under such circumstances, the Qingzhou mainline plot tasks reached 6.7% before the public beta. In Lu Chaoga's opinion, it can be described as weird. Why? It doesn't make sense. He expressed puzzlement. If there is any difference between the past life and this life, Qingzhou, the biggest difference. Isn't that an extra me? That's all explained. Lu Chaoga was relieved immediately. If the reason is me, let alone 6.7%, it's normal to start with 10%. As soon as he thought about it, the smile on his face gradually changed, and the whole person was obviously more drawn and more confident. Although he didn't know why such a result occurred, in a word, let's be proud. First, according to the mechanism of the main story quest in Tiangshuanji, 4. Every 10% increase in the completion rate, all players will be allocated an experience point reward. Lu Chaoga recalled. That is to say, when the completion rate of Sword of Hades reaches 10%, all players in Qingzhou can get a considerable amount of experience points. When it reaches 20%, you can get another experience point. Therefore, the completion rate of Sword of Hades that year was finally stuck at 78.6%, which caused countless Qingzhou players to sigh. Damn it, if you try harder, you will gain experience points again. This will have a great impact on the combat power of players in the entire big state. Fortunately, the Qingzhou sword cultivators learned a lesson in version 2.0. Otherwise, they would be abolished. It is worth mentioning that when the system allocates experience points, not every player is allocated the same amount of experience points. Ranking will be based on big data. The more you contribute to the overall storyline, the more experience points are allocated. But players themselves do not know how much contribution they have made. Some people may be confused and accomplish a big thing, but they don't know it at all. This situation is very common. After all, many small things will also trigger a series of chain reactions. This kind of sand sculpture player originally thought that when they gained Experience points, they were ordinary members, and it would be good to be a contented and happy sand sculpture, but the end result was a lot of money. Very exciting. Therefore, for every 10% increase in completion, there are always some players who are inexplicably soaring into the sky. Since I can receive the main quest, Sword of Hades, then I will definitely be able to get my turn when allocating experience points. Lu Chaoga thought. Then, the opening is now 6.7%, and this 6.7% has almost nothing to do with other players. That is to say, at least at the moment, no matter how much contribution I have made in these 6.7%, I am now the first. Because the contribution of others is zero. Just this early advantage is huge. Lu Chaoga's mouth rose, and he was already looking forward to the day when the completion rate reached 10%. Since he was a gun repairer in his previous life, Chuanqiu Mountain is located in Beizhou and adjacent to Qingzhou, so Lu Chaoga has a better understanding of the main story tasks of Beizhou. However, this does not mean that he does not know anything about the Sword of Hades. After all, once any major event occurs, it will cause a sensation in the forum. And when he has nothing to do, he will be in the forum, looking at the photos of stockings, maids, women's clothes, and choosing a concubine for his harem. He will also pay attention to those big news. Therefore, he is very confident that he can develop the Sword of Hades to a certain extent. The sand sculpture players in Qingzhou are really blessed. They have my thighs to fly. Lu Chaoga has already begun to sigh. Lu Chaoga knew very well in his heart, what is Pluto's sword? The Sword of Hades is not a sword, but a person. People who should have died, but have come back to life. At the same time, Sword of Hades refers not to one person, but to several people. Judging from the degree of completion, there are several people who have come back to life who have been searched by players in the previous life and successfully killed. The degree of completion has not even reached 80%, and there are definitely still fish that slip through the net. These people are like the swords in the hands of Hades, the weapons used by Hades to slaughter the common people. Therefore, this quest is called the Sword of Hades. Thinking of this, Lu Chaoga couldn't help thinking of his only disciple hiding. But soon he shook his head. First of all, Pluto's sword refers to people who come back to life from the dead. Hiding is alive and well, and he doesn't have the slightest sense of death and he is not in this ranks. Besides, the ghost knows what the dead old man who gave him his life is. Maybe it's just nonsense? But in this regard, he will still be careful and pay more attention. At the same time, he couldn't help asking himself, if hiding is really one of the Sword of Hades, what would I do? Without any hesitation, he soon had the answer in his heart. Resurrection from the dead is the Sword of Hades. First of all, he's going to die again. The disciple of this seat will protect it, but this seat has to see who dares to kill him, who can kill him. Time has passed, and now is the last day of the closed beta. With Xiaoqiu killing the novice village boss outside the cat city, Momin's popularity has remained high on the forum. Today, if there is an NPC popularity ranking, the first place must be Lu Chaoga, and the second place is Xiaoqiu. Her crooked smile was also made into emoticons by sand sculpture players, and then accompanied by various texts. Now, as soon as Lu Chaoga opens the forum, as long as it is a hot post, in the reply below, you can definitely see the crooked expression pack of little lowly. Very magical, very top. Players find this emoji very useful. It has almost become an emoji package for everyone. You must know that this kind of cute baby emoji is the main force in the emoji package, and the cute baby can occupy half of the emoji world. And Xiaoqiu herself is cute enough, with big eyes, a round face, and a smile. So evil, who wouldn't want to have it? At the same time, there is a thread on the forum that is very popular. This post gave little loli a nickname, Sister Drag. Sand sculpture players just like this, they will find it more interesting if the word sister is buckled on a loli. Below this post, there are still many people who are seriously analyzing, and some even claim to be parenting experts. Many people swear that there will be such a dragging child in Momen, who is definitely influenced by an adult. Look at it, Sister Xiaoqiu can only be regarded as Xiaoyan, Momen, there is definitely a more attractive adult. This conjecture has been supported by many people. At the same time, it also deepened everyone's desire to explore Momen. Who is the one? Is it Xiaoqiu's master? And the 30 sand sculpture players who have joined Momen and become glorious handyman disciples all said that they would bring everyone to explore. After the public beta, we will take the lead in unveiling the mystery of Momen. As for the fact that the Momen is still only a 9th rank sect for the time being, they tacitly kept silent. Of course, the identities of everyone's handyman disciples must not be revealed. First, force what can be installed to be finished, and the future will be discussed later. Man, live in the moment. Minutes and seconds have passed, and the countdown to the internal test has sounded. Lin Huagan and others have been traveling through mountains and rivers for the past few days, and have been on their way to Momen. But Momen is not a short distance from Flying Bird City, and they can't fly. Just relying on that poor entanglement to hurry on the road, even if it is a carriage, they really won't be able to reach Momen in a while. The 1-minute countdown of the closed beta has already appeared in front of everyone. Junior brothers and sisters, let's say goodbye, let's see through the public test. Lin Huagan said first. This force is already used to putting himself in the position of the handyman disciple and the big brother. Others are called by nicknames, and this is the thing. When you have to call your name, add a junior brother or junior sister at the end. As the name suggests, do as the locals do, which makes you feel more immersive. But seeing that he always distributes red envelopes in a group of 30 people, and because of the large amount of red envelopes, everyone put up with it. Damn, I'm a little reluctant, this game is really addictive. Lin Ollie couldn't help but sighed. To tell the truth, I'm really unwilling to see Shanglu Chaoga again before the end of the internal test. Yo! Ollie, our famous female anchor, is this tempting? If this word gets out, how many male audiences will cry? Someone teased. Lin Ollie closed his mouth and pretended not to hear. After all, in her business, she still eats fans, and her emotional world must not be made public. But fortunately, she was just greedy for an NPC, and everyone just smiled and wouldn't take it too seriously. Nowadays, many female anchors are also full of rhetoric during live broadcasts. As long as they are not really picked up and have a bad style in private, the audience will only find it fun and interesting. The world is so cruel, the male audiences are still fantasizing about Lin Ollie. And the Lu Chaoga in the previous life is already tired of it. The tree-lined path you long for may be covered with white dew every night and morning. When the internal test countdown in front of you reached 0, a system prompt sounded in the ears of all players. Ding! The internal test has ended, and it will be forced offline. Forced offline. After all the players were offline, Lu Chaoga opened the system interface and saw the countdown of the public beta. The time interval between the public beta and the closed beta is actually very close, only 30 days. This gave Lu Chaoga a sense of chaos in the timeline. UU reading www.sonicmtl.com. Because in his memory, when you play Tiangshuanji, the time flow rate on Earth and in the game is 110. This is one of the reasons why everyone is addicted to the game. 1 minute can be regarded as 10 minutes to relax. Real life is cruel enough, 996 is a blessing, and everyone's rest time is limited. And just like dreaming, you sometimes have a long dream, and you actually only slept for half an hour. Many people have had this experience. Tiangshuanji gives people such an impression. What's weird is that Lu Chaoge remembered very clearly that on Earth, there was a gap of 30 days between the public beta and the private beta. After entering the game, the in-game timeline has only passed 30 days. Now the time is 1:1 again. At this moment, Lu Chaoge has begun to look forward to the day when the sand sculpture players will come in all directions. At the same time, he thought of another thing. That is a book written by Qingdi, a book that is still widely circulated today, called Qingdi Mountains and Seas. There are many essays of Emperor Qing in it, recording all kinds of mysteries in the profound sky realm. This book is also widely circulated in the mortal world. Lu Chaoge bought a copy a few years ago and read the whole text. Among them, Qingdi introduced a kind of strange people at the beginning. Qingdi called it undead. It's an undead man. Do you feel that they are very like players who can be resurrected? The first update of PS, again 4,000 words, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 122. 120, the owner of the 12th tower of the Tianji Tower. Xuanji. In his previous life, Lu Chaoge only used Qingdi Mountains and Seas as the game background, which increased the player's sense of substitution and also improved the NPC's acceptance of the player. Qingdi Mountains and Seas is a widely circulated reading material, which has led to the mortals and practitioners in the Tianxian realm who have heard of the so-called undead. According to the records in this book, such people are immortal and possess various mystical abilities. Many people have the bloodline of the undead without knowing it. One day, perhaps a large number of people in the entire profound sky realm will awaken and become the true undead. After awakening, such people have extremely confused brains and usually act in extreme ways. On the one hand, they are very obedient, but on the other hand, they will appear extremely rebellious. Been wandering between these two extremes. It's like a player who takes on a mission, and a player who's messing around. The entire Qingdi Shanhazi is the most detailed description of the undead. In the opening chapter, the existence of this book is like paving the way for the public beta. In his previous life, Lu Chaoge didn't take this book seriously at all. He just played a game, think about it so much, and be happy. But now, he smelled an unusual smell. There are tricks. But all of this has to wait for him to slowly discover it himself. After closing the system interface, Lu Chaoge planned to bring Xiaqiu and Luo Bing back to the sect. I've taken you down the mountain to play for so long this time, is it enough? He raised his right hand and pinched Xiaqiu's nose. Xiaqiu was a little frustrated that he was going to return to the sect again. And said, Sect Master, can you take me down the mountain in the future? Then it depends on the mood of this seat. Lu Chaoge snorted and didn't say much. Just like that, Yi Qingzhou turned around in the air and started flying towards the direction of the ink gate. Lu Chaoge calculated the time and found that after the official beta test, it will be the winter solstice this year in 10 days. He had an agreement with Lu Dongli that on the winter solstice this year, he would take her to kill. A light boat flew quickly in the air. After the forum, Lu Chaoge would not be bored even if he was on his way. With the strength of his consciousness, he can do two things with one heart. flying at high speed while swiping posts on the forum. Since the game has not been tested publicly, the posts on the forum are either not nutritious, or the content inside is easy to deprive the human body of nutrients. Lu Chaoga has been disconnected from the internet for more than 20 years, and he is finally reconnected to the internet, so he is in good spirits. Nowadays, some people on the forum have serialized novels in order to gain popularity, and he will read them when he has nothing to do. I watched it, and I also saw a few fan arts related to myself. After reading it, I was successfully disgusted, and then silently wrote down the nickname of the poster. What's the matter? I already have a crispy duck fancier. Lu Chaoga was furious. Perhaps this is the price of debuting as an idol and becoming a public figure. Lu Chaoga, who was in a bad mood, rode a light boat, and soon came to a place not far from the Momin mountain gate. And there is a woman who has been waiting here for a long time. Xianji has been wandering around Danqing Peak in Momin for 3 whole days. Although Tianji Pagoda is good at gathering intelligence, Tianji Sanren had instructed her not to make too much fanfare. Therefore, she didn't see the people below tracking Lu Chaoga, so she didn't know his whereabouts. Xianji can only rely on the stupid way, that is to wait outside the sect of others. After waiting for 3 days, I finally saw Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga glanced at Xianji sitting on the flying magic weapon. In his heart, he asked, why is she here? Xianji's name, Lu Chaoga, had also heard of it in his previous life. Xianji also has a place in the most popular NPC rankings. Although it is not on the top page of the list, the ranking is still high. Ranking 103. At the same time, she is also one of the most controversial NPCs on the list. The reason for the controversy is naturally because of her behavior. This woman has raised more than 100 people. In fact, after the public beta, there were even many male players who went to Wushan with her. There are also some male players who simply eat her soft rice, incarnate face, and obtain cultivation resources. On the internet, there are too many books about her. There are also players who wrote 5,000 words of praise after experiencing it for themselves. This comment has been widely circulated in various groups, and Xianji can be described as a battle to become famous. The reason why such a woman is still very popular is because she is not a family wife. So what does what she does have to do with me? This kind of thing is really going to fall on my head, and maybe I will shout 3 times, and such good things. As for the female players, there are still a handful of them who feel that this woman is a role model for our generation. Why can a powerful man have his own harem for granted, but not us women? Of course, aside from these messy things, Xianji herself is a practitioner of the 4th realm, and her strength is not low. At the same time, she is also one of the 12 tower owners of the Tianji Tower, a well-known great power in the profound sky realm, and her identity is not ordinary. Lu Chaoga glanced at her from a distance, and only felt that her figure and temperament were good, but her appearance was definitely not stunning. Her biggest feature is that she looks very dignified in front of people, but she is a well-known person, so it makes people feel emotional. He could see that Xianji was obviously waiting for him. And the moment she saw Lu Chaoga, her eyes burst into endless brilliance. I didn't waste the 3 days of waiting. There really are such handsome men in the world. Xianji even felt that the painting painted by the pavilion master was inferior to his own. However, Luo Bing sitting beside Lu Chaoga gave her a bad premonition. Because this kind of young woman with pure lust, Xianji knows exactly how much men like it. If she wanted to hook up with Lu Chaoga, she felt that this young female practitioner would be a great obstacle. Sect Master Lu, Xianji has been waiting here for a long time. She smiled. Slightly, with an elegant smile. And this smile naturally made Lu Chaoga think of a word, celebrity. There are a lot of fake ladies on the earth, among them, the most famous is Cinderella, who will return the crystal shoes at the appointed time. With the rank of Lu Chaoga's previous life, the people he came into contact with were of course real ladies, and the ones he had in-death contact with also had a slap in the face. It was indeed the type of restraint and indulgence which was unforgettable. But for Xianji, Lu Chaoga didn't have any idea. On the contrary, he was still vigilant. He is not a player now, but the master of a door. As a well-known force in the profound sky realm, the Tianji Pagoda should not be underestimated. Over the years, this organization has woven a net of heaven and earth, and has close ties with all major sections. This organization makes a living by selling information, and secretly has no secret transactions with many practitioners. Therefore, the woman in front of her, as one of the 12 Tower Masters, must also be one of the people who know the most secrets in the entire profound sky realm. These people are often scary. This plump lip of hers can kill people if she moves her lips. Lu Chaoga's light boat stopped in the air. He looked at Xianji and said calmly, one of the 12 Tower Masters of the Tianji Pagoda came to wait for this seat in person. I don't know why. He did not intend to invite Xianji to the sect. Xianji would have been annoyed if an ordinary sect master, a cultivator in the second realm, spoke to him in such a tone. But looking at his indifferent appearance, Xianji couldn't be angry at all. Handsome people have a general attitude, which is called aloofness, which is a fascinating temperament. I didn't expect Sect Master Lu to hear about me, it's really my honor. Xian Ji said casually, and then continued, the reason why Xianji is here is very simple, because we got the news and learned about Lu Zhang. The performance of the door in the trial ground, I feel that the moment is worth making friends. So I came here to give you a jade pendant. Saying that, she took out a delicate jade pendant from her storage ring. Lu Chaoga glanced at the jade pendant and probably knew what it was. To put it simply, it can be understood as the membership card of the profound Sky Realm version. Yes, who owns the heavenly secret jade pendant can be understood as the VIP of the heavenly secret tower. In the future, if you buy intelligence, you can get a discount, which is a gesture of goodwill. It is true that Tianji Tower often invests in some inconspicuous martial arts. And it turns out that Tianji Tower has always had a unique vision, and the final harvest is often far beyond imagination. And Momin is poor at first glance, and definitely has no money to buy intelligence. So, giving the jade pendant is actually optimistic. It is to send a signal to Momin, we are willing to invest in you and give you some resource. This is the excuse Xianji thought of approaching Lu Chaoga. She felt that the other party, as the head of Xiaobamen, could not be unwilling to face the resource tilt of the Tianji Tower. If a sect wants to rise again, Xianji knows how difficult and bitter the process is. She felt that the man in front of her, like a fairy in a painting, could not be a person without ambition. If he agrees, then the next contacts will be logical. There is a chance that something will happen. She knew very well how vigorous a young swordsman of this age was. And if she had him, she felt that the rest of the more than 100 faces could be killed. It should be thrown away if you compare goods, and people should be damned if you compare people. But what puzzled Xianji was that she didn't see the slightest wave in Lu Chaoga's eyes. I got the heart. After saying that, Lu Chaoga drove a light boat and continued to fly forward, passing Xianji. This made Luo Bing on the side heave a sigh of relief. She was born in a brothel, and she could tell at a glance that this seemingly dignified woman in front of her was definitely not a good bird. She is a master of tea art and a master of whore. She didn't want the son to have too much contact with such people. For Lu Chaoga, the Tianji Tower is actually a very tasteless existence. After the public beta, it is a period of rapid development of Momin. Sand sculpture players can support themselves better than normal disciples. And they are more active in doing tasks. At the same time, sand sculpture players are all over the profound sky realm. As long as they are used properly, they will be Lu Chaoga's eyeliner all over the world. The forum itself is actually a big net, a net that is even more terrifying than the Tianji Pagoda. It's like Lu Chaoga wants to know something, he can send quests to Lin Huagan, a type of heroic player. Lin Huagan directly threw money on the forum and offered a reward to buy information at a high price, but the effect was not necessarily worse than that of the Tianji Pagoda. Lu Chaoga used to do this kind of thing in his previous life. Facts have proved that the banknote ability is easy to use everywhere, and it is the same in the game world. Tianji Pagoda wants to invest in Momin, and Momin does not take resources for nothing, and will give back in the future. As the head of Lu Chaoga, he didn't plan to let Tianji Tower take a stake in Momin. At the same time, he has no interest in Xianji, and he has no plans to invest in Xianji. Although the full moon-like buttocks looked plump, after all, there was a lot of traffic. Not worth investing in. Xianji watched Lu Chaoga rub shoulders with her, looked at his flowing black hair, his indifferent attitude, and his unruly actions. His first reaction was not anger, but madness. Immediately afterwards, she felt that the sticky warmth was flowing in her body, gradually overflowing from the inside out. The next moment, Tianji Sanren's words exploded in her mind, and she remembered her mission. No. You can't let him go like this. In the Tianji Pagoda, the pavilion master Tianji, scattered people have always seen the dragon but not the end. In the entire organization, only the 12 pagoda masters have seen the pavilion owner. Not to mention outsiders, even the rest of the members of the Tianji Pagoda didn't even know who the legendary pavilion master was. You reading www.sonicmtl.com. But no one was in awe of him. Xianji knew very well that if she returned without success like this, it would be a terrible consequence to welcome her. So, she feigned anger and said, Master Lu, I came with the sincerity of the Tianji Pagoda. Is Master Lu like this? When Lu Chaoga heard the words, the light boat under his feet stopped. Immediately, he turned around and glanced at Xianji again. I have to say that Xianji, who is feigning anger at this moment, still has a different style. This woman's own temperament is elegant, perhaps because of her work in the field of intelligence, or because of other reasons, her temperament is also mixed with a trace of intellectual beauty. There is a bit of a female teacher's taste. Let Lu Chaoga think of a certain female tutor in high school in his previous life. Xianji was overjoyed when she saw Lu Chaoga looking back, feeling that there was a drama. She didn't believe that the head of a mere 100 gates would not be in awe of the Tianji Pagoda. But Lu Chaoga's performance made her wonder again. I saw his eyebrows raised, the corners of his mouth crooked, and a faint smile. Did you come with sincerity? Lu Chaoga's eyes were slightly playful. Xianji rarely felt this kind of gaze. No man has dared to look at her like this for many years. Lu Chaoga stared at her like this, his smile gradually faded. Then, fellow Daoist Xianji knows that sometimes there is a little sincerity that doesn't match the identity of the other party. It's rude. P.S. The second update is also 4,000 words. Chapter 123. 121, Lu Dongli's surprise. Arrogant. This was the first thought that popped into Xianji's heart. As one of the 12 tower owners of the Tianji Tower, she has her own pride. And has always been proud of the Tianji Tower. But the meaning of Lu Chaoga's words is too obvious. In his opinion, the sincerity of Tianji Pagoda is too little. If he wants to win over with such sincerity, he is completely insulting people. Xianji did go to get the information of Momin, but Momin's reputation was not obvious, and it was not worth paying too much attention to Tianji Tower. Before. In the entire Momin, the biggest sensation in the past few years is that Lu Chaoga entered the trial grounds and won the top score. Is it possible the great cultivators of the sword sect value him? Xianji thought to himself. But, what's the use of emphasizing? Lu Chaoga's identity has been determined, he is the head of Momin, not a disciple of Jianzong. No matter how he counts, he can only be regarded as half of Jianzong's own. The great cultivator of Jianzong left his disciples untrained, and went to train a subordinate Zongman. This transaction is not cost-effective. She believed that the sword sect might treat the Mo sect preferentially, and would definitely not treat the Mo sect as an ordinary lower sect. But she firmly believes that the Tianji Tower can give more. Master Lu, are you underestimating my Tianji Pagoda? Xianji looked unhappy. What I have in the Tower of Mystery is more than just intelligence. The cultivation resources we control may far exceed the imagination of the head of the road. Xianji said seriously. Lu Chaoga shook his head and said, it seems that Tianji Pagoda not only did not come with enough sincerity, but also has very little understanding of my Momin. It is said that the Tianji Pagoda has a net of heaven and earth. It seems that my Momin is too small and has become a fish that slipped through the net. That's all said, Lord Xuanji Tower, please come back. No delivery. After speaking, Lu Chaoga drove a light boat to the mountain gate of Momin, completely ignoring Xianji behind him. Xianji looked at his retreating back, her chest heaving up and down. Lu Chaoga's performance is too strong, so strong that she thinks that Momin may really have something to rely on, and it really has a huge backer. Are the people below all rice buckets? Xianji felt that there must be something missing from Momin's information. Her figure disappeared here, and she needed to go back to deploy manpower and collect information about Momin again. Yi Qingzhou quickly landed in front of Momin's main hall. After returning to their sect, Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu were more open. Xiaoqiu raised his head and asked curiously, Sect Master, what kind of Tianji Pagoda, is that very powerful? It's okay. Lu Chaoga patted her head and said. The Tianji Pagoda is indeed not a small force. According to the evaluation given by the system, the rank of the Tianji Pagoda is equivalent to that of the third rank sect. The third grade sect is already very powerful. Among the 300 subordinate sects of Jianzong, there are no second rank sects, and even the top-ranked sects in the hundreds of sects are only ranked third. Looking at the entire profound sky realm, the third-rank sects can be regarded as big forces. Of course, Tianji Tower can have this rating mainly because it is special enough. In terms of combat power, the Tianji Tower is not as good as the general three-rank sect. Xiaoqiu raised her head, her ponytails fell backwards, and asked innocently. Is it much more powerful than our Momin? Lu Chaoga looked down at her and said, it's only temporary, and it won't be long. Xiaoqiu believed. What the sect master said is what he said. JPG. Luo Bing listened to the conversation between the two and said, Young master. The senior Xianji just now, I don't think she is simple. Oh? What you said is not simple, what are you referring to? Lu Chaoga said. Casually. In terms of style. Luo Bing hesitated for a long time before saying this. She doesn't like talking about other women behind their backs, but she has been very sensitive to this since she believed that the son likes older men. And in her opinion, Xian Ji, who is definitely not as dignified and virtuous as she seems, is on a par with Senior Ning. As we all know, Senior Ning Ying can be used as an adjective in terms of breasts. Your breasts are very graceful, that means it is very spectacular. Lu Chaoge turned his head to look at Luo Bing, and said in surprise, "Why do you say that?" "A woman's intuition." Luo Bing answered honestly. Lu Chaoge smelled the faint scent of melons that was unique to the tight-knit girl on her body, raised his right hand and flicked her forehead, saying, "As for a woman, you are just a girl at best." Luo Bing didn't dare to talk back, but just muttered in his heart, "In my opinion, when I was bought by my son for 1,000 taels at the age of 11, I was already a woman. The son's woman. But your intuition is indeed accurate." Lu Chaoge glanced at her and said, "Let's go and report to your master with me." Luo Bing heard the subtext in Lu Chaoge's words, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. But because of the recent appearance of too many cows, Luo Bing made up his mind that the massage plan could not be stopped. "No matter how hard it is, I can't suffer the future child of my son and me." Lu Chaoge brought Luo Bing and Xiaoqiu to Lu Dongli's bamboo house. Lu Dongli had long sensed that her brother had returned to the sect and was waiting outside the bamboo house. "I used to be sulky before, but as time passed, my anger disappeared. What if the palm has the exact same peach imprint? With the blessing of the peach tree of 10,000 years, so what? Every time my brother returns to the sect, he doesn't have to come to me right away. My position in my brother's heart is different from everyone else's." "Elder Dongli, during these days when this seat is not in Momin, how is it? Inside the door?" Lu Chaoge said with a hilarious smile. "Master, don't worry, everything is fine." Lu Dongli replied with a smile. After everyone was seated, Lu Dongli glanced at Xiaoqiu and praised, "Not bad. Not bad. It's a breakthrough." Xiaoqiu raised his head, raised his chest, and imitated Lu Chaoge's tone. Sect Master said, "For people like us, this is just a routine operation." "Humph. I think your little tail is about to go to the sky." Lu Dongli tapped Xiaoqiu's forehead with her finger. Then, she glanced at Luo Bing again, and sure enough, there was no progress in cultivation. This scoundrel probably spent all her thoughts on her brother. "Brother, won't you tell me about your experience at the foot of the mountain these days?" Lu Dongli said. Lu Chaoge nodded, picked the most important thing, and said, "This time I am going down the mountain, and I have recruited 30 new handyman disciples for my Momin." "What?" Lu Dongli, the chief butler of Momin, glared at him and almost stood up in shock. 30 handyman disciples? My Momin has only so many people in total. Do I need so many handyman disciples? Lu Dongli was stunned. How can there be so much work for them? But if you don't work, isn't it worth living for nothing? You must know that the handyman disciples are also disciples. Although they are the outermost ones, they must be allocated a certain amount of cultivation resources. The Momin has Ninging to take care of, and the cultivation resources are indeed much more abundant than the ordinary Xiaobamen, but most of the disciples in the sect are talented, and the more talented they are, the greater the consumption on weekdays. For example, for the same elixir, it may take 10 days for waste materials to be absorbed, and genius may be enough for 1 day, and the efficiency is completely different. Therefore, where did Momin have the spare money to support so many handymen disciples? Moreover, after accepting disciples, you always have to teach them, right? Although the treatment of the handyman disciples will definitely not be like Xiaoqiu, who enjoys special counseling, but every once in a while, you have to give them a few lessons, right? Very exhausting. Lu Chaoge looked at Lu Dongli with a tangled face, and knew that she had a hard time accepting this matter, but because she was the head of the family, she didn't want to smear her brother's face, so she didn't say much. Xiaolizi's age, in other sects, she still only needs to focus on her cultivation, and she doesn't need to work hard for the common affairs of the sect like she is now. Lu Chaoge felt a little distressed. He said warmly, "Don't worry, these handyman disciples are different from ordinary people, you will understand later. Sand sculpture players love to find things to do when they have nothing to do. And what they need most is tasks. It's experience value. As for the cultivation resources, in fact, they don't need to rely on Momin at all, they have their own way to solve it. Like those professional players, they are raised by professional clubs. It is a very common phenomenon to raise accounts. The club will spend money on them to buy cultivation resources from other players. Tiangshuanji has a large number of brick-moving players who rely on moving bricks in the game to make money and support themselves in reality. And for a heroic player like Lin Huagan, anything that you reading www.sonicmtl.com can solve with money is not a problem at all. He just had a good time and didn't ask how much I spent. It's just a cold number, not to mention it. As for cultivation, players rely on one-click upgrades. As long as the experience points are enough, they can open and hang all the way. There is no need to teach them at all. Players don't rely on comprehension. And who the hell would want to take online classes in games? Therefore, there is no need to waste time on them at all. Of course, all of this has a major premise. That is to let players recognize Momin, let them see the potential of Momin, and see the value of Lu Chaoge. Only in this way can players ignore the status quo of Momin and follow Lu Chaoge with all their heart. Let the professional clubs and guilds think that all the current investments are worthwhile, and let them be full of illusions about a bright future. In short, the cake must be painted big enough. In this regard, Lu Chaoge is sure and confident. In the entire profound sky realm, there is no way anyone knows players better than me, Lu Chaoge said in his heart. Lu Dongli didn't say much when she saw her brother's sworn appearance. Years of reliance on each other gave her unconditional trust in Lu Chaoge. At this moment, she was even a little curious, how special are these 30 handyman disciples? What she didn't know was that in Lu Chaoge's plan, 30 players were just the beginning. Chapter 124. 122, The Incredible Demon King. Unlike Momin's joyousness, Xianji, who left Momin, was no longer dignified and looked cold. She soon came to the secret base of Tianji Pagoda in Qinglongquan. The intelligence officers looked at the most fascinating tower master among the 12 tower masters, and they were too scared to breathe. Isn't it said that Lord Jita is the best talker? And there are rumors that if she is attracted to her, maybe they can go to Wushan together and have fun. There used to be a handsome intelligence officer from the Tianji Tower who worked for her during the day and worked for her at night. Tired is a little tired, but I like this kind of fulfilling day. This kind of reward goes far beyond the cultivation resources. Therefore, many of the following people can be said to be the leader of Xuanji Pagoda. How loyal is it? I'll give you my head. But today's Xuanji Pagoda master can be said to be as cold as frost, not angry and arrogant. She was originally like a dignified lady, but now her face is straight, and she is naturally full of the breath of a superior. Qinglongquan's intelligence personnel did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly completed the task given by Xuanji Tower Master. Momin? They were both familiar and unfamiliar with this name. Familiarity is because some time ago can be said to be like thunder. After all, the Tianji Tower is still paying close attention to the list of trials. But before that, no one took the desolate Momin seriously. But what Tianji Pagoda has always believed in is that anything that has happened will leave traces. They are professional when it comes to gathering intelligence. So, after Xianji's order, they are bound to turn the Momin's pastime upside down in recent years. Xianji's face was gloomy, but she wanted to see what kind of backing Momin had. It has to be said that the efficiency of the Tianji Tower is still very high. A day later, Xianji received, still very thin, information. No way, Momin these years, indeed. A little more simple. She flipped through the information, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Qin Shao, the true disciple of Sword Sect, once came to Momin. Qin Shao, it's nothing, it's just the bottom of the true disciples. This was not the reason for her surprise. She was surprised that Li Nanwei actually lived in Momin for a few days. Who is Li Nanwei? That is the daughter of the dignified swordsman. Lu Chaoga actually has friendship with her? Xianji frowned. She is a romantic woman, so when looking at the relationship between men and women, she always wears a pair of colored glasses more than ordinary people. Could it be that he and Li Nanwei? Xianji couldn't believe it. If this is the case, it will be difficult for her to ride on Lu Chaoga's head. After all, Li Nanwei is beautiful, and she has the blessing of being the daughter of Sword Master. I asked the young swordsman in Qingzhou, who can resist her charm? She didn't think she could compare to Li Nanwei. What's more, Li Nanwei's head has been ridden. If she rides it, wouldn't she think she has a long life? Although it is very exciting to think about it, if it is exposed, the pavilion owner can't keep her. Sword Sovereign is the most terrifying existence in Qingzhou. No, in the entire profound sky realm, Jianzun can be regarded as one of the most terrifying people. It's just that from the newspaper, it seems that they met by accident, and then Li Nanwei became interested in him, and it seems that he didn't stay in Momin for a long time. With the dignity of the daughter of Sword Master, it shouldn't happen that soon. Xianji analyzed it and felt that she was thinking too much. But the two should still have a friendship. Xianji took a deep breath. Continued to read the information. Another name appeared before her eyes. Deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, Jiangxinyan. Xianji was stunned. How come after the daughter of Sword Sovereign, a high-level spring and autumn mountain appears? And this Jiangxinyan, who lived in Momin for a long time, also went down the mountain with Lu Chaoga to travel together. She went to the trial place with Lu Chaoga. The two were blessed by the 10,000-year peach tree. Xianji glanced at Jiangxinyan's picture scroll and couldn't help but feel ashamed again. Regardless of his cultivation, appearance, or status, Jiangxinyan, as the deacon of Chuanqiu Mountain, one of the four major sects, crushed Xianji. What's more, the people in Spring and Autumn Mountain, except for those practitioners who have magnified the love between men and women, most of the rest are iceberg beauties. If they really fell in love with someone, their nature would be completely different. If they really form a Taoist partner, although they belong to two factions, they are still a family. Xianji understood a little why Lu Chaoga said that. It was a rudeness to say that she was sincere. Xianji took a deep breath, her majestic chest heaving up and down. She forced herself to calm down, and turned to the last page of the information. Ning. Her pupils shrank slightly, and the right hand holding the intelligence trembled slightly. It is true that the intelligence personnel of the Tianji Pagoda did not eat dry rice, but to lick No, to please Xianji, they tried their best, and even the relationship between Ning Ying was discovered by them through clues. You must know that only a few people in Jianzhong know about this matter, and they don't know how the Tianji Tower does it. No wonder many practitioners joked that there is no privacy in front of the Tianji Tower. Ning Ying, the elder of Jianzhong, seems to have a deep relationship with Lu Chaoga's deceased mother. Xianji looked at the information and couldn't help thinking that Lu Chaoga's flying magic weapon was a light boat. This is Ning Ying's signature flying magic weapon. You must know that Ning Ying is an elder of the Sword Sect, a great cultivator of the sixth realm, and looking at the entire profound sky realm, she can be regarded as a generation of powerhouses. Of course, what she is most famous for is not her cultivation. After all, among the elders of Jianzhong, Ning Ying's realm is not particularly eye-catching. She is famous all over the world, is the refining tool. She is a rare artifact refining master in the entire profound sky realm. Most of Jianzhong's top sword embryos came from her. An artifact refining master has a very high status in the world of practice. According to Xianji's understanding of Ning Ying, this female elder of the Sword Sect is the only elder in the entire Sword Sect who does not have any disciples. I used to think it was nothing, but now I think about it again. If she really treats Lu Chaoga as a parent-child and nephew, that would be terrible. The little Momin can actually involve so many famous people in one breath. Xianji couldn't calm down at all. She now understands why this handsome and peerless man has such confidence. Difficult. Xianji only felt that her chest was swollen, and her head became big. On the other side, Momin is busy. Lu Chaoga gave Lu Dongli a task, that is, to describe the magic circle and divide Danqing Peak and the surrounding peaks into two areas. Since there are no people in Momin now, except for Danqing Peak, the surrounding peaks are basically in a state of abandonment. After all, it doesn't make sense to take care of it. But after the public beta, everything will be different. Lu Chaoga knew exactly what kind of virtue the players were. After all, he used to be like this before, and he was the most foolish one. The current style of Momin is different from ordinary sections. There is a feeling of home here, and there is a deep bond between each other. Therefore, Lu Chaoga wants the players to be used by him, but he does not want them to disturb too much the peaceful life of the inner door of Momin. Therefore, the prohibition of the formation is very important. Directly use the formation method to isolate the peaks, and do not give players a chance to enter. In this way, the mystery of Momin's inner door can be maintained better. In Lu Chaoga's view, this array is equivalent to putting a pair of safety pants on the densely vegetated Danqing Feng. Little Pair's talent in formation is really excellent. Lu Chaoga was shocked. He's been fighting on the side these days, and he sighed countless times in his heart. It's nice to have a sister. My sister is awesome. Lu Chaoga was excited when he looked at the magic circle that was taking shape. Although he doesn't know the specific cultivation level of his sister, but with her strength, it is absolutely easy to set up a formation to defend against players. When the players develop, Lu Dongli will definitely be stronger. Then it's time to upgrade the formation. And Lu Chaoga is very clear, with Xiaolizi's temperament, in order to make it easier for her to live in the sect, she will definitely take the initiative to ask. If others ask who set up this formation, it is said that it was set by the head. Once she made such a request, Lu Chaoga would definitely say, "Why are you so embarrassed?" and then readily accept it. It is the responsibility of every elder brother to give everything for his younger sister. Let's come here first today and take a break, Lu Chaoga said to Lu Dongli. Yeah. Lu Dongli was also slightly tired. The formation of the formation is extremely wear and tear on her consciousness, and even though her consciousness is far stronger than ordinary people, she feels exhausted. I'll reward you with a bowl of rock candy, Sydney, Lu Chaoga said with a smile. Hey! A bowl of rock candy, Sydney just wants to send me off. My brother is getting more and more stingy. Lu Dongli glared at him angrily, but couldn't help pursing his lips. The two brothers and sisters sat side by side under the spirit tree. Lu Dongli stretched her slender legs straight forward and joked, "It's almost as good as pinching my shoulders and rubbing my legs." Lu Chaoga glanced at Lu Dongli's extremely beautiful long legs, and for a while her legs were full of her mind. These legs are really ingenious, and the legs are too perfect. Serving these legs, what's the point of pinching the legs? A man will feel that he is playing. He shook his head and said, "Let's pinch your head." Lu Chaoga stood up, stretched out 10 fingers, and pressed Lu Dongli's head, causing her to let out a comfortable, suppressed groan as if it came out of her throat. "Brother." Lu Dongli closed his eyes and said suddenly, "What's wrong?" Lu Chaoga asked. "My sword intent is formed," Lu Dongli said softly, but released a blockbuster. Lu Chaoga knew very well that with Lu Dongli's talent, perhaps the sword intent should have been formed earlier. But she always seeks stability and strives to make everything the most solid. Sword intent is too important to Jian Xiu, and she must also attach great importance to it. Of course, it does not rule out the possibility that she has already formed. But it has been delayed until now to tell Lu Chaoga. "Really, that's a good thing. I'll give you another dish at night." Lu Chaoga was like rewarding a greedy child. But Lu Dongli just eats this set. She is no longer a gluttonous child. She is no longer the same as when she was a child. Her brother makes her some desserts and cooks one more dish she loves, and she can be happy all day. She is already an adult, even a teacher. The reality always urged her to grow up faster. Therefore, Lu Dongli is obsessed with this feeling. This kind of simple feeling that my brother will always treat himself as a child. At night, Lu Chaoga really cooked a table of dishes. Xiaoqiu, a rice cooker, has made progress today, breaking through himself and making 4 bowls of rice. She was especially proud of it, because she ate the most. Since she gradually became sluggish, she has been very ambitious and wants to be the first in every aspect. At this moment, the little girl was rubbing her bulging belly, making a burp from time to time, and then quickly covered her mouth with her little hand, looking around in horror, for fear that others would hear it. After dinner, hiding, which was silent and had a very low sense of presence, silently cleaned up the tableware and no one noticed. Lu Chaoga seemed to have thought of something, and called out, "Black Pavilion." Then I found out he was doing chores again. "Emo Dongfeng, you should have recovered from your injury long ago. Go to work." Lu Chaoga called Emo Dongfeng directly. Xiaoqiu was already unable to move. Luo Bing's soft little hands were for this seat's shoulders, so Emo Dongfeng was the most suitable. Short and ugly, Emo Dongfeng, whose ideal is to become a sword cultivator like the great sage equaling heaven, spat out the dog's tail grass in his mouth and immediately cleaned it up. "Eldest brother, let me come." Emo Dongfeng was particularly active. "Hiding, come to this seat." Lu Chaoga waved to his only disciple. The black and thin Hiding trotted over quickly, and those who didn't know he thought he was the second in a certain restaurant. It is clear that he eats and drinks well in Momen, but he is still like a black monkey. His physique is not strong, he is still so thin, and he is no different from eating 100 family meals when he was a child. Lu Chaoga looked at his simple and honest ugly face, and only felt that there was no such thing as a demonic flame. Will your big devil rush to clean up after dinner? Your great devil, ABA? Some things can be done by the younger brothers and sisters. Lu Chaoga looked at him and said. Hiding nodded but couldn't help it every time. Really like the old father. Sit down. Lu Chaoga said. Hiding obediently sat cross-legged in front of Lu Chaoga. Lu Chaoga looked at him and said, this seat will take out something later. You can feel it carefully with your spiritual sense. He was going to take out the fragments of soul jade and try it out. This is just a small piece of soul jade, it's not a big problem, Lu Chaoga can completely control it. Anyway, it's just to touch him with divine sense, not to take it out for him to eat. Hiding nodded, his face full of seriousness. Everything Lu Chaoga told him, no matter how small, was bigger than the sky in his eyes. I saw Lu Chaoga take out the soul jade fragment from the storage ring, and the next moment, the mutation happened. The soul jade fragments trembled at a high speed, with the tendency to let go, as if they were being pulled. And the direction it wants to fly is exactly between the eyebrows of Hiding. PS Second Update, 4,000 words. Chapter 125. 123, The Voice Under the Ice. Lu Chaoga looked at the soul jade fragment in his hand, and his face, gradually, became solemn. This reaction is not normal. He glanced at Hiding and then at soul jade. The next moment, a system prompt popped up in front of his eyes. Ding! Are you using soul jade fragment on Hiding? Lu Chaoga didn't expect to trigger the system. This made his dignified complexion a little better. Soul jade is closely related to the main plot of Qingzhou, the Sword of Hades. To be precise, it was because of the existence of soul jade that this main storyline broke out. Without soul jade, there would be no Pluto sword. At this moment, soul jade is so active, to say that Hiding is really in ordinary black, thin and dumb, Lu Chaoga would not believe it. But the system divides all the plot characters related to the Sword of Hades into the enemy camp, which is the villain of Iron. The current Black Pavilion is obviously not among them, otherwise, the Black Pavilion in Lu Chaoga's eyes is a famous NPC. What Lu Chaoga is cultivating is not a disciple, but a villain boss. Fatten him up and kill him again? It's cool to think about this kind of thing, but Lu Chaoga has a deep relationship with Hiding, and he really treats him as a disciple, so naturally he can't do such a thing. What's more, the Black Pavilion at the moment is no different from ordinary NPCs, but it seems to have some secrets. Moreover, since the system will display such a prompt, it means that the system allows the use of soul jade on Hiding. It depends on whether Lu Chaoga is willing or not. Lu Chaoga continued to check the system prompt, and wanted to see if there were any detailed notes below. The detailed remarks are very short, with only a small line of words. It can be used as a container for soul jade, and it has a certain purification ability. He looked at this line of small characters and raised his eyebrows slightly. No player has developed this information in the previous life. That is to say, the reason why the completion rate of Sword of Hades has reached 6.7% is probably really related to Hiding. I didn't expect that the little mute I picked up at the foot of the mountain was actually a key character in the main storyline. Lu Chaoga thought to himself. Coincidence? Or because of my incredible opportunity, Lu Chaoga couldn't understand. In this case, always follow the as expected of me .jpg process. God's chosen son, it's normal. From the system prompt, soul jade is harmless to Hiding, and may even bring some benefits, so Lu Chaoga is going to give it a try. Although soul jade is a special item, collecting all 3 fragments can harvest a small amount of hidden aura. However, Lu Chaoge really didn't like the information in the early stage of the plot. He even kept a lot of key information in his heart. After all, he was a past person. Of course, if the dog system played with his feelings and messed with his only disciple, he wouldn't mind directly destroying the Tianxian realm. Lu Chaoge rushed to Hiding and said, "Close your eyes and meditate." Hiding obeyed obediently. The next moment, the soul jade fragment in Lu Chao's singer was released. It flashed a dim light, and then slowly drifted towards Hiding's eyebrows. This magical scene surprised Lu Dongli and the others, and Luo Bing was even more puzzled. Isn't this fragment from a zombie? Why did the son use it on the senior brother? Luo Bing thought to himself. But people in Momin always have unconditional trust in Lu Chaoge, so they don't think much about it. I saw the dim light on the soul jade fragments flickering more and more fiercely. After touching He Ting's eyebrows, as if there were no obstacles, he instantly merged into it. The next moment, under the moonlight, the shadow of the black pavilion continued to elongate, and in an instant, the shadow had a length of nearly 10 meters. The shadow under the moonlight is particularly strange, as if a black flame is burning, and there are constantly hideous ghost faces struggling outwards, but they can't escape. There was no shrill voice, but the picture was particularly dazzling. Nearly 100 ghost faces silently roared, whined, and raged. These ghost faces seemed to be filled with endless dark emotions. Lu Chaoge kept observing Hiding, and saw that his breath was long and his face was calm, as if he was in a normal time, without the slightest abnormality. It seemed that he was unaware of what was happening in his shadow. This reassured Lu Chaoge. And as the ghost face on the shadow continued to burn, the aura on Hiding also changed. Breakthrough. Lu Dongli looked at Hiding and couldn't help but whisper. Breaking the realm is not a strange thing. Everyone in Momin will not be surprised by breaking the realm. After all, their sect master has once made the feat of breaking the 5 realms with a glass of water more amazing than him? But Hiding's breakthrough was a bit bizarre, because he didn't arouse the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, and there was no phenomenon of spiritual energy entering the body. His breakthrough is from the inside out, and a force is generated inside the body. It is very likely that the small piece of soul jade just now was completely digested, resulting in such effects. Hiding's current realm is the first realm of the 4th level, and after the soul jade fragment entered the body, it didn't take long for it to break through the 3rd realm and be promoted to the 1st realm of the 7th level. After the ghost face on his shadow was completely burned out, his realm was also stabilized to the peak of the 1st realm of the 7th heaven. Maybe it only takes a few days of meditation to break through the realm again. Strange, is the effect so good? Lu Chaoge was a little speechless. You know, this piece of soul jade is pitifully small, and it only came from a level 5 boss zombie. Obviously, the soul jade fragments could not be completely absorbed, because this zombie was too naive. The reason why the players in the previous life did not explode is probably due to the fact that during the battle, they have been fighting will battles. After the zombies were exhausted, they relied on the soul jade to return to the blue one after another, and finally the soul jade was completely consumed. However, the effect is still a little too good. Lu Chaoge knew very well that in the profound sky realm, taking the same elixir for Lu Dongli would definitely have a different effect than taking it for waste. If Lu Dongli can absorb the effect of 90 points, the waste material may only absorb 10 points. But such a small piece of soul jade can give Hiding such a big harvest, so what if it is a complete soul jade? The complete soul jade is spherical, like a jade bead. Based on Lu Chaoga's grasp of the information, he felt that in the entire plot of Sword of Hades, he was sure to obtain a complete soul jade, and more than one. If hiding can really digest and absorb them all, with his sky-defying transformation ability, the final effect is absolutely terrifying. And with the destruction of the Black Pavilion, according to the mechanism of the Master-Apprentice system, Lu Chaoga also received more than 20,000 experience points as a reward. Comfortable. Lu Chaoga sighed after gaining experience points. If he really follows this pattern, when he kills monsters, he can get experience points and the completion of the main quest. After the apprentice is upgraded, the master will be rewarded with experience points. This is more than double the joy. And soul jade is a very unstable thing. This thing is too evil, and it is one of the roots of the disaster in the early game. If it is said that the Black Pavilion can really be purified without any burden, this is a great good thing. At this moment, everyone in Momin showed a look of joy on their faces. As expected of the Sect Master, he actually directly helped Senior Brother break through the 3 realms. Although I don't know how the Sect Master and Senior Brother did it, it's really amazing. But in fact, Lu Chaoga was not as relaxed as Luo Bing and others. He was always paying attention to the changes in hiding. Although the Black Pavilion looks very calm on the surface, whether it is breath, spiritual power in the body, or consciousness, there is no abnormality. However, soul jade is the most evil thing after all. Although I don't know how this thing came into being, the evil power it contains is very terrifying. Even if there is a system endorsement, there should be no problem, but Lu Chaoga is still not very relieved. In his view, the system can be relied on, but not completely dependent on the system. Guanzi wrote, "A gentleman makes things, not things." It is true that the system is a plug-in, but it cannot be led by the system. As time passed, the elongated shadow of the Black Pavilion returned to normal. And the strange ghost face also dissipated cleanly, as if it had never appeared before. Hiding's sense of existence is very low. For some reason, Lu Chaoga feels that his sense of existence is even lower. He tried to investigate hiding with his divine sense, and found that his divine sense was not very sensitive to the existence of hiding, and it was easy to ignore him. Yu reading www.sonicmtl.com. This made Lu Chaoga more and more sure that if hiding learned some techniques to hide his breath, he would become a silent ghost. Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli looked at each other and asked, "Do you feel it?" Lu Dongli nodded and said, "For a moment just now, I felt that the shadow of hiding seemed to be alive." Although it was only for a moment, both Lu Chaoga and Lu Dongli captured this. His disciple has a pure and good nature, but his shadow reveals endless evil. Today, after about another half a column of incense, He Ting slowly opened his eyes. And then let out a breath of turbid air. "How is it?" Lu Chaoga pretended to be nonchalant, without showing too much tension. He Ting's eyes were a little confused, as if he didn't know how to describe it for a while. He picked up a branch and wrote on the ground, "Master, this disciple didn't feel anything just now, it was like he had a long dream." He continued, "The disciple dreamed of a frozen sea, and I kept lying on the ice. The water is black, and the black water runs under the thick ice. There seems to be something on the bottom of the sea. They have been talking to me, and they only say one sentence over and over." Lu Chaoga raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did they say?" Hiding paused slightly with his right hand holding the branch, took a deep breath, and wrote on the ground. "They're talking about wake up." The first update of PS, thanks to the leader of the book friend 202101151401233825 for the reward.